He knew better than to ask any questions just then. This trench was longer than the others, running farther back from the road, but at last they came to a pile of loose dead brush and stones, which marked the end of the excavation. Hansu pulled at the brush with his left hand, and Kana sprang forward to help. Under their tugging, the stuff came away, to display a dark hole. "What?" Kana began. "Underground ways, running into Prime, from the old days." Hansu's answer was broken by curious pauses, and Kana swept the torch beam across the blade master's face. Sweat trickled down through the grime and dust, and under that Hansu wore the look of a man forcing himself to go on nerve alone. But Kana sensed that this was no time to offer help. He allowed the light to travel on, back into the hole, and then he stepped into what was clearly a man-made tunnel. Under his boots were 2 strips of rust, which must have once been metal rails. These ancient ways were often almost death traps. As the swordsmen advanced, they passed side corridors choked with cave-ins, and twice they had to dig through piles of gravel and earth. However, surprisingly, the further they went from the entrance, the better the condition. Kana could not believe that these hidden ways had been abandoned ever since the days of the Nuke Wars, and his suspicion of that was confirmed as he caught sight, in a side tunnel, of some metal shoring, which reflected the beam of the torch, undimmed by the prevailing damp. The main passage which they followed widened as more and more side corridors emptied into it. This must have once been a main entrance to Prime, or rather to the now almost forgotten seaport upon the ruins of which Prime had been erected. "How much farther?" "Don't know." Hansu walked mechanically. "I've heard about this. We should be able to contact the Reachers. Maybe one of their cars will find us." That did not make sense to Kana, but he did not challenge it. Who Hansu's Reachers might be, he was beginning to guess. The mysterious underground within combat, of which Matthias was the probable head. But why the Blade Master expected to encounter them here was a puzzle beyond his solving. They rounded a turn, a wide sweep which now embraced not one set of tracks but 4, and came out into a space which echoed hollowly to the sound of their boots, and in which the torch beam was swallowed in the dark. Kana switched on its full power and pointed the beam at the walls, sweeping it from one dark arch of entrance to the next. They were in a vast circle, the center of a web, the strands of which led out to every point of the compass. And which of those archways should they enter? As far as he could see, they were all exactly alike. The unease Kana had always felt when confined in a small space began to operate now, although the area of the crossing tracks was large. But beyond the limit of his torch, the dark had a thickness to it, which was almost tangible, as if they were truly buried far below the surface of the earth, with no hope of winning to the open air again. The dank smell, he thought, born of the damp and earth, carried other faint taints, nose-tickling reminders of the far past. And now that they had paused, he was sure he could hear, not too far away, the gurgle of running water. Which way now? His basic dislike of the dark, of being closed in by tons of earth, brought that query from him in an impatient demand. Hansu grunted, but made no other answer as Kana continued to mark the edges of the circle with his moving torch beam. Their problem was given a sudden and dramatic solution. From one of the archways, Kana could not be sure of just which, there came a humming sound, which began as a drone and grew to the proportion of a siren as it moved toward them. He grabbed at Hansu's arm, striving to draw the Blade Master with him in retreat into one of the other passages, wanting to take cover until they had a chance to investigate. But it was already too late. They were caught, pinned in a wide beam of light which blistered their eyes as if it had been blaster fire. And from beyond the source of that luminescence, a voice snapped an order they dared not disregard. "Up with your hands, and stand where you are." With a sinking heart, Kana obeyed. They were helpless, unarmed prisoners. And that capture had only one logical conclusion, as he might have foreseen, Kana thought bitterly some time later. The wall facing the bunk shelf where he sat was an even, solid gray, without a single seam or crack to distract his eye, or give a slight root for his imagination, and so relieve the monotony of a time which was no longer divided into minutes, hours, days, or even weeks. Even the indirect lighting of his cell waxed or waned at intervals, which had no regularity, so that he could not gauge the passing of time by that. When he was hungry, he opened the door of a tiny chute beside the bunk and took out the capsules and plastic water bubble he found there. How they were placed there, he had no knowledge. The continual silence was the worst. It was a thick, deadening blanket which he fought until his nerves were tense, pacing the floor, exercising in a frantic endeavor to wear himself out physically so that he could sleep away a small portion of the endless hours. He was caught in a trap from which there was no escape, and the worst was that he knew the time would come when he could erect no more barriers against the silence, when the demon which was his own particular fear would close in to inhabit his mind. The whole world had narrowed to this windowless, doorless cell somewhere deep in the foundations of Prime. The functions of the room were entirely automatic. Connor could be forgotten by his human captors, left here for countless years, and still he would continue to receive rations. The light would go on and off according to some weird pattern set up on a machine, but he himself would cease to live. It was when his thoughts centered in that groove that Connor had to fight for control, make himself think of something else. If he only had a record pack or writing material, but for that matter he might as well wish for freedom. He did not even know if he were already judged and condemned, or was still awaiting trial. Hansu had been wrong, so wrong, in believing that the underground ways of Prime were any secret to the combat officials. There had been a CC agent in the group to welcome them when they were herded from the rail truck at the brilliantly lighted station under the headquarters building. They had been taken without a struggle. What had happened since to Hansu, he wondered dully. His last glimpse of the Blade Master had come when they were separated at the interrogation room, just before he had been turned over to the questioners. Those specialists at interrogation were not crude in their methods. The use of torture to loosen tongues of stubborn captives had vanished long ago. Now, after he had been given certain drugs, there was nothing a man could conceal. Connor knew that he must have babbled every secret of his life to any ears caring to listen. When he recovered consciousness, he had been here, stripped to the shorts of a prisoner, and here he had remained ever since. Now he began his self-allotted task for the period after each meal, the attempted recall of all XT lore he had managed to absorb. Sometimes he could really lose himself in that mental labor for as much as several minutes. Zekane. He spoke the word slowly, trying to give it the proper hissing accent. Is a planet of Terra type. The continental land masses are mainly archipelagos of islands. The largest of these is Zorodal. The citadel of Zorodal was first founded in the semi-mythical reign of the Five Kings, now a period almost legendary. Archaeological excavations have verified some of the legends, and have proved that there are the remains of at least 10 civilizations on the same site, sometimes with a lapse of 1,000 years between the downfall of one and the rise of the next. The Zakathans are a reptilian race, comparable to Terran lizard forms. Their lifespan is many times that of man. They are not aggressive, being contemplative with a well-developed interest in historical studies, producing many historians and philosophers of note. There was a click. A square space in the wall before him gaped like an opening mouth. Within rested a uniform case. For a moment Connor froze. Then his hands shot out, and he snatched the case in desperate fear that it was there only to tantalize him and would disappear. A uniform case containing the complete new uniform of a swordsman third class. His hands were still shaking as he began to dress. This must mean release, at least release from the cell. Was he on his way to trial, or to return to duty, or... He was clumsy over buckles, awkward with the fastenings. But at last he was clothed. Only the sword was missing. The sheath at his new waist belt hung empty, and he had no grace knife. He was latching the chin strap of his helmet when a second opening in the wall confronted him, and he stepped through into a corridor. Base guards closed in, 2 before, 2 behind him. He wondered if he should be flattered by the size of that escort, but he fell into step with their pace, knowing it useless to ask any questions. A lift took them up in a dizzy rise past level after level of Headquarters Administrative Corps. When they disembarked, they were in a wide hallway on one of the staff floors. Murals of other world scenes where hordes and legions had made or unmade history, alternated with windows, which gave Connor his first sight of terror since he had gone underground. It was mid-morning as far as he could judge, and below the bay gave on the sea. Tradition said that the ancient ruins, which were the base of Prime, were merely the outer fringes of a once great city which had covered an island in that bay, a city which the sea had licked over during the nuclear wars. Copters swung in heavy traffic between the buildings standing now along the shore. It was just the same sort of day on which he had first entered Prime to accept enlistment in York's horde. But the guard allowed him no time to stare through windows or think philosophically of the past. He was speedily ushered into an audience chamber. There he found himself facing a tribunal, high brass, just about the highest. 3 of combat's 4 counselors sat there, and the 4th and 5th members of the court were a CC agent and an officer of the Galactic Patrol, a sub-sector commander by his badges. Connor stiffened. What right had those aliens to be his judges? He was sure that he could protest that and be backed by the combat code. But biding his time until he was more certain, he came to attention and made the formal announcement expected of him. Connor Carr, swordsman 3rd class, under enlistment in York's horde, place of service, Fran. Hansu. Where was Hansu? Why were they to be tried separately? More than anything else at that moment, Connor wished that he could have a moment's conversation with the Blade Master, for he had just made another and more upsetting discovery. One of the combat officers facing him was Matthias, the same Matthias that Hansu had been so sure would stand their protector, fight on their side if they could only reach him. The faces of the combat officers were impassive, but the CC agent and Agaritan, the brilliant scarlet and gold of his cloak, somewhat garish against the green-gray of the Terrans, shifted impatiently in his chair, as if he wished to speed up the proceedings, and did not quite dare, while his alien companion, the patrol officer, affected in contrast a vast boredom. Then Connor saw what lay before the senior of the combat officers, an arc sword. That answered one of his questions. He had been brought here for sentencing. They had condemned him without allowing him a chance to speak in his own defense. But how could they? The interrogators had the exact truth out of him. These men must know of the massacre on Fran, of that strange scene by the plundered patrol ship, of everything else which had happened, know it as if they had witnessed the events in his place. How could they then... For unauthorized dealings with an XT race against all regulations, began the combat senior. For desertion of your comrades on another world, for the theft of a cruiser belonging to the Galactic Patrol, you, Connor Carr, swordsman 3rd class, ARC rating, are hereby declared unfit for off-world service. You shall be stripped of all combat rating and privileges, and sent to the labor gangs for the rest of your natural life. Long discipline kept him at attention. Labor gangs for the rest of his life, the closest thing to slavery. But a fierce, blinding anger uncoiled within him. He was going to answer those frozen-faced devils with a few home truths before they shipped him off, and he was not in the gangs, not yet. When he spoke, it was not to his superior officers, but directly to the CC agent. "I've learned to know you for what you are, you and your kind," he said slowly between set teeth. The ancient bloodlust, which had once sent his Malay ancestors into battle swinging a bolo, might have been thinned by interbreeding with other and more peaceful races, but it was still there and rising in him now. You may be able now to force Terrans to obey your will, but someday you'll pay in kind. The Agaritan's white face did not change expression. Only now he sat very quiet, his long eyes narrowed into slits, a bird of prey preparing to swoop. "How long?" Connor's attention was now on his fellow Terrans. "Do you think you can cover up such messes? You know from my testimony, whether I gave it drugged or not, what they are doing to us out there. He paused until he was sure his voice was once more under full control. "I gave grace to Deke Mills after I heard his story. You know, all of you, what he had to tell. We are supposed to be fighting men, if only mercenaries selling our skill to others. Isn't it time we began to fight against murderers?" He hurled that charge straight at the Agaritan, at the patrol officer. Connor was trying hard to pick and choose the proper words, to keep his red rage battened down. Then his mood changed. Why should he stand there mouthing statements which made no impression on their impassivity when he wanted to leap that table between them, to feel the Agaritan's flesh pulp beneath his fist? What was the use in talking? Nothing he said, could say, would break through to them, would ruffle the composure of that traitor Matthias. He brought his hand up in salute and wheeled to fall in with his waiting guard. Would they take him back to the underground cell? Or try to, for it would be a case of trying. He was determined to escape somehow, somewhere along the route. Hansu. If they had given him life in the labor gangs, they must have executed the Blade Master. How wrong Hansu had been in his belief in Matthias and the new day about to dawn. With Matthias ready to betray them, the rebels had never had a ghost of a chance. They marched back to the lift and whisked down, not to the cells. Instead, Connor was escorted to a small room just off the main corridor near some entrance to the building. He was sure of that as he watched the constant stream of combatants passing in the hall. Except for a sentry left at the door, he was alone. To wait. To wait? No. To act. 18. No guard on the stars. Connor's mind raced as he assessed the situation. He was in full uniform, except that he lacked arms. If it weren't for the sentry, he could simply walk out of this room, join the crowd in the hall, and leave the building before the alarm was given. Once free in Prime, he could find a way out of the city itself. There remained the problem of the sentry. He watched the man narrowly. The fellow was in the act of suppressing a yawn as Connor first studied him. It was plain that he did not expect trouble from the prisoner. And this was no proper detention room, rather more like a waiting lounge for low-ranking visitors. The bench Connor had been ordered to occupy was cushioned, and there was a visa plate set in the wall to his left, out of sight range of the doorway. The guard's attention was often attracted by those passing without... Connor's eyes flickered to the visa plate. Was there some way of using that? A little improvising. He waited until the guard's attention was fixed upon something in the corridor, and then he jumped to his feet. "Red alert!" he cried out as if startled. The guard whirled, took one step in, glancing at the visa plate. "I don't see anything," he began, and then shot a sour look at Connor, as if angry at being tricked into speaking to the captive against express orders. "It was red alert," Connor insisted, pointing to the screen. The guard came all the way in, uneasily. If the visa plate had flashed a red signal, then his duty was clear. He must call back at once for instructions, and he couldn't be sure that it had not. "Keep me covered with your blaster," urged Connor. "I tell you it was a red alert." The guard drew his blaster, aiming it at the recruit's middle, and with his back to the wall, his eyes on the prisoner, he made a crab-wise march along toward the visa plate. "You sit down," he snapped at Connor. The recruit dropped down on the bench, but his body was tense, his muscles ready. There would come a single second when the guard had to turn half away from him in order to push the question button below the plate. And if he could move then... It came. The guard's head turned a fraction. Connor flung himself forward almost at floor level. His shoulders struck just behind the other's knees, and there was a dull crack as the man's head struck against the screen, slammed into it by the force of Connor's attack. The recruit twisted on top, ready to carry on the fight, but the body beneath him was limp. A little startled by such phenomenal luck, the fellow must have been knocked out when his head hit the screen. Connor got to his knees and hurriedly appropriated the guard's sword and blaster, but a moment later he reluctantly abandoned the gun. Only a base guardsman could go so armed, and he would be picked up on the street if he were seen carrying that. He sheathed the sword and hoped that luck would continue to ride with him. The prostrate guard, bound with his own belts and gagged with a thick strip torn from his undershirt, was rolled back onto the bench, well out of range of any casual glance from the door. Then Connor settled his clothing, donned the helmet he had lost during the brief struggle, and, taking a deep breath, he stepped out into the corridor, closing the door of the waiting room behind him. He might have 5 minutes, perhaps more, before the hunt would be on, and now that he was again wearing a sword, there was nothing to distinguish him from any other of the hundreds of arcs on the streets of Prime. The streets of Prime. The sooner he got away from those same streets, the better. This escape was all pure improvisation, and it might work all the more effectively because of that. But he wanted to get away from Prime as quickly as he could. He covered the remainder of the corridor with the brisk strides of a man on an official errand, and came out of the building on a copter landing some 20 floors above ground level. One of the Dragonfly machines had just deposited a veteran and was about to rise when Connor waved. The pilot waited for him impatiently. "Where to?" It was a pity he did not know more of the geography of the city, but he was sure that it would do little good to approach the spaceport or any of the transcontinent airports. Those were well guarded, and the alarm would be flashed to them the moment his escape was detected. A little rattled by the pilot's demand, he gave as his destination the only place in the city where he had been before, the hiring hall. They arose and drifted west, while Connor attempted to identify points below. Would escape by water be possible? There were only 5 surface roads out of Prime, and each passed a patrolled barrier, where vehicles were searched for smuggled goods. "Here you are." The copter came to rest on a hiring hall staging. Connor gave curt thanks and took the lift down, heading not to the hall itself, nor to any of the levels where the enlistment officers had their cubbies, but straight to the one place he thought would offer not only concealment for a space, but help in planning his next move. The record room was as quiet as it had been the first time he had stepped within its soundproof doors. One booth near the entrance displayed the light which signified occupancy, but the rest were dark. Connor punched for 4 packs in rapid succession, and with them retreated to the booth at the far end of the row. Feeding his packs into the machine, he settled back in the reclining chair. 3/4 of an hour later, the last pack had spun to its conclusion. So, now he possessed 2 possible answers to his dilemma. He removed the headpiece, but did not leave the seat. Well, at least he was given a choice. On impulse, he went to the door of the booth to survey the room. The light on the other booth had gone out, but now there were 3 others in use. Was that suspicious? Did it show an unusual amount of study for one interval, or was some big expedition being planned? He could not see any way that they might have traced him here. The logical move for any escape would be to get out of Prime with the least possible delay. Certainly they would not expect to find him using record packs in the hiring hall archives. 2 ways. His mind returned to the problem as he settled down in the booth to stare unseeingly at the ceiling and try to plan. The sea way. He was able to swim, though he had not had much practice lately, and the underground ways built by the old ones. Would the combat police believe that, having been captured down there, he would be reluctant to try the maze of passages for a second time? He was hungry. The carefully balanced prison diet had not been intended to build up any store of energy, and he didn't quite dare to enter the transient mess here. Could not, in fact, without displaying the armlet, which would betray him at once. First things first. Let him get out of Prime, and then he could worry about food. Out of Prime. The 2 choices were still before him. And sitting here was not speeding him on his way. He had absorbed all the information the record packs held. It was time to go. And in a snap second, Connor made his decision. The oldest building in modern Prime was the Histolaboratory Museum. Since history was not a subject popular with the general public on Terra, the building was never crowded. But according to one of the packs Connor had just consulted, it had been erected on the foundations of a pre-war structure, and so it might provide an entrance to the ancient underground ways said to feed all buildings of that era. 1,000 to 1 chance, but he had been trained to consider such chances. Connor gathered up the packs and left the booth. 3 others were still occupied, and he hurried past their doors. He returned the packs and went out, concentrating on presenting an unhurried, casual demeanor. Luckily, the building he sought was not more than 3 blocks away, and his uniform would render him anonymous on the streets. As he went down the 4 wide steps to the pavement, he was aware of a clatter behind him. Someone in a hurry. He quickened his pace and caught his thumb in his belt not too far from the hilt of his sword. If he were cornered now, he would fight. Better to be cooked at once in a blaster flame than live in a labor camp for life. A hand clamped hard above his elbow, dragging his fingers away from his weapon before he could draw it. To the right and left, grim-faced arcs had fallen into step with him. "Keep marching." Connor did, mechanically. His eyes, after one wild glance, centered straight ahead. But they were not herding him toward headquarters. No copters settled down at their signal to collect guards and prisoners. They were still headed for the museum. Unable to guess what was going to happen now, Kana simply kept on between his silent companions. To anyone passing, they might have been three friends on a sightseeing tour of Prime. Just before they reached the entrance to the museum, the man who had kept that paralyzing grip on his arm spoke. "In here." Completely bewildered, Kana turned in, the other two matching him step for step. They met no one in the wide hall lined with cases containing pre-war relics unearthed in the vicinity, and no one appeared as they stepped on the down conveyor which lowered them to the depths under the street. That sudden pickup when he had believed himself safe had been a stunning blow, but now Kana was recovering, marshaling his energy to try another break at the first opportunity. But why had he been brought here? Could it be that they were under the impression that he was a member of some secret organization, the one Hansu had hinted about, and expected him to lead them to his comrades? Curiosity replaced surprise, and he resigned himself to wait until they showed their hand one way or another. More hallways and exhibit cases, gloomy rooms with displays or ranks of filing cabinets. Once or twice they sighted a man at work at desk or file, but none looked up or appeared aware of Kana and his escort. The three might have been invisible. They marched on until they reached the end of that maze, a single large room crowded with machinery which probably was a heating or air conditioning unit. Then the guard at his left took several paces ahead, threading through the machinery to an inconspicuous door, which gave on a flight of stairs leading down into a dimly lit area, where several small track-running trucks were pulled up at a platform. There were men loading bulky packages on these, but they, too, gave the three no heed. "In." A pointing finger emphasized the order, and Kana climbed into an unloaded truck, hunkering down on a small seat. One of his companions took his place on an even smaller rest in front, and the other crowded in beside him. The vehicle started away from the platform, gathering speed as it spun along the rails, and then whipped into the semi-darkness of a tunnel opening. Were they on their way to headquarters? But why travel underground when it would have been much easier to bundle him into a copter and make the short trip in the open? As the minutes of their swift journey began to pile up, Kana guessed that now they were not only beyond headquarters, but that they must be fast approaching the limits of Prime itself. He was completely confused over direction. They might have been out under the floor of the bay, or far inland, when the car came to a stop beside a second platform, and his guards ordered him out of it. This time they did not ascend, but walked along a lighted side corridor into a place of regulated activity. Here, too, were series of file-filled rooms, and some laboratories with busy workers. "In here." Again, Kana obeyed that command, entered a room, and stopped short. 3 hours, 10 minutes. Hansu was consulting his watch. Now he turned to the man beside him, the man wearing a deputy commander's uniform. "Pay me that half credit, Matt. I told you he could do it. Only a fraction slow, but entirely sure. I know my candidate." The other drew a coin from his belt pouch and solemnly passed it over. Kana shut his mouth, for the high brass who had just dropped that metal token in the blade master's waiting palm had, not long before, sat granite-faced to sentence him to a labor camp for life. Now Hansu's attention came back to him, and Kana found himself measured with a critical stare. "Rather lively for a dead man," was the blade master's strange comment. "You," he pointed an accusing finger, "were blasted an hour ago when you tried to force your way on board a transport to the islands." For the second time Kana opened his mouth, and this time he was able to get out words. "Interesting. If true, sir." Hansu was grinning with an open light-heartedness Kana had never seen him display before. "Amusing dramatics." Still his explanation made little sense. "Welcome to Prime, the real Prime, and meet its governor, Commander Matthias." "You pick up your cues well, son." The commander nodded at Kana approvingly. "Made that escape as smoothly as if you had had a chance to rehearse it." "I told you," Hansu broke in. "He's good enough to make it worthwhile enlisting him." Kana began to understand why he had been left in that corridor waiting room at headquarters, how he had been able to trick the guard so easily. "You set up that break for me," he said, half accusingly. "Did you have me tailed?" "No, your escape had to look natural. We just supplied the time, place, and opportunity, the raw materials, as it were. The rest was up to you, Hansu replied. Then how did your men find me? Through those packs you dialed out of the archives. That combination was a giveaway. History of Prime, ancient remains in the Prime District, the seacoast, map of Prime. All asked for at the same time by one person. So we just sent the boys along to pick you up. Kana dropped down on a bench without having been invited to such relaxation. This was moving a little too fast for him. Easy, logical. But everything Hansu said spoke of a city-wide net of surveillance, of a tight and well-functioning organization. What kind and for what purpose? And the labor camp? He asked the first question of the many in his mind at that moment. Oh, there are labor camps, right enough, supposedly established for criminals and malcontents of all kinds, the commander returned cheerfully. Only we differ somewhat from the CC agents in our definition of both labor camp and crime against the galactic peace. And those agents would be quite surprised if they visited any camps except the 2 or 3 we maintain for official display purposes. Right now, you're in what might be termed Camp Number 1, and we can introduce you to a lot of hardened offenders against the status quo if you wish. So you're going to serve the sentence which was imposed on you this morning. There's no getting around that. However, I don't believe you will offer any objections to your fate. Hansu hasn't. Or do you harbor some deep, dark reservations, Trigg? The Blade Master's grin grew even broader. Not that you can see, Matt. I'll toil under your whips just as long as you'll persuade the powers that be to let me. I only wish that I had been let into the whole secret a lot earlier in life. There are a lot of things I could have done, he ended on a wistful note. What about Costi and Larson, sir, and the rest of the horde on Fron? Costi and Larson earthed in the far south and have been picked up by our men. The CC agents won't even know about them. As for the horde, well, that will take some arranging here and there. For the present, they're safe with the Venturi, and I think we can make a deal with those traitors. They're the sort we want to contact. We'll lift the horde out of that pinch before those renegades and the CC get to them. On the other hand, we can't slap Device down or spill all we have discovered about his backers. But the Venturi will be allowed in on part of the secret, so that they will know you have not gone back on your word. Here in Prime 2, we have a rather odd idea that promises should be kept, if it is humanly possible. Kana felt as if he had been whirled through space without benefit of a ship. If someone would just explain everything from the beginning, carefully, and in words simple enough for his reeling mind to gather in, he would be happier. You'd like a few facts, wouldn't you? Commander Matthias might have been reading his thoughts. Well, this setup isn't so simple that it can be explained in a couple of sentences. The whole project reaches back into our past, 300 years back. You know, if you asked Anagaratan or Arasami what he thought of a Terran, he'd paint you a mighty crude picture of a simple-minded barbarian. That has been our shield all along, and we have fostered the idea that we are rude savages of limited intelligence. It inflates the ego of the enemy and doesn't bother us at all. In reality, Terra for at least 250 years has been a double world, though that fact is known to a relatively small number of her inhabitants. One Terra and one Prime was fitted quickly and neatly into the pattern Central Control demanded, and is a law-abiding member of their lesser confederacy, content with the role of third-class citizenship. But in the past 100 years, one troop transport in every 20 which lifted from this planet was no troop transport at all, but a pioneer carrier. Men and women selected for certain qualities of mind and body, survivor types, went out in deep sleep to settle on planets our mercenaries had explored. On some of those worlds, the native races had dwindled and retrogressed until civilization had faded almost to extinction. Others were bare of intelligent life, or had dominant races, young, vigorous, and humanoid, with whom we could interbreed. There is even reason to believe that the latter may be descendants of the passengers of those legendary starships which left this world during the nuclear wars, though the people have long since forgotten their origin. So Terrans have been planted secretly on almost 1,000 worlds now. On 30, our colonies could not take root. Native diseases, adverse climatic changes, malignant life forms blotted them out. On 6 more, they are still fighting a war for survival. On the rest, they flourish and spread. Central Control has noted the decline in our planet birth rate. The fact that our race, which might have challenged the rule of the older groups, seems to be on the wane. They believe that this is due to their wise plans of the past. that as mercenaries we are bleeding our species out of existence. Only very recently have they had any hints as to what is really occurring. They may or may not have discovered that Terran combatants, almost always hired to serve on backward frontier planets, know of hidden colonies of their own kind, that our casualty lists often cover men who remain on the Earth there and not in it when their horde or legion returns to base. We are leaving Terra for the stars just as we planned from our first galactic flight, and now that Central Control suspects that, she is going to move against us. But she will discover that she is perhaps 10 generations too late. One cannot move against colonies on almost 1,000 different worlds, not and keep up the fiction of justice to all, which must be maintained to preserve their carefully guarded balance of power. You are forgetting our allies, Hansu pointed out. The man in the field does right to correct the desk merchant at home, Matthias conceded. Yes, several other young and vigorous races have fallen under the same ban against exploration and colonization which CC attempted to force upon us. And when these discriminated against XTs learned what we were doing, usually from our AL men sent to explain it in detail, they copied our methods all the way. There are about 20 of these worlds now following our pattern. This trouble on Fron, the bald design of crediting a massacre of patrolmen to an outlawed horde, the betrayal of York and his officers, is a blow back at us and may bring the whole scheme into the open. If so, we don't really care too much. We've been preparing lately for such an eventuality, and we have our case far better organized for a general hearing than they suspect. Too much of their planning won't bear the light of day. In the meantime, he nodded to Hansu as if suggesting that it was now time for the Blade Master to take over. In the meantime, operations shall continue as usual, both here and out in space. And as an AL man, you're going to labor all right, just as you were sentenced to do. Kana took it all in at last. I'll accept that sentence gladly, sir. When and where do I begin? Hansu crossed to the wall and pulled down the map hanging there, and the galaxy was spread out for their viewing. They've tried to keep a guard on the stars, and they have failed. No race or species has the power to do that, ever. You have a wide choice of operations, son. The whole of space is free. Star Rangers. Prologue. There is an old legend concerning a Roman emperor who, to show his power, singled out the tribune of a loyal legion and commanded that he march his men across Asia to the end of the world. And so 1,000 men vanished into the hinterland of the largest continent, to be swallowed up forever. On some unknown battlefield, the last handful of survivors must have formed a square which was overwhelmed by a barbarian charge, and their eagle may have stood lonely and tarnished in a horsehide tent for a generation thereafter. But it may be guessed, by those who know of the pride of these men in their core and tradition, that they did march east as long as one still remained on his feet. In 8054 A.D., history repeated itself, as it always does. The first galactic empire was breaking up. Dictators, emperors, consolidators wrested the rulership of their own or kindred solar systems from central control. Space pirates raised flags and recruited fleets to gorge on spoil plundered from this wreckage. It was a time in which only the ruthless could flourish. Here and there a man or a group of men tried vainly to dam the flood of disaster and disunion. And notable among these last-ditch fighters who refused to throw aside their belief in the impartial rule of central control were the remnants of the Stellar Patrol, a law enforcement body whose authority had existed unchallenged for almost 1,000 years. Perhaps it was because there was no longer any security to be found outside their own ranks that these men clung the closer to what seemed in the New Age to be an outworn code of ethics and morals, and their stubborn loyalty to a vanished ideal was both exasperating and pitiful to the new rulers. Jorkan Dester, the last control agent of Perun, who was nursing certain ambitions of his own, solved in the Roman manner the problem of ridding his sector of the patrol. He summoned the half-dozen officers still commanding navigable ships and ordered them, under the seal of the control, out into space to locate, as he said, and remap forgotten galactic border systems no one had visited in at least 4 generations. He offered a vague promise to establish new bases from which the patrol might rise again, invigorated and revived to fight for the control ideals. And faithful to their very ancient trust, they launched this mission, undermanned, poorly supplied, without real hope, but determined to carry out orders to the last. One of these ships was the scout, Starfire. 1. Last Port. The patrol ship Starfire came into her last port at early morning. She made a bad landing, for 2 of her eroded tubes blew just as the pilot tried to set her down. She had bounced then, bounced and buckled, and now she lay on her meteor-scarred side. Ranger Sergeant Carter nursed his left wrist in his right hand and licked blood from bitten lips. The port wall of the pilot's cubby had become the floor, and the latch of its door dug into one of his shaking knees. Of his companions, Latimer had not survived the landing. One glance at the crazy twisted angle of the astrogator's black head told Carter that. And Miriam, the pilot, hung limply in the torn shock webs before the control board. Blood rilled down his cheeks and dripped from his chin. Did dead men continue to bleed? Carter didn't think so. He drew a slow experimental breath of his own and knew relief when it was not followed by a stab of pain. Ribs were still intact then, in spite of the slam which had smashed him into his present position. He grinned mirthlessly as he stretched arms and legs with the same caution. Sometimes it paid to be a tough, uncivilized frontier barbarian. The lights flickered and went off. It was then that Carter almost panicked, in spite of his carefully nurtured veteran's calm. He grabbed at the door latch and pulled. Sharp stabs of agony shot from his injured wrist and jerked him back to sanity. He wasn't sealed in. The door had moved an inch or so. He could get out. Must get out and find the medico to look at Miriam. The pilot should not be moved until they knew the extent of his injuries. Then Carter remembered. The medico wasn't around anymore. Hadn't been with them since 3, or was it 4, planets back. The ranger shook his aching head and frowned. That loss of memory was almost worse than the pain in his arm. He mustn't lose his grip. 3 planet landings back, that was it, when they had beaten off the Greenies' rush after the ship's nose blaster had gone dead on them. Medico torque had gone down, a poison dart right through his throat. Carter shook his head again and began to work patiently with one hand at the door. It seemed a very long time before he was able to force it open far enough for a person to squeeze through. A blue beam suddenly shot up at him through the gap. Carter, Latimer, Miriam. The roll call followed the light. Only one man on board carried a blue torch. Rolf. Carter identified him. Somehow it was encouraging that it should be one of his own squad of specialist explorers waiting below. Latimer got it, but Miriam is still living, I think. Can you come up? My wrist seems to be broken. He edged back to let the other squirm through. The thin blue spear of light swept across Latimer's body and centered on the pilot. Then the torch tube was thrust into Carter's good hand as Rolf crawled over to untangle the webbing which held the unconscious man. How bad are we? Carter raised his voice to be heard over the moans now coming from the pilot. I do not know. Our ranger quarters came through all right, but the hatch to the drive section is jammed, and when I beat on it there was no answer. Carter tried to remember who had been on duty with the drive. They were so ruinously short-handed that everyone was doing another's job. Even the rangers were pressed into the once jealously guarded patrol duties. It had been that way ever since the Greenie attack. Kata! A call, more hiss than word, came from the passage. Okay, the sergeant responded almost automatically. Got a real light, Zinga? Rolf's up here, but you know how far his 2 for a credit shiner goes. File is hunting out one of the big spots, the newcomer answered. You have trouble? Latimer is dead. Miriam's still breathing, but there's no telling how bad he is hurt. Rolf says that the drive room gang didn't answer at all. You all right? Yes. File and I and Smith of the crew. We were bumped a little, but nothing serious. Ha! A yellow-red beam of some brilliance silhouetted the speaker. File brings a battle torch. Zinga climbed up and went to work with Rolf. They had Miriam free and flat on the plating before Carter asked his next question. How about the captain? Zinga turned his head slowly, almost as if he were unwilling to answer that. His agitation, as usual, was betrayed by the quiver in the pointed neck frill of skin, which would not lie flat on his shoulders when he was worried or excited. "Smith has gone to seek him. We do not know one spot of luck in the whole knockout." That was Rolf, his voice, as usual, unemotional. "This is an Earth-type planet. Since we aren't going to lift off it again in a hurry, we'd better thank the spirit of space for that." An Earth-type planet, one on which the crew of this particular ship could breathe without helmets, walk without discomfort of alien gravity, probably eat and drink natural products without fear of sudden death. Carter eased his wrist across his knee. That was pure luck. The Starfire might have blown anywhere within the past 3 months. She had been held together only with wire and hope, but to blow on an Earth-type world was better fortune for her survivors than they would have dared pray for after the black disappointments of the past few years. Years of too many missions and no refittings. "It hasn't been burnt off either," he observed almost absently. "Why should it have been?" inquired File, his voice tinged with almost cheerful mockery, but mockery which also had a bite in it. "This system is far off our maps, very far removed from all the benefits of our civilizations." The benefits of central control civilization, yes. Carter blinked as that struck home. His own planet, Yelene, had been burnt off 5 years ago, during the two-sector rebellion, and yet he sometimes still dreamed of taking the mail packet back, of wearing his ranger uniform, proud with the 5-sector bars and the far-roving star, of going up into the forest country, to a little village by the North Sea. Burnt off. He had never been able to visualize boiled rock where that village had stood, or the dead cinder which was the present Yelene, a horrible monument to planetary war. Zynga worked on his wrist and put it in a sling. Carter was able to help himself as they angled Miriam through the door. By the time they had the pilot resting in the lounge, the patrolman, Smith, came in, towing a figure so masked in head bandages as to be unrecognizable. "Commander Vibor?" Carter hazarded. He was on his feet, his shoulders squared, his heels brought smartly together, so that the Vliss hide of his boots rasped faintly. The bandaged head swung toward him. "Ranger Carter?" "Yes, sir." "Who else?" The voice began with customary briskness, but then it trailed off into a disconcerting silence. Carter frowned. The Vliss skin gave off another whisper as he shifted his feet. "Of the patrol, Latimer is dead, sir. We have Miriam here, hurt, and Smith is okay. The Rangers File, Roth, Zynga, and myself are all right. Roth reports that the drive-room hatch is jammed and that no one replied when he pounded on it. We will investigate that now, sir. Also the crew's quarters." Yes. Carry on, Ranger." Smith jumped just in time to catch and ease that lank, limp body to the floor. Commander Vibor was in no shape to resume command. Carter knew again a touch of that panic which had gripped him when the lights had failed. Commander Vibor, the man they had come to believe was a rock of certainty and security in their chaotic world. He sucked in the tainted air of the too-old ship and accepted the situation. "Smith!" He turned first to the patrol comtechneer, who, by all the rigid rules of the service, certainly outranked a mere ranger sergeant. "Can you take over with the commander and Miriam?" Smith did have some medical training. He had acted as Torque's assistant once or twice. "Right." The shorter man did not even look up as he bent over the moaning pilot. "Go along and check the rest of the wreckage, Flyboy." Flyboy, eh? Well, the high and mighty senior service of the patrol should be glad that the Flyboys were with them during this tour of duty. Rangers were trained to calculate and use the products of any strange world. After a crack-up, they would certainly be more at home in an alien wilderness than patrol crewmen. Holding his injured arm tightly to his chest, Carter made his way back along the corridor, followed by the begoggled Rolf, his eyes shaded against what was to him the violent fire cast by the ordinary beam torch the sergeant clutched in his good hand. Zynga and File brought up the rear, having armed themselves, as Carter noted, with a portable flamer to cut through jammed bulkheads. Even with that, it took them a good 10 minutes to break the hatch of the drive-room, and in spite of the clamor they made during the process, there came no answer from within. Carter steeled himself inwardly and pushed through first. He looked only once at what was caught in the full shaft of his beam and then backed out, sick and shaking. The others, seeing his face, asked no questions. As he leaned against the edge of the battered door, fighting nausea, they all heard the pounding from the tail section. "Who?" File answered. "Armory and supplies. That would be Jackson, Cott, Snen, Dalgry." He counted them off on the tips of his claw-boned fingers. "They must be—" Yes, Carter was already leading the rescue party toward the sound. Again they had to apply the white-hot energy of the flamer to buckled metal. And then they must wait until the metal had cooled before 3 battered and blood-streaked men came crawling through. Jackson, yes. Carter would have wagered a year's pay credits that the tough, very tough, patrol arms officer would survive. And Snen and Dalgry. Jackson began to speak even before he got to his feet again. "How is it?" "Smith's okay. The commander has some head injuries. Mirion's bad. The rest—" Carter's hands swept out in a gesture from his childhood, one of those strange barbarian exuberances he had been so careful to suppress during his service years. "The ship? I'm a ranger, no patrol techneer. Maybe Smith could tell you better about that. He's the nearest to an expert that we have left." Jackson's fingernails rasped in the stubble on his unshaven chin. There was a long rip in his right sleeve, an oozing scratch under it. He stared at the 3 rangers absently. Already he was probably cutting losses. If the Starfire could function again, it would be because of his drive and determination. "The planet?" "Arth-type. Mirion was trying to set down in what looked like open country when the tubes blew. No traces of civilization noted before landing." This information was Carter's own territory, and he answered with confidence. If the Rangers' sleds hadn't been too badly banged up, they could break one out soon and begin exploring. There was, of course, the fuel problem. There might be enough in sled tanks for one trip, with a very even chance that the scouting party would walk home. Unless the Starfire was definitely done for and they could tap her supply, but that could all be gone into later. At least they could take a look now at their immediate surroundings. "We'll sortie." Carter's voice was crisp and assured and asked no permission from Jackson or any crewman. "Smith is with the commander and Mirion in the lounge." The patrol officer nodded. This return to routine was correct, right. It seemed to steady them all, Carter observed, as he found his way into the ranger's own domain. File was there before him, freeing their packs from the general jumble the crash had made of their supplies. Carter shook his head. "Not full packs. We won't go more than a quarter mile. And Rolf," he added over his shoulder to the begoggled Faltharian in the doorway, "you stay here. Arth's sun is bad for your eyes. Your turn will come after nightfall." Rolf nodded and went toward the lounge. Carter picked up an explorer's belt with one hand, but Zinga took it from him. "This I do. Stand still." The others scaled digits, buckled and snapped the bliss hide band and its dangling accoutrements about the sergeant's flat waist. He gave a wriggle to settle the weight in the familiar balance. No need to pick up a disruptor. He couldn't fire it with one hand. The short blaster would have to serve as his sole weapon. Luckily, they had not landed airlock side down. To burn and burrow their way out was a job none of them would have cared for just then. But they only had to hammer loose the hatch and climb through, Carter being boosted by his companions. End of Side 5. Side 6, Star Soldiers, by Andre Norton. Continuing on page 253. Then they slid down the dull and scored metal to the still smoking ground, ran across that to the clean earth beyond the range of the blast. Once there, they halted and wheeled to look back at the ship. "Bad." File's chirp put all their dismay into words. "She will not lift from here again." Well, Carter was no mech techneer, but he would endorse that. The wrenched and broken-backed ship before them would certainly never ride the space lanes again, even if they could get her to a refitting dock. And the nearest of those was, space knew how many suns away. "Why should we worry about that?" asked Singo mildly. "Since we first set out on this voyage, we guessed that there would be, for us, no return." Yes, they had feared that deep in their hearts, in the backs of their minds, with that flutter of terror and loneliness which plucked at a man's nerves as he rode between system and stars. But none of them had before admitted it openly to another. None, unless maybe the humans had not admitted it, but the Bemis might have. Loneliness had long since become a part of their lives. They were so often the only individuals of their respective species aboard a ship. If Carter felt alien in patrol crews because he was not only a specialized ranger but also a barbarian from a frontier system, what must File or Zynga feel, they who could not even claim the kinship of a common species? Carter turned away from the broken ship to study the sandy waste studded with rock outcrops. It must be close to midday, and the sun beat down heavily upon them. Under this wave of heat, Zynga thrived. His frills spread wide, making a fan behind his hairless head, pulsing a darker red with every passing moment. His slender tongue flickered in and out between his yellow lips, but File moved to the protection of the shadow by the rocks. This was desert land. Carter's nostrils expanded, taking in and classifying strange scents. No life except... His head snapped to the left. Life. But Zynga was before him, his big four-toed feet running lightly over sand, the thin webs between the toes keeping the reptilian ranger from sinking into the stuff through which the others slipped and slid. When Carter joined him, the tall Zakathan was squatting beside a rock on which curled a whiplash of scaled body. A narrow head swung up, a tongue flickered in and out. Carter stopped and tried mind touch. Yes, this was native life. Alien, of course. A mammal he might have made contact with. But this was reptile. Zynga might not have the same mind-touch power that the sergeant possessed, but this creature was distantly of his own kind. Could he make friends? Carter fought to catch and interpret those strange impressions which hovered just on the borderline of thought waves he could read. The creature had been alarmed at their coming, but now it was interested in Zynga. It had a high degree of self-confidence, a confidence which argued that it must have a natural weapon of potency. "It has poison fangs," Zynga answered that question for him, "and it does not like your scent. I think that you may suggest some natural enemy, but me it does not mind. It cannot tell us much. It is not a thinker." The Zakathan touched a horny fingertip to the creature's head. It permitted this liberty warily, and when Zynga rose to his feet, its head lifted also, swinging higher above the coils of its body as if to watch him the better. "It will be of little use to us, and to your kind it may be deadly. I shall send it away." Zynga stared down at the coiled creature. Its head began to sway in a short arc. Then it hissed and was gone, slipping into a crack between the rocks. "Come here, leaden feet." File's voice drifted down from the sky. The Tristian's feather-crested head, with its large round eyes, unlidded, looked down from the tallest of the rock peaks. Carter sighed. That climb might be nothing at all for the birdman with his light bones, but he certainly dreaded to try it, with only one hand in working order. "What do you see?" he asked. "There are growing things, over there." The golden arms above his head swung eastward, the large thumb claw out in added emphasis. Zynga was already scuttling up the side of the sun-baked rock. "How far?" Carter demanded. File squinted and considered. "Perhaps 2 fals." "Space measure, please," Carter pleaded patiently. In his aching head he simply could not translate the measures of File's home planet into human terms. Zynga answered, "Maybe a good mile. The growing things are green." "Green?" Well, that wasn't too strange. Yellow-green and blue-green and dull purple, red, yellow, even sickly white. He had seen all kinds and colors of vegetation since he had put on the comet insignia. "But this is a different green." The Zakathan's words floated down slowly, as if Zynga was now puzzled by the evidence before his eyes. And Carter knew that he must see too. As a ranger-explorer, he had walked the soil of countless planets in myriad systems. Nowadays he found it hard to reckon how many. There were some easy to remember, of course, because of their horror or their strange inhabitants. But the rest were only a maze of color and odd life in his mind. He had to refer to old reports and the ship's log to recall facts. The thrill he had once known when he pushed for the first time through alien vegetation or tried to catch the mind waves of things he could not see had long since gone. But now, as he scrabbled for a handhold and dug the toes of his boots into hollows in the gritty rock, he began to recapture a faint trace of that forgotten emotion. Claw fingers and scaled digits reached down to hook in his shoulder harness and belt and heave him up to the narrow top of the spur. He flinched from the heat of the stone and shielded his eyes against the glare with his cupped hands. What File had discovered was easy to see, and that prick of excitement stirred again far inside him. For that ribbon of vegetation was green. But the green, it had no yellow tint, and none of the blue cast it would have held on his own vanished Yeleen. It was a verdant green, such as he had never set eyes upon before, running in a thin line across the desert country as if it followed some source of moisture. He blinked to clear his sight, and then, knowing that his natural powers at that range were far inferior to File's, he unhooked his visibility lenses. It was hard work to adjust them with only one hand, but at last he was able to turn them on that distant ribbon. Trees, bushes, leaped at him across the baked rock. He might almost touch one of those leaves, trembling in the passing of some faint breeze. And under that same cluster of leaves he caught a fleck of dancing light. He had been right. That was flowing water. Slowly he turned, the lenses at his eyes, Zynga's hands closing on his hips to steady him as he moved, following that green streak north. Miles ahead it widened, spread into a vast splotch of the restful color. They must have crashed close to the edge of the desert, and that river could guide them north to life. File stirred beside him, and Carter tipped the lenses skyward, having caught in his mind that faraway shimmer of life force. Wide wings wheeled and dipped. He saw the cruel curve of a hunter's beak and strong talons as the sky creatures sailed proudly over them. "I like this world." Zynga's hissing speech broke the silence. "And I think for us it will be right. Here are those of my blood, even if far distant, and there in the sky is one akin to you, File. Do you not wish sometimes that your ancestors had not shed their wings along the path they trod to wisdom?" File shrugged. "What of the tails and fighting claws your people dropped behind, my brave Zynga? And Carter's race once went with fur upon them, maybe tailed too. Many animals are. One cannot have everything." But he continued to watch the bird until it was out of even his range of sight. "We might try getting one of the sleds loose. There ought to be enough fuel left to take us as far as that patch of green in the north. Where there is grass, there should be food." Carter heard a faint snicker from Zynga. "Can it be that our Bemian animal lover has turned hunter? Could he kill to eat?" But the supplies were low in the ship, if any had survived the crash. Sooner or later they would have to live off the land, and meat would be necessary for life. The sergeant forced himself to think of that in what he hoped was a sensible fashion. But still he was not sure that he could align the sights of a blaster and pull the trigger for the purpose of meat. No need to think of that until the time came. He hooked the lenses back on his belt. "Back to report?" File began to lower himself over the edge of the pinnacle. "Back to report," agreed Carter soberly. 2. Green Hills. A stream bed with vegetation, an indication of better land to the north. Request permission to break out one of the sleds and explore in that direction. It was disconcerting to report to a blank mask of bandages. Surprisingly difficult, Carter found. He stood at attention, waiting for the commander's response. "And the ship?" Sergeant Carter might have shrugged had etiquette permitted. Instead, he answered with some caution. "I'm no tech near, sir, but she looks done for." There it was, straight enough. Again he wished he could see the expression on the face under that roll upon roll of white plastic skin. The quiet in the lounge was broken only by the breath, whistling and labored, moving in and out of Mirion's torn lips. The pilot was still unconscious. Carter's wrist ached viciously, and after the clean air outside, the smog in the ship seemed almost too thick to stomach. "Permission granted. Return in 10 hours. But that answer sounded mechanical, as if Vibor were now only a recording machine, repeating sounds set on the wire long ago. That was the correct official order to be given when the ship planeted, and he gave it as he had so many countless times before. Carter saluted and detoured around Mirion to the door. He hoped that there was a sled ready to fly. Otherwise, they'd foot it as far as they could. Zynga hovered outside, his pack on his shoulders, Carter's dangling from one arm. "The port sled is free. We fueled it with cubes from the ship's supply." They had no right to do that ordinarily, but now it was sheer folly not to raid the stores when the Starfire would never use them again. Carter crawled over the battered hatch to the now open berth of the sled. File was already impatiently seated behind the windbreak testing the controls. "She'll fly?" File's head, the crest flat against the skull like some odd stiff mane of hair, swiveled, and his big reddish eyes met the sergeant's. The cynical mockery with which the Tristian met life was clear in his reply. "We will hope so. There is, of course, a fair chance that within seconds after I set us off, we will only be dust drifting through the air. Strap down, dear friends, strap down." Carter folded his long legs under him beside Zynga, and the Zakathan fastened the small shock web across them both. File's claws touched a button. The craft swept sidewise out of the hull of the Starfire, slowly, delicately, until they were well away from the ship. Then it arose swiftly with File's usual disregard for the niceties of speed adjustment. Carter merely swallowed and endured. "To the river and then along it. Hover 20 feet up." Not that File needed any such order. This was the sort of thing they had done before. Carter edged forward an inch or two to the spy port on the right. Zynga was already at the similar post on the left. It seemed only seconds before they were over water, looking down into the tangled mass of bright green which clothed its banks. Automatically, Carter classified and inventoried. It was not necessary this time to make detailed notes. File had triggered the scanner, and it should be recording as they flew. The motion of the sled sent air curving back against their sweating bodies. Carter's nostrils caught scents, some old, some new. The life below was far down the scale of intelligence, reptile, bird, insect. He thought that this desert country supported little else. But they did have two bits of luck to cling to, that this was an Earth planet, and that they had landed so close to the edge of the wasteland. Zynga scratched his scaled cheek reflectively. He loved the heat, his frill spread to its greatest extent. And Carter knew that the Zakathan would have much preferred to cross the burning sands on his own feet. He was radiating cheerful interest, almost, the sergeant thought, a little resentfully, as if he were one of the sleek, foppish officers of a control or sector base, being escorted on a carefully supervised sightseeing tour. But then Zynga always enjoyed living in the present. His long-eared race had plenty of time to taste the best of everything. The sled rode the air smoothly, purring gently. That last tune-up they had given her had done the trick after all, even though they had had to work from instructions recorded on a 10-year-old repair manual tape. She had been given the last of the condensers. They had practically no spare parts left now. "Zynga," Carter demanded suddenly of his seatmate, "were you ever in a real control fitting and repair port?" "No," replied the Zakathan cheerfully, "and I sometimes think that they are only stories invented for the amusement of the newly hatched. Since I was mustered into the service, we have always done the best we could to make our own repairs, with what we could find or steal. Once we had a complete overhaul. It took us almost 3 months. We had 2 wrecked ships to strip for other parts. What a wealth of supplies! That was on Carbon 5 space years ago. We still had a head mech techneer in the crew then, and he supervised the job. File, what was his name?" "Rattan. He was a robot from Perun. We lost him the next year in an acid lake on a blue star world. He was very good with engines, being one himself." "What has been happening to Central Control? To us?" asked Carter slowly. "Why don't we have proper equipment, supplies, new recruits?" "Breakdown," replied File crisply. "Maybe Central Control is too big, covers too many worlds, spreads its authority too thin and too far. Or perhaps it is too old so that it loses hold. Look at the sector wars, the pull for power between sector chiefs. Don't you think that Central Control would stop that, if it could?" "But the patrol—" File trilled laughter. "Ah, yes, the patrol. We are the stubborn survivals, the wrong-headed ones. We maintain that we, the stellar patrol, crewmen and rangers, still keep the peace and uphold galactic law. We fly here and there in ships which fall to pieces under us, because there is no longer those with the knowledge and skill to repair them properly. We fight pirates and search forgotten skies. For what, I wonder? We obey commands given to us over the signature of the 2 C's. We are fast becoming an anachronism, antiques still alive but better dead. And one by one we vanish from space. We should all be rounded up and set in some museum for the planet-bound to gawk at. Objects with no reasonable function. What will happen to central control, Carter wondered, and set his teeth as a lurch of the sled stabbed his arm against Zynga's tough ribs and jarred his wrist. The Galactic Empire. This Galactic Empire, pronounced the Zacathan, with a grin which told of his total disinterest in the matter, is falling apart. Within 5 years, we've lost touch with as many sectors, haven't we? CC is just a name now, as far as its power runs. In another generation, it may not even be remembered. We've had a long run, about 3,000 years, and the seams are beginning to gap. Sector wars now. The result? Chaos. We'll slip back fast, probably far back, maybe even into planet-tide barbarism with spaceflight forgotten. Then we'll start all over again. Maybe, was Files' pessimistic reply. But you and I, dear friend, will not be around to witness that new dawn. Zynga nodded agreement. Not that our absence will matter. We have found us a world to make the best of right here and now. How far off civilized maps are we? He asked the sergeant. They had flashed maps on the viewing screen in the ship, maps noted on tapes so old that the dates on them seemed wildly preposterous, maps of suns and stars no Voyager had visited in 2, 3, 5 generations, where Control had had no contact for 500 years. Carter had studied those maps for weeks, and on none of them had he seen this system. They were too far out, too near the frontier of the galaxy. The map tape which had carried the record of this world, provided there had ever been one at all, must have rusted away past using, forgotten in some pigeonhole of Control archives generations ago. Completely. He took a sort of sour pleasure in that answer. Completely off and completely out, Zynga commented brightly. Clear start for all of us. File, this river. It's getting a bit bigger, isn't it? The expanse of water below them was widening out. For some time now they had been coasting above greenery, first over shrubs and patches of short vegetation, and then clumps of quite fair-sized trees which gathered and bunched into woodland. Animal life there. Carter's mind snapped alert to the job on hand as the sled rose, climbing to follow the line of rise in the land beneath him. There was strong scents carried now by the wind they breasted, good scents, earth and growing things, the tang of water. They still hovered over the stream bed, and below the current was stronger, beating around and over rocks. Then the river curved around a point thick with trees, and before them, perhaps half a mile away, was a falls, a spray veil splashing over the rocky lip of a plateau. Files' claws played over the controls. The sled lost speed and altitude. He maneuvered it toward a scrap of sand which ran in a tongue from the rock and tree-lined shore. They dropped lightly, a perfect landing. Zynga leaned forward and clapped him on the shoulder. Consider yourself commended, Ranger. A beautiful landing, simply beautiful. His voice cracked as he tried, without much success, to reach the high note which might be sounded by a gushing female tourist. Carter scrambled awkwardly out of the seat and stood, feet braced a little apart in the sand. The water purled and rippled toward him over green-covered rocks. He was aware of small life flickers, water creatures about their business below its surface. He dropped to his knees and thrust his hand into the cool wet. It lapped about his wrist, moistened the edge of his tunic sleeve, and it was chill enough and clear enough to offer temptation he could not resist. "Going for a splash?" asked Zynga. "I am." Carter fumbled for the fastenings of his belt and slipped his arm carefully out of its sling. File sat cross-legged in the sand and watched them both, disapproval plain on his thin, delicate face, as they pulled off harness and uniforms. File had never willingly entered water, and he never would. The sergeant could not stifle an exclamation of pleasure as the water closed about him, rising from ankle to knee to waist as he waded out, feeling cautiously with exploring toes. Zynga kicked up waves, pushing on boldly until his feet were off bottom, and he tried his strength against the deeper currents of midstream. Carter longed for two good hands and to be able to join the Zakathan. The best he could do was duck and let the drops roll down him, washing away the mustiness of the ship, the taint of the too long voyage. "If you are now finished with this newly hatched nonsense," that was File, "may I remind you that we are supposed to be doing a job?" Carter was almost tempted to deny that. He wanted to stay where he was, but the bonds of discipline brought him back to the sand spit where, with the Christian's help, he pulled on the clothes he had taken a dislike to. Zynga had swum upstream, and Carter looked up just in time to see the yellow-gray body of the Zakathan leap through the mist below the falls. He sent a thought summons flying. But then there was a flash of brilliant color as a bird soared overhead to distract him. File stood with hands outstretched, a clear whistle swelling out of his throat. The bird changed course and wheeled about the two of them. Then it fluttered down to perch on the Tristan's great thumb claw, answering his trill with liquid notes of its own. Its blue feathers had an almost metallic sheen. For a long time it answered File, and then it took wing again, out over the water. The Tristan's crest was raised proud and high. Carter drew a full, deep breath. "That one is beautiful," he paid tribute. File nodded, but there was a hint of sadness about his thin lips as he answered, "It did not really understand me." Zynga dripped out of the water, hissing to himself as if he were about to go into battle. He transferred some object he had been holding in one hand to his mouth, chewed with an expression of rapture, and swallowed. "The water creatures are excellent," he observed. "Best I've tasted since Vassar City, when we had that broiled Kotyer dinner. Pity they're so small." "I only hope that your immunity shots are still working," Carter returned scathingly. "If you go all purple and die, it will only be my own fault." The Zakathan finished for him. "I agree, but fresh food is sometimes worth dying for. Formula 1A60 is not my idea of a proper meal. Well, and now, where do we wend our way?" Carter studied the plateau from which the river fell. The thick green above looked promising. They dared not venture too far into the unknown with such a small fuel supply and the return journey to plan for. Maybe a flight to the top of that cliff would provide them with a vantage point from which to examine the country beyond. He suggested that. "Up it is." File got back in the sled. "But not more than a half-mile, unless you are longing to walk back." This time Carter felt the slight sluggishness of their breakaway. He strained forward in his seat as if by willpower alone he could raise the sled out of the sand and up to the crest of the rock barrier. He knew that File would be able to nurse the last gasp of energy from the machine, but he had no longing to foot it back to the starfire. At the top of the cliff there seemed to be no landing place for them. The trees grew close to the stream edge, thick enough to make a solid carpet of green. But a quarter of a mile from the falls they came upon an island. It was really a miniature mesa, smoothed off almost level, around which the stream cut some 20 feet below. File set the sled down with not more than 4 feet on either side, separating them from the edge. The stone was hot, sun-baked, and Carter stood up in the sled, unslinging visibility lenses. On either side of the river, the trees and brush grew in an almost impassable wall. But northward he sighted hills, green and rolling, and the river crossed a plain. He was restoring the lenses to their holder when he sensed alien life. Down at the edge of the stream, a brown-furred animal had emerged from the woods. It squatted by the water to lap and then dabbled its front paws in the current. There was a flicker of silver spinning in the air, and the jaws of the beast snapped on the water creature it had flipped out of the water. "Splendid!" Zynga paid tribute to the feat. "I couldn't have done any better myself. Not a wasted motion." Delicately, Carter probed the mind behind that furry skull. There was intelligence of a sort, and he thought that he might appeal to it if he wished. But the animal did not know man or anything like man. Was this planet a wilderness with no superior life form? He asked that aloud, and File answered him. "Did that bump you received when we landed entirely addle your thinking process? A slice of wilderness may be found on many planets, and because this creature below does not know of any superior to itself, does not certify that such do not exist elsewhere." Zynga had propped his head on his two hands and was staring out toward the distant plain and hills. "Green hills," he muttered. "Green hills and water full of very excellent food. The spirit of space is smiling on us this once. Do you wish to ask questions of our fishing friend below?" "No, and it is not alone. Something grazes behind that clump of pointed trees, and there are other lives. They fear each other. They live by claw and fang." "Primitive," catalogued File, and then conceded generously, "Perhaps you are right, Carter. Perhaps there is no human or Bemmy overload in this world." "I trust not." Zynga raised both his first and second eyelids to their fullest extent. "I long to pit my wits, daring adventurer style, against some fiendish, intelligent monster." Carter grinned. For some reason he had always found the reptile-ancestored brain of the Zacathan more closely akin to his own thinking processes than he ever did File's cool detachment. Zynga entered into life with zest, while the Christian was, in spite of physical participation, always the onlooker. "Maybe we can locate some settlement of your fiendish monsters among those hills," he suggested. "What about it, File? Dare we try to reach them?" "No." File was measuring with a claw tip the gauge on the control panel. "We've enough to get us back to the ship from here, and that is all." "If we all hold our breath and push," murmured the Zacathan. "All right, and if we have to sit down, we'll walk. There is nothing better than to feel good hot sand ooze up between one's toes." He sighed languorously. The sled arose, startling the brown-coated fisherman. It sat on its haunches, one dripping paw raised, to watch them go. Carter caught its mild astonishment, but it had no fear of them. It had few enemies and did not expect those to fly through the air. As they swung around, Carter tried an experiment and sent a darting flash of goodwill into that primitive brain. He looked back. The animal had risen to its hind legs and stood, man-fashion, its front paws dangling loosely, staring after the sled. They passed over the falls, so low that the spray beaded their skins. Carter caught his lower lip between his teeth and bit down on it. Was that only Files flying, or did power failure drive them down? He had no desire to ask that question openly. "To follow the river back," Zynga pointed out, "is to take the long way around. If we cut across country from that peak, we ought to hit the ship." Carter saw and nodded. "How about it, File? Stick to the water or not?" The Christian hunched his shoulders in his equivalent of a shrug. "Quicker, yes," and he pointed the sled's bow to the right. They left the stream thread. A carpet of trees lay beneath them, and then a scrubby clearing in which a group of 5 red-brown animals grazed. One tossed its head skyward, and Carter saw the sun glint on long, cruel horns. "I wonder," mused Zynga, "if they ever do any disputing with our riverbank friend. He had some pretty formidable claws. And those horns are not just for adornment. Or maybe they have some kind of treaty of non-aggression. Then," observed File, "they would be locked in deadly combat most of the time." "You know," Zynga stared at the back of File's crested head fondly, "you're a very useful Bemmy, my friend. With you along, we never have to wear ourselves out expecting the worst. You have it all figured out for us. What would we ever do without your dark, dark eyes fixed upon the future?" The trees and shrubs below were growing fewer. Rock and sections of baked, creviced earth and the queer, twisted plants which seemed native to the desert appeared in larger and larger patches. "Wait." Carter's hand shot out to touch File's arm. "To the right. There." The sled obediently swooped and came down on a patch of level earth. Carter scrambled out, brushed through the fringe of stunted bush to come out upon the edge of what he had sighted from the air. The other two joined him. Zynga dropped upon one knee and touched the white section almost gingerly. "Not natural," he gave his verdict. Sand and earth had drifted and buried it. Only here had some freak of the scouring wind cleared that patch to betray it. Pavement. An artificial pavement. Zynga went to the right, File left, for perhaps 40 feet. They squatted and, using their belt knives, dug into the soil. Within seconds, each had uncovered a hard surface. "A road." Carter, kicked more sand away. "Surface transportation here at one time, then. How long ago do you guess?" File shifted the loosened soil through his claws. "Here is heat and dryness, and I think not too many storms. Also, the vegetation does spread as it would in jungle country. It may be 10 years, 1,000, or 10,000, Carter ended for him. But the spark of excitement within him was being fanned into more vigorous life. So there had been superior life here. Man, or something, had built a road on which to travel, and roads usually led to... The sergeant turned to File. "Do you think we could pry enough fuel out of the main drive to bring the sled back here with the Taylor mounted?" File considered. "We might, if we didn't need fuel for anything else." Carter's excitement faded. They would need it for other work. The commander and Miriam would have to be transported on it when they left the ship, supplies carried, all that they would require to set up a camp in the more hospitable hill country. He kicked regretfully at the patch of pavement. Once it would have been his duty as well as his pleasure to follow that thin clue to its source. Now it was his duty to forget it. He walked heavily back to the sled, and none of them spoke as they were again airborne. 3. Mutiny. They circled the crumpled length of the Starfire and saw a figure waving from a point near her nose. When they landed the sled, Jackson was waiting. "Well?" he demanded harshly, almost before the sand had fallen away from the keel of the sled. "There's good, open, well-watered land to the north," Carter reported. "Animal life in a wilderness." "Eatable water creatures," Zynga broke in, licking his lips at the memory. "Any indications of civilization?" "An old road, buried, nothing else. The animals know no superior life form. We had the recorder on. I can run the wire through for the commander, if he wants it." "What do you mean?" The tone in Jackson's voice brought Carter up short, the reel of spy wire clutched in his good hand. "Commander Vibor," Jackson's answer came cold and hard, "believes it our duty to remain with the ship." "But why?" asked the sergeant in honest bewilderment. Nothing was ever going to raise the Starfire again. It was folly not to realize that at once and make plans on that basis. Carter did now what he seldom dared to attempt, tried to read the surface mind of the arms officer. There was worry there, worry and something else. A surprising, puzzling resentment when Jackson thought of him, Carter, or of any of the Rangers. Why? Did it stem back to the fact that the Ranger sergeant was not a child of the service, had not been reared of a patrol family in the tight grip of tradition and duty, as had the other human members of the crew? Was it because he was termed a Bemi lover and alien? He accepted that resentment as a fact, pigeonholed the memory of it to recall when he had to work with Jackson in the future. "Why?" The arms officer repeated Carter's question. "A commander has responsibilities. Even a ranger should realize that. Responsibilities—" "Which doom him to starve to death in a broken ship," cut in Zynga. "Come now, Jackson. Commander Vibor is an intelligent life form." Carter's fingers moved in the old warning signal. The Zacathan caught it and fell silent while the sergeant cut in quickly on the heels of the other's last word. "He will undoubtedly wish to see the record tape before making any plans anyway." "The commander is blind." Carter stopped short. "You are sure?" "Smith is. Tork might have been able to help him. We don't have the skill. The wounds go beyond the help of the medic first aid." "Well, I'll report." Carter started toward the ship, feeling as if he carried several pounds of lead in the sole of each boot, and some vast and undefinable burden had settled down upon his shoulders. Why, he asked himself dispiritedly as he climbed through the lock of the port, did he have this depression? Certainly leadership now in no way fell upon him. Both Jackson and Smith outranked the sergeant. As a warrant officer of Rangers, he was just barely within the borderline of the service as it was. But even knowing that did nothing to free him from this unease. "Carter reporting, sir." He came to attention before the masked man propped up against two bedrolls in the lounge. "Your report." The request was mechanical. Carter began to wonder if the other really heard him, or hearing understood a word he said. "We have crashed near the edge of a desert. By sled, the scouting party traveled north along a river to a well-watered, forested tract. Because of the limited supply of fuel, our cruising range was curtailed. but there is a section to the north which looks promising as a base for a camp. Life indications? Many animals of different types and breeds, on a low scale of intelligence. Only trace of civilization is a portion of roadway so covered as to argue long disuse. Animals have no memory of contact with superior life form. Dismissed. But Carter did not go. Pardon, sir, but have I your permission to break out what is left of the main drive energy supply to use when we arrange for transportation? The ship's supply? Are you completely mad? Certainly not. Report to Jackson for repair party duty. Repair party? Did Vibor honestly believe that there was the slightest chance of repairing the Starfire? Surely. The ranger hesitated at the door of the lounge and half-turned to go back. But guessing the uselessness of any further appeal made to Vibor, he went on to the ranger's quarters, where he found the others gathered. A smaller figure just within the doorway turned out to be Smith, who got up to face Carter as he came in. Any luck, Carter? He told me to report for repair party duty. Great winds of space, what does he mean? You may not believe it, answered the comtechneer, but he means just what he says. We are supposed to be repairing this hulk for a takeoff. But can't he see? Began Carter, and then bit his lip, remembering. That was just it. The commander could not see the present condition of the wrecked ship. But that was no excuse for Jackson or Smith not making it plain to him. As if he was able to pick that thought out of the air, the comtechneer answered, He won't listen to us. I was ordered to my quarters when I tried to tell him, and Jackson's only agreed with every order he's issued. But why would he do that? Jackson's no fool. He knows that we aren't going to lift again. The Starfire's done for. Smith leaned back against the wall. He was a small man, thin and tough and almost black with space tan. And now he appeared to share a portion of File's almost malicious detachment. The only things he had ever really loved were his communicators. Carter had seen him once furtively stroking the smooth plastic of their sides with a loving hand. Because of the old division of the ship's personnel, patrol crew and rangers, Carter did not know him very well. You can easily accept the idea that we're through, the comtechneer was saying now. You've never been tied to this hunk of metal the way we are. Your duty is on planets, not in space. The Starfire is a part of Vibor. He can't just walk into the wide blue now and forget all about her. Neither can Jackson. All right. I can believe that the ship might mean more to you, her regular crew, than she does to us, agreed Carter almost wearily. But she's a dead ship now, and nothing any of us or all of us can do will make her ready to lift again. We'd best leave her, try to establish a base somewhere near food and water. Cut clean from the past and begin again? Maybe. I can agree with you, intellectually. Only in suggesting that you'll come up against emotions, too, my young friends, and you'll find that another matter altogether. And why, asked Carter slowly, is it up to me to deal with anything? Process of elimination elects you. If we're grounded past hope of escape, who is the best able to understand our problems? Someone who has spent his life in space almost since childhood, or a ranger? What are you going to do? But Carter refused to answer that. The longer Smith needled him in that fashion, the more uneasy he became. He had never been treated with such frankness by a crew officer. The commander will decide, he began. Then Smith laughed, a short, harsh sound, which lacked any thread of mirth. So you're afraid to face up to it, flyboy? I thought you rangers could never be rattled, that the fearless, untamed explorers would... Carter's good hand closed on the tunic folds just below Smith's throat. What kind of trouble are you trying to start, Smith? He asked, omitting the respect due an officer. But the comtechneer made no move to strike away the sergeant's hand or twist free from the hold. Instead, his eyes lifted to meet Carter's steadily, soberly. Carter's fingers loosened and his hand dropped. Smith believed in what he was trying to say, believed in it very much, even though he had been jeering. Smith had come to him for help. Now, for the first time, Carter was glad he possessed that strange gift of his, to sense the emotions of his fellows. Let's have it, he said, and sat down on a bedroll. He was aware that the tension which had held them all for a second or two was relaxing, and he knew that the Rangers would follow his lead. They would wait for his decision. Vibor is no longer with us. He's cracked. Smith fumbled for words, and Carter read in him a rising fear and desolation. Is it because of his loss of sight? If that is so, the condition may be only temporary. When he becomes resigned to that... No. He has been heading for a breakdown for a long time. The responsibility of command under present conditions. That fight with the Greenies. He was good friends with Torque, remember? The ship falling to pieces bit by bit and no chance for repairs. It's added up to drive him under. Now he's just refusing to accept a present he doesn't dare believe in. He's retired into a world of his own where things go right instead of wrong, and he wants us in there with him. Carter nodded. There was the ring of truth in every word Smith said. Of course, he himself had never had much personal contact with Vibor. The Rangers were not admitted to the inner circle of the patrol. They were only tolerated. He was not a graduate of a sector academy or even a product of the ranks. His father had not been patrolled before him, so he had always been aloof from the crew. The discipline of the service, always strict, had been tightening more and more into a rigid caste system, even during the few years he had worn the Comet, perhaps because the service itself had been cut off from the regular life of the average citizens. But Carter could at this moment understand the odd incidents of the past months, certain inconsistencies in Vibor's orders, one or two remarks he had overheard. You think that there is no chance of his recovering? No. The crash pushed him over the edge. The orders he's given during the past hour or so. I tell you, he's finished. All right. Rolf's low voice cut through the thick air. Then what do we do? Or rather, what do you want us to do, Smith? The com-techneer's hands spread out in a gesture of hopelessness. I don't really know. Only we're down, permanently, on an unknown world. Exploration, that's your department. And somebody's got to take the lead in getting us out of here. Jackson, well, he might follow the commander even if Vibor says blast us and the ship. They went through the Battle of the Five Suns together. And Jackson... His voice trailed off. What about Mirion? He isn't conscious. I don't think he's going to pull through. We can't even tell how badly he's injured. He can be counted out. Counted out of what, wondered Carter, and his green eyes narrowed. Smith was hinting now of some kind of conflict to come. Dalgry and Snin? Asked Zinga. They're both Jackson's squadmen. Who knows how they'll stand if he starts giving orders, returned the com-techneer. There is one thing I find puzzling. File broke in for the first time. Why do you come to us, Smith? We're not crew. There was the question which had been in all their minds, at last brought into the open. Carter waited for the answer to it. Why, well, because I think that you're the best equipped for the future. It's your job. I'm dead weight now, anyway. The crash did for the comms. The crew's dead weight without a ship to raise. So, all right. We should be ready to learn what it takes to keep on living. A recruit, is it? Zinga's chuckle was more hiss, but a very green one. Well, Carter, do you sign him? The Zacathan's grotesque head turned to the sergeant. He's speaking the truth, Carter returned very soberly. I call council. He gave the order which alerted them all. Rolf? That white-skinned face, more than half masked by the dark goggles, was hard to read. The land is good? Very promising, Zinga replied promptly. It's plain we can't keep on squatting here forever, mused the ranger from dusky Falthar. I'd vote to strip the ship, take everything we can possibly use, and establish a base, then look around a bit. File? The Tristian's claws beat a tattoo on his broad belt. I agree with that wholly, but it's probably too sensible. His half-sneered ending appeared to be directed at Smith. File was not going to forget in a hurry the old division between ranger and patrol crewman. Zinga? Establish a base, yes. I would say close to that river which houses those delectable creatures. A fine mess of them right now. His eyelids dropped in mock ecstasy. Carter looked at Smith. My vote goes with theirs. We have one usable sled left. On it we could ferry the commander, Mirion, and the supplies. If we plunder the main drive, we should be able to fuel it for a number of trips. The rest of us can walk out and pack stuff on our backs besides. The land is good. There's food and water to be found, and it seems to be deserted. No evidence of anything like the greenies to fight us for it. If I were the commander... But you aren't, you bemmy ranger. You aren't. Carter's hand had fallen to the grip of his hand blaster even before he saw the man who was edging through the door. The wave of menace which he emitted was like a physical blow to the ranger's sensitive perception. Knowing that any answer he might make verbally would only feed the other's rage, Carter hesitated, and in the moment of silence, Smith took up the challenge. "Shut up, Snen." Light glinted from the small weapon almost completely concealed in the armsman's hand as he turned it toward the comtechneer. The waves of fear-based hatred were so thick that Carter marveled that the others could not feel them too. Without attempting to gain his feet, the sergeant hurled himself sideways, his shoulder catching Snen at knee-height. A bolt of searing green flame cut high through the air as the armsman's trigger finger tightened convulsively. He staggered forward as Carter tried in vain to use his one good hand to pull him off balance. A second or two later, and it was over. Snen still rolled and screamed muffled curses under Zynga, but File was methodically forcing his arms behind him so that a safe bar might be locked across his wrists. That done, he was pushed over on his back and settled into position for questioning, with jerks which were anything but gentle. "He's crazy," Smith stated with honest conviction. "Using a hand blaster like that. What in black heaven—" "I should have burned you all," mouthed the captive. "Always knew you ranger devils couldn't be trusted. Bemmies, all of you." But his stark hatred was more than three-quarters fear. Carter sank down on the bedroll and regarded the twisting man with startled concern. He had known that the Rangers were not accepted as full members of the patrol. He also knew that there was a growing prejudice against non-human races, the Bemmies. But this raw and frightening rage, directed by a crewman against his own shipmates, was worse than anything he had ever dreamed possible. "We've done nothing against you, Snen." The armsman spat, and Carter guessed that he could not reach him with any reasoning. There was only one thing left to do, but it was something he had sworn to himself long ago never to try, not against any of his own kind. And would the others allow him if he wished to? He stared across the writhing body of the armsman at Smith. "He's dangerous." Smith glanced up at the ragged tear in the wall, still glowing cherry red. "You don't have to underline that." Then the comtechneer shifted his feet uneasily. "What are you going to do with him?" Long afterward, Carter realized that that had been the turning point, for instead of appealing to Smith or to his own men for backing, he made his own decision. Lightning swift and compelling, he launched his will against the guard of the man before him. Snen's contorted face was a dusky red, his twisted mouth flecked with foam. But he had no control, no mind barrier which could hold against the sergeant's trained power. His eyes glazed, fixed. He ceased to struggle. His mouth fell slackly open. Smith half drew his own blaster. "What are you doing to him?" Snen was relaxed and very still now, his eyes on the metal above him. Smith reached out to clutch at Carter's shoulder. "What did you do to him?" "Quieted him down. He'll sleep it off." But Smith was edging toward the door, backing out. "Let me alone." His voice rose shakily. "Let me alone, you blasted bemmy." He scrambled for the opening in panicky haste, but Rolfe reached it before him to block his exit. Smith turned and faced him, breathing hard, a hunted animal. "We're not going to touch you." Carter did not move from his seat or raise his voice. Rolfe caught the hand signal he made. The Faltharian hesitated a second, and then he obeyed, stepping out of the doorway. But even seeing a clear exit now, Smith did not move. Instead, he continued to watch Carter and asked shakily, "Can you do that to any of us?" "Probably. You've never cultivated a high mind block, any of you." Smith's blaster went back into its holster. He rubbed his sweating face with trembling hands. "Then why didn't you, just now—" "Why didn't I use the mind power on you? Why should I? You weren't planning to burn us. You were entirely sane." Smith was steadying. The panic which had ridden him was almost gone. Reason controlled emotion. He came forward and peered down at the sleeping armsman. "How long will he be like this?" "I have no way of knowing. I have never used this on a human being before." Awe overrode the other's personal fear. "And you can knock us all out like that?" With a man of greater self-control or strong will, it would be a harder task. Then they have to be tricked into dropping their mine guards. But Snen had no guards up at all. "That," Zynga said smoothly, "is not going to be your way out of this, Smith. If you are planning to have the sergeant go around and drop all the opposition in their tracks, you can just forget it. We will either reason it out with them or—" But Smith was already aware of the next point. "We fight?" he asked almost grimly. "But that will be mutiny? Of course, my dear sir. However, if you had not had that in your mind all along, you would not have come to us, would you?" File demanded. Mutiny. Carter made himself consider it calmly. In space or on planet, Vybor was the commander of the Starfire, and every man aboard had once sworn an oath to obey his orders and uphold the authority of the service. Torque, realizing the officer's condition, might have removed Vybor. But Torque was gone, and not one man aboard the ship now had the legal right to set aside the commander's orders. The sergeant got to his feet. "Can you get Jackson and Dalgry?" He looked about the ranger's quarters. No, it would be wiser to hold a meeting in some more neutral place. Outside, he decided swiftly, where the psychological effect of the ruined ship right before their eyes, all during the discussion, might well be the deciding point. "Outside?" he ended. "All right," agreed Smith, but there was a note of reluctance in that. He went out. "Now," Zynga asked, after watching the com-techneer safely out of hearing range, "what are we in for?" This would have come sooner or later anyway. It was inevitable after the crash. That was Rolf's soft voice answering. "When we were spaceborne, they had a reason for life. They could close their eyes and minds to things, drugging themselves with a round of familiar duties. Now that has been swept away from them. We are the ones who have a purpose, a job, and because we are different, we have always been slightly suspect." "So," Carter put into words the thought which had been growing in his own mind, "unless we act and give them something to work for, we may become the target for their fear and resentment?" "I agree." "We could cut loose," Files suggested. "When the ship crashed, our ties with her were broken. Records. Who's ever going to see any of our records now? We're able to live off the land." "But they might not be able to," Carter pointed out. "And it is just because that is true that we can't cut loose and go. Not now, anyway. We shall have to try and help them." Zynga laughed. "Always the idealist, Carter. I'm a Bemmy. File's a Bemmy. Rolf's half Bemmy, and you're a Bemmy lover, and we're all Rangers, which in no way endears any of us to these so-called human patrolmen. All right, we'll try to make them see the light, but I'll do my arguing with a blaster near my hand." Carter did not demur. After the resentment with which Jackson had greeted him when they returned from the trip, and the insane attack of Snen, he knew enough to understand that such preparedness on their part was necessary. "Do we count on Smith, I wonder?" Zynga mused. "He never before impressed me as a Ranger recruit." "No, but he does have brains," Rolf pointed out. "Carter," he turned to the sergeant, "it will be your play. We'll let you do the talking now." The other two nodded. Carter smiled. Inside him was a good, warm feeling. He had known it before. The Rangers stood together. Come what might, they were going to present a united front to danger. 4. Beacon. Together the four Rangers crossed the ground burnt off by the ship's drive to stand partially in the shadow of a tall rock outcrop. The sun was far down now, sending red and yellow spears of light up the western sky, but its day heat still radiated from both sand and stone. Jackson, Dalgry, and Smith awaited him, eyes narrowed against the light reflected from the metal of the Starfire, standing close together as if they were expecting what? Attack? There were grim lines about the mouth of the arms officer. He was middle-aged, but always before there had been an elasticity in his movements, an alertness in his voice and manner, which had given the lie to the broad sweeps of gray hair showing on his temples. In the golden days of the service, Carter realized with a slight shock of surprise, Jackson would not have been in space at all. Long since, regulations would have retired him to some administrative post in one of the fleet ports. Did the patrol still have any such ports? Carter himself had not earthed in one for at least 5 years now. "Well, what do you want with us?" Jackson took the initiative. But Carter refused to be in any way impressed or intimidated. "It is necessary." By instinct, he fell back into the formal speech he had heard in his childhood. "For us to consider now the future. Look at the ship." He did not need to wave his hand toward that shattered bulk. They had, none of them, been able to keep their eyes away from it. "Can you truly think that it shall ever lift again? We began this last flight undersupplied, and those supplies we have drawn upon now for months. They must be almost gone. There remains but one thing for us to do. We must strip the ship and establish a camp on the land." "That is just the sort of yap we expected to hear out of you," snapped Algery. "You are still under orders, whether we have crashed or not." But it wasn't Jackson who had made the hot retort. Jackson was steeped, buried in the patrol, in orders, in tradition, but he was not blinded or deafened by it. "Whose orders?" asked Carter now. "The commander is incapacitated. Are you in command now, sir?" He addressed Jackson directly. The arms officer's space-burned skin could not pale, but his face was drawn and old. His lips drew back from his teeth in an animal's snarl of rage, pain, and frustration. Before he answered, he stared again at the broken ship. "This will kill Vibor." He bit out the words one by one. Carter braced himself as the wild emotion of the other tore at his perceptive sense. He could still Jackson's pain by joining the other, by refusing to believe that the old life was ended and gone. Perhaps the service had warped them all, the Rangers as well as the crew. Perhaps they needed the reassurance of orders, of routine. Even going through the forms might be an anchor now. The sergeant saluted. "Have I your permission to prepare to abandon ship, sir?" For a moment he tensed as Jackson whirled upon him. But the arms officer did not reach for a blaster. Instead, his shoulders hunched, the lines in his face deepened into gashes of pain. "Do as you please." Then he strode away from them, behind the rocks, and no one moved to follow him. Carter took command. "Zinga, Rolf, get out the sled and 2 days' supplies. Raid the main drive for fuel. Then go up and establish a base below the falls. You bring the sled back, Rolf, and we'll send along the commander and Miriam." They ate an unpalatable meal of rations and went to work. Some time later, Jackson was back among them to labor doggedly without speech. Carter, thankfully, surrendered to him the responsibility of gathering the arms and the crew's supplies. The Rangers kept away from the crewmen. There was plenty to do in stripping their own quarters and breaking out all the exploring gear the Starfire had ever carried. Piloted by Rolf, to whom the darkness was as bright as day, the sled made 3 trips during the night, taking the injured and the still unconscious Snin, as well as supplies of salvage. A moon, a single one, rose to hang in the night sky. They were glad of its light to eke out the short line of their small portable lamps. They worked, with brief periods of rest, until the gray of dawn made a rim about the desert. It was in that last hour of labor that Jackson made the most promising find. He had crawled alone into the crushed drive room and then shouted loud enough to bring them, numb with fatigue, hurrying to him. Fuel. A whole extra tube of cubes. They stared round-eyed as the arms officer dragged it out into the passageway. "Save it," Jackson panted. "We may need the use of the sled badly later." Carter, remembering the height of the fall's cliffs, nodded. So it was that in spite of their find, when Rolf came back the next time, they loaded the tube on the sled, but gave him orders not to return. They would eat, sleep away the heat of the coming day, and make the trip on foot, packing their personal possessions on their backs. The sun was shining when they gathered together in a little group by the rocks, and a blue-black shadow, cast by the wrecked ship, fell on 3 mounds in the sand. Jackson read with parched lips and a stumbling tongue the old words of the service farewell. They would erect no monument. Until the years wore her remains into red dust, the Starfire would mount guard above her crewmen. After that they slept soddenly, for the last time, in the stripped ship. File shook Carter awake after what seemed only a moment's rest, but it was close to sunset. The sergeant choked down dry scraps of ration with the others. Then, together, without much talk, they settled their packs and set out across the wedge of desert, steering by rock formations Carter had noted the day before. It was soon night again, lighted by a full moon, and they did not turn on the hand lamps, which was just as well, thought the sergeant grimly, as there was no hope of ever renewing the fire units in those. Since they were not trying to follow the river, but cutting cross-country by the route the sled had followed on its first return, they came out on that smooth section of roadway. Carter called it to Jack Sand's attention. "Road." For the first time, the arms officer was lifted out of his depression. He went down on his knees to pass his hands over the ancient blocks, snapping on his torch to see the better. "Not much of it showing. It must have been here a long, long time. Could you trace it?" "With the tailor on the sled, yes, but with fuel so low, will it be worth it?" Jack Sand got wearily to his feet again. "I don't know. We can keep that in mind. It could be a lead, but I don't know." He lapsed into a deep study as they moved on, but at the next halt he spoke with some of his old fire. "Dalgry, what was that process you told me about? The one for adapting disruptor shells for power?" His assistant armsman looked up eagerly. "It is—" Within 3 words he had plunged into a flood of technicality, which left the Rangers as far behind as if he were speaking some tongue from another galaxy. The Starfire might have lacked a mech techneer, but Jack Sand was an expert in his field, and he had seen that his juniors knew more than just the bare essentials of their craft. Dalgry was still pouring out his explanation when they moved on, and the arms officer walked beside him listening, now and then shooting a question which set the younger man's tongue to racing again. They did not make the lift up the cliff to the plains country at once. Miriam died 3 days later, to be buried in a small clearing between 2 of the tall pointed trees. File and Zynga rolled a sizable boulder from the river's edge, and Rolf used a palm disruptor as lightly as a color brush to etch into its side the name, home world, and the rank of that thin-waisted body they had laid to rest there. Vibor never spoke. He ate mechanically, or rather chewed and swallowed what Jack Sand or Smith put into his mouth. He slept most of the time and showed no interest in what went on about him. The old division between Rangers and crew, between the regulars and the less strictly disciplined specialists, was slowly closing as they worked together, hunted together, ate of unfamiliar flesh, nuts, and berries. So far, their immunity shots continued to work, or else they had not sampled anything poisonous. The morning after Marion's burial, Carter suggested that they go up into the more hospitable country behind the falls. Jack Sand raised no objection, and they lifted their supplies via the sled to a point about a mile up and farther ahead of their first base. From there, File took the sled with Vibor and Jack Sand as passengers toward the promise of open country, while the others cached such equipment as they could not pack and started to follow overland. Zynga splashed first through the flood pools along the rocky shore of the river, the leader because he had 2 hands to Carter's 1. The sergeant followed behind with Dalgry, Snin, and Smith strung out in his wake, and Rolf bringing up the rear to discourage straggling. There was a sweetness in the morning air. It was chill enough to prickle the flesh, but it bore with it scents which promised and pleased. Carter lifted his head to the touch of the wind, drawing it deeply into his lungs. The smog of the Starfire was very far in the past. He discovered that he had few regrets for its loss. What if they were exiled here for life? Just to find such a world was luck enough. He sent out his sense of perception, blanking out the touches of those about him, trying to make contact with a native life. A reddish animal with a poof of tail escorted them for a space, traveling high in tree limbs, making a chattering noise. It was only curious and totally unafraid. A bird, or maybe it was some form of insect, sailed through the air, coasting on wings which were brilliant patches of color. Then another animal trotted out of concealment, perhaps 100 feet ahead of their line of march. It was large, almost as formidable in size as the brown-coated fisher they had seen on their first day. But this one's fur was a tawny yellow-brown, and it moved shadow-silent, slipping across the rocks with surety and arrogance. It crouched, belly close to the gray stone, and watched them through slitted eyes. The tip of its tail twitched. Zynga stopped to allow Carter to join him. Arrogance and curiosity, and the faint stirrings of hunger, no thread of fear or wariness. The beast was beginning to consider them as food. Carter studied it, saw the muscles ripple under the thick fur as it moved slowly forward. It was beautiful, so wonderful in its wild freedom that he wanted to know more of it. He made contact, felt his way into that alien brain. The hunger was there, but at his touch it began to submerge. The curiosity was stronger. It sat up, front limbs straight, haunches tucked in. Only the twitching tail tip betrayed its slight unease. Without turning his head, Carter gave an order. "March to the left a bit. Angle around the rock there. It will not attack us now." "Why don't you just blast it?" demanded Snen querulously. "All this stupid, don't kill this, don't kill that. That thing's only an animal after all." "Shut up." Smith gave the crewman a slight push to set him going. "Don't try to teach a ranger his business. Remember, if they hadn't made contact with those purple jelly flying things, we wouldn't have come through the Greenie attack. Those devils would have wiped us out without warning." Snen grunted, but he turned to the left. Smith, Dalgry, and Rolfe followed. Zinga went last of all. Carter remained until the last of the party had passed the forest beast. It yawned abruptly, displaying wicked fangs. Then, almost sleepy-eyed, it sat there, statue still, to watch them out of sight. Carter brought up the rear. The creature was in two minds about following them. Curiosity pulled it after the travelers. Hunger suggested the more immediate employment of hunting. And at last hunger won. The sergeant's contact faded as the animals slipped back into the woodland, away from their path. But the meeting left Carter both puzzled and faintly disturbed. He had made contact easily enough, had been able to impress the animal properly with the idea that they were not food and that they meant no harm. But he had been totally unsuccessful in his attempt to establish any closer relationship. Here was certainly nothing like the purple jelly thing, nothing which could be counted upon to render aid to man. The forest animal had a wild and fierce independence, which refused the command of his will. If all the natives of this world were so conditioned, it would leave the handful of shipwrecked survivors just that much more isolated and alone. Man, or at least some type of superior life form, had once lived here. They had been here a long time and in some numbers, or that road would not run through the edge of wastelands. And yet no living creature he had so far encountered had any memory, or even an instinctive fear, of man. How long had the race who built that road been gone? Where had they gone, and why? He longed to take off with the sled and the tailor and run along the road which could never be buried so deeply that the pointer could not betray it. Run along it to the city which must lie somewhere near its end or beginning. Cities. Cities were mostly found along the edges of continental land masses, where there were opportunities of sea travel, or in strategic points by riverbeds. There were seas on this planet. He mourned again in silence the crushing of the pilot's recorder, which had rendered useless the notations made as they had come in to that fatal landing. Maybe if they struck due east now, or west, they would come out upon the seacoast. Only which way, east or west? He had had only one fleeting glimpse at the ship's viewplate, and it had appeared that the land mass they had set down upon had been a very large one. They might be hundreds of planet miles from either coast. Would even that road be the right guide? Once they had a good base established, he was going, Carter promised himself, to get to the bottom of the fuel source Dalgry and Jackson had been talking about. With the sled repowered, they could explore much farther than they could hope to do on foot. And with the road as a beginning... Rolfe had come to a full stop and was looking back. "You are happy?" Carter realized he had been humming. "I was thinking about that road, of following it." "Yes, it sticks in one's mind, that road. But what good would it be to us? Do you honestly believe that we shall find man, or even man's distant kindred, at the end of it?" "I don't know." "That, of course," Rolfe wriggled his shoulders to settle his pack the better, "is my true answer. What we do not know we must find out. It is that urge to go and see what lies beyond the hills which brought us into the ranges. We are conditioned to such searching. I must admit that I would relish such an expedition much more than I do this crawling from place to place through a wilderness, bending under burdens as if I were a draft fifth from the outer islands of Falthar." It took them almost 2 days of tramping to reach the camp File and Jackson had made. But once there, they found waiting them shelters constructed from tree branches, a fire going to light them in through the dusk of evening, and the savor of roasting meat to turn their tired shuffle into strides again. A shelf of rock ran down smoothly into the shallows of the stream, offering a natural landing place for the sled. At the back of this was piled the material ferried up the river. Jackson had located some wild grain, fully ripe, and some sourish fruit from trees growing at the edge of the woods. A man would have no difficulty living off the land here, Carter decided. He wondered about the seasons, whether there was any great change between them during the years. Not to know, not to have any guides. Seasons had not mattered when they were only visitors in a strange world, but now there was so much they should know, and would have to learn by the hard way of experience. He stretched out by the fire, trying to list all that should be done, so deep in his thought that he was honestly startled when Rolfe touched his shoulder. The night world was Rolfe's, and he was alive with it, as were the beasts now prowling beyond the circle of the firelight. "Come." The urgency in that one whispered word got Carter to his feet. He gave a quick glance about the fire. The rest were in their bedrolls, asleep, or putting on a good show of being so. The sergeant crept out of the light, not setting his full foot to the ground until he reached the shadows. What? But he did not get to complete that question. Rolfe's hand was on his arm, and the fingers pressed into his flesh as a warning. Then those fingers slipped down until they tightened about his, and Rolfe drew him on into the full dark. They were going up a slope which steepened as they advanced. The trees thinned out and vanished, leaving them in the moonlit open. On the crown of the hill, the falfarian pulled the sergeant around to face north. "Wait," Rolfe ordered tersely. "Watch the sky." Carter blinked into the curtain of the night. It was a clear one. Stars made familiar and unfamiliar patterns across the sky. He remembered other suns and the myriad worlds they nourished. Across the horizon from left to right swept a yellow-white beam, reaching from some point on the earth ahead far into the heavens. It took 3 seconds for it to complete the full sweep. Carter counted. 60 seconds later it leaped into sight once more, moving in the same course. A beacon. How long? I saw it first an hour ago. It is very regular. It must be a beacon, a marker. But for whom? Run by whom? Must it be run by anyone? Asked Rolfe thoughtfully. Remember Tantor. Tantor, the sealed city. Its inhabitants had been overwhelmed by a ghastly plague 2 centuries ago. Yes, he recalled Tantor well. Once he had flown above the vast bubble which enclosed it in an eternal prison for the safety of the galaxy, and had watched the ancient machines going about their business below, running a city in which no living thing walked, or ever would walk again. Tantor had had its beacons, too, and its appeals for help streaming into the skies mechanically long after the hands which had set them going had been dust. Behind those hills ahead might well rest another Tantor. It would explain the puzzle of a fair but deserted world. "Ask Jackson to come," Carter said at last, "but do not arouse the others." Rolfe disappeared, and the sergeant stood alone, watching the light sweep across the sky in its timed sequence. Was the machine which cast that tended or untended? Was that some signal for help, a help long since unneeded? Was it a guide set for a ship from the stars which had never arrived? He heard the roll of loose gravel started by an impatient foot. The arms officer was on his way. "What is it?" Jackson demanded impatiently a moment later. Carter did not turn around. "Look due north," he ordered. "See that?" The beam made the arc across the horizon. Carter heard a gasp, which was almost a cry. "It must be a signal of some sort," the sergeant continued, "and I would judge mechanically broadcast." "From a city," Jackson added eagerly. "Or a landing port. But, remember Tantor?" The other's silence was his answer. "What do you propose to do?" Jackson asked after a long moment. "This process you were discussing with Dalgry, can you use disruptor charges in the sled? We must keep the extra fuel for emergencies." "We can try to do it. It was done once, and Dalgry read the report. Suppose we can. What then?" I'll take the sled and investigate that." "Alone?" Carter shrugged. "With not more than one other. If that is a dead monument, another tantor, we dare not be too precipitate in exploration, and the fewer to risk their necks, the better." The arms officer chewed on that. Again, the touch of resentment he could not altogether keep under reached Carter. He guessed what the other must be feeling now. That signal ahead might mean at the very best a starport, a chance to find another still navigable ship, to return to the safe, familiar life the patrol officer had always known. At the very least it promised remains of a civilization of sorts, if only a pile of ruins, which could be used to shelter men against the raw life of a wilderness world. It was up to the Rangers to be patient with such men as Jack Sand. What to them was a promise of a free and proper way of life was to these unwilling companions of theirs a slipping back into utter darkness. If Jack Sand would give way entirely to his emotions now, he would rush madly for the sled and ride it toward the beacon. But he kept that desire under stiff curb. He was no Snen. "We go to work on the sled at dawn," the arms officer promised. As Carter started down the hill, he did not move to follow. "I shall stay here a little while longer." Well, Rolfe was making the rounds as night guard. He would see that Jack Sand came to no harm. Carter went back to the fire alone. Crawling into his bedroll, he closed his eyes and willed himself to sleep. But in his dreams, a thrust of yellow-white light both threatened and beckoned. Jack Sand was as good as his word. The next morning, Dalgry, Snen, and the arms officer dismantled the largest of the disruptors and gingerly worked loose its power unit. Because they were handling sudden and violent death, they worked slowly, testing each relay and installation over and over again. It took a full day of painful work on the sled before they were through, and even then they could not be sure it would really rise. Just before sunset, File took the pilot's seat, getting in as if he didn't altogether care for his place just over those tinkered-with power units. But he had insisted upon playing test pilot. The sled went up with a lurch, too strong a surge. Then it straightened out neatly as File learned how to make adjustments and sped across the river to circle and return, alighting with unusual care considering who had the controls. File spoke to Jack Sand before he was off his seat. "She has a lot more power than she had before. How long is it going to last?" Jack Sand rubbed a grimy hand across his forehead. "We have no way of telling. What did that report say, Dalgry?" "That kind of hookup brought a cruiser in 3 light years to base. Then they dug it out. They never learned how long it might have lasted." File nodded and turned to Carter. "Well, she's ready and waiting. When do we take off, Sergeant?" 5. The City. In the end, the Rangers drew lots for the pilot's place, and the choice fell not to File, but to Rolfe. Secretly, Carter was pleased. To fly with Rolfe at the controls would mean going by night, but that would be the wiser thing to do when covering a strange city, and after all, Rolfe had been the one to discover the beacon. They set off at dusk, rations and bedrolls strapped under the single seat remaining in the stripped-down sled, and with the bedrolls was the single disruptor they had left. Jack Sand had insisted upon their taking that. Rolfe sang softly as they sped through the chill of the dusk, one of the minor wailing airs of his own twilight world. Without his protective goggles, his dark eyes were alive in his pallid face. Carter leaned back against the seat pad and watched the ground darken from green to dusky blue. Just on chance, he triggered the tailer. Now, if they did pass above any large man-made object, they would be warned. There was life abroad in the hills below, animal hunters on the prowl, and once a wild screech reached them. Carter read in that sound the rage and the disgust of a hunter that had missed its spring and must stalk again. But no man walked below them, nothing even close to human. The tailer clicked. Carter leaned forward and consulted the dial. 1 point only, and a small one. But man-made. A single building, perhaps, maybe long buried. Not the site of the beacon. Even as he thought of it, the beam swept across the dusk-darkened sky. No, whatever lay below had no connection with that. There were hills, and more hills. Rolfe applied power which raised them over, sometimes hardly skimming above rocks which crowned the peaks. Then they began to drop away again, making steps for a giant down into another low land. And now they could see what lay in the heart of that. A blaze of light, not all yellow-white, but emerald, ruby, sapphire, too. A handful of gigantic gems spilled out to pulse and glow in the night. Carter had visited the elfin ruins of lost Kalin, needle towers and iridescent domes, a city no man living in the days of human civilization could duplicate. He had seen sealed Tantor and the famous City of the Sea, built of stone-encased living organisms beneath the waters of Parth. But this, it was strangely familiar as well as alien. He was drawn and repelled by it at the same time. He put a hand to the controls to give Rolf a chance to resume his goggles. What was bright light for the sergeant was blinding to the Faltharian. "Do we just fly in or scout first?" asked Rolf. Carter frowned, sending his perceptive sense ahead. A surgeon's delicate probe prying into the source of the lights. He touched what he sought, touched and recoiled in the same instant, fleeing the awareness of the mind he had contacted. But what he had found was so astounding that he was too startled to answer that question at once. When he did, it was decisively. "We scout." Rolf cut down the speed of the sled. He swung it out in an arc to encircle the splotch of light. "I wouldn't have believed it." Carter gave voice at last to his bewilderment. "There are inhabitants?" "One at least. I contacted an Agaritan mind." "Pirates?" suggested Rolf. "In an open city, with all that light to betray them? Though you may be right at that. That is just where they might feel safe." End of Side 6. Side 7, Star Soldiers, by Andre Norton, continuing on page 302. But be careful. We don't want to walk straight into a blast beam, and that kind, fire, before they ask your name and planet, especially if they see our comets. Did he catch your mind touch? Who knows what an Agaritan gets or doesn't get? No one has been able to examine them unless they are either completely unaware or deliberately open. He could have been either then. More than one? I got out fast when I tapped him. Didn't stay to see. The tailor was clicking madly. Carter should have switched on the recorder, too, but without a machine to read the wire, that was useless. From now on, scouting reports would be oral. The sled glided slowly over a section where the buildings stood some distance apart, vegetation thick between them. "Look," Rolf pointed to the left. "That's a landing stage there, if I ever saw one. How about setting down on the next one and going ahead on foot?" "Get in closer to the main part of the city first. No use in walking several miles after we go down." They found what they wanted, a small landing stage on the top of a tower which seemed short when compared to the buildings around it, though they must have landed 40 floors above street level. But it was a good place from which to spy out the land. They dropped on it. Then Carter whirled, his blaster out, aimed for the middle of the black thing scuttling toward him from the roof shadows. He tried in the same instant for mind contact, to recoil with an instant of real panic, and Rolf put his discovery into words. "Robot. Guard, maybe." Carter was back in the sled as Rolf brought it up above the head of the figure. Robot, guard or attendant, the thing stopped short when the sled left the stage surface. As they went on up, it turned squarely and trundled away into the dark. Carter relaxed. The metal guardian could have beamed them both before they had even had a chance to sight it. Of course, it might only have been an attendant, but there was no sense in taking the risk. "No more landing stages," he said, and Rolf agreed with him fervently. "Those creatures might be conditioned to a voice or a key word. Give them the wrong answer and they take you apart quick." "Wait a minute." Carter put his blaster back in its holster. "We're judging this city by what we know of our own civilization." He squinted against the brilliance of a wave of green light and recited the instructions of the manual. "There was always something new for the finder. Go out with an open mind." "And," Rolf added, "a ready blaster." "Yes, I know all that. But human nature remains the same, and I'd rather be wary than dead. Look down there. See those squares of pavement between the buildings? How about setting down on one of those? No landing stage alarms or controls we could trigger." "Promising. Can you get in behind that big block? Its shadow should hide us well." Rolf might not get as much speed out of the sled as File did, but his caution on such a mission as this was more to be desired than the Tristian's reckless disregard for the laws of gravity. Earthing required of him a good 5 minutes of painful maneuvering, but he brought them down in the middle of the pool of shadow Carter had indicated. They did not stir from their seats at once, but sat watching for robots, for any moving thing which might promise menace. "A city," Rolf stated the obvious, "is not the place to play hide-and-seek in. I'm sure that I'm being watched. Maybe from up there." He jerked a thumb at the lines of blank windows overlooking the court in which they had landed. That eerie sensation, that myriad eyes were peering hostilely from the blank expanses. Carter knew it too, but his sense told him it was a lie. "Nothing lives here," he assured the Faltharian. "Not even a robot." They moved away from the sled, skirting the side of the nearest building, staying in the shadows, racing across lighted open spaces. Rolf ran his fingers along the wall at his shoulder. "Old, very old. I can feel the scars of erosion." "But the lights, how long could those keep running?" wondered Carter. "Ask your friend from Agarit. Maybe he put them in working order when he arrived. Who knows?" There was little ornamentation on the buildings they passed. The walls were smoothly functional, yet the very way the towers and blocks were fitted into a harmonious whole argued that they were the product of a civilization so advanced in architecture as to present a city as a unit, instead of a collection of buildings and dwellings of individual tastes and periods. So far, Carter had seen no inscriptions on any of the structures. Rolf's blue torch flashed on and off regularly as they went, pen-dotting their trail through this new kind of wilderness. When they wanted to retrace their way, he need only touch his light again on these walls, and the tiny blue circles would glow in return for a second. The Rangers made a half-circle around one of the 3 buildings hedging in the court, and crept along a street, into the surface of which their feet sank almost ankle-deep. The old pavement was covered with a thick growth of short, tough grass. Half a block ahead, from a recess between 2 buildings, a rainbow of light played. They approached it cautiously, to come upon a fountain of plumed light as well as tinkling water. The flood it raised sank back into a round basin, the rim of which was broken on the side near them so that a small stream was free to cut a channel through the sod until it reached a hole in the ancient pavement. "No one around," Carter whispered. Why he whispered he could not have explained, but the feeling of being watched, of being followed, persisted. Beneath the shadows of these dead towers he felt it necessary to creep and crawl silently, unless he awakened what? They dared to leave the protection of the dark and come out to the edge of the fountain. Now, through the spray of water and light, they could see its center column. There was a statue on it, more than life-size, unless the builders of the city had been giants. It was not of any stone they could recognize, but some white, gleaming stuff upon which time had left no marks. And at the full sight of it, both Carter and Rolf stopped almost in mid-stride. The figure was a girl, her arms above her head, with a mane of unbound hair flowing free below her slender waist. In her upheld hands she grasped a symbol they both knew, a star of 5 points, and it was from the tips of those points that the water gushed. But the girl, she was no Bemmy. She was as human as they. "It's Ionate, the spirit of the spring rain." Carter reached far into his mind and drew forth a legend of his blasted home. "No, it's Zaiti of the frosts." Rolf had memories, too, stemming from his own dusky world of cold and shadow. For a second they stared at each other almost angrily, and then both smiled. "She is both, and neither," Rolf suggested. "These men had their spirits of beauty, too, but it is plain by her eyes and hair she is not of Falthar, and by her ears she is no kin of yours." "But why?" Carter stared at the fountain in puzzlement. "Why does she seem as if I have known her always? And that star, a common symbol, you have seen it 100 times on 100 different worlds. No, it is as I have said. She is the ideal of beauty, and so we see her. even as he who fashioned her dreamed her into being. They left the court of the fountain reluctantly and came into a wide avenue which stretched its green length straight toward the center of the city. Now and again colored lights formed untranslatable signs in the air or across the fronts of the buildings. They passed by what must have been shops and saw the cobwebs of ancient wares spread inside the windows. Then Carter caught Rolf's arm and pulled him quickly into the shelter of a doorway. "Robot!" The sergeant's lips were close to his companion's ear. "I think it is patrolling." "Can we circuit it?" "Depends upon its type." They had only their past experience to guide them. Robot patrols, they knew, were deadly danger. Those they had seen elsewhere could not be turned from duty except by the delicate and dangerous act of short-circuiting their controls. Otherwise, the robot would either blast without question anything or anyone not natural to that place, or anyone who could not answer it with the prescribed code. It was what the Rangers had feared on the landing stage, and it would be even worse to face it now when they had no sled for a quick getaway. "It will depend upon whether this is a native or introduced by the Agaritan," Rolf interrupted. "Yes, if he brought it, we know how to handle it. A native—" He stopped whispering at the faint sound of metal clinking against stone. Carter straightened and flashed his torch above their heads. The doorway in which they crouched was not too high, and a small projection overhung it. Just over that was the dark break of a window. Seeing that, he began to plan. "Inside," he said to Rolf. "Try to reach the second floor and get out of that window upon the ledge. Then I'll attract the robot's attention, and you can burn its brain case from above." Rolf was gone, slipping into the darkness, which was no barrier to him. Carter leaned against the side of the doorway. It would be a race, he thought, with a little sick twinge in the pit of his stomach. If the robot got here before Rolf reached that ledge, if he, Carter, couldn't manage to avoid the first attack of the patroller. Luckily, he didn't have too long to wait and catalog all those dismal possibilities. He could see the patroller now. It was at the far end of the block. The flashing lights on the buildings played across its metal body. But the sergeant was almost sure that it was unlike the ones known to galactic cities. The rounded dome of the head casing, the spider-like slenderness of the limbs, the almost graceful smoothness of its progress, were akin more to the architecture of this place. Its pace was steady and unhurried. It paused before each doorway and shot a spy beam from its head into the entrance. Manifestly, it was going about its appointed task of checking the security of each portal. Then the sergeant sighed with relief. Rolf had crawled into place and crouched now well above the line of the robot's vision. If only this patroller was constructed on the same general pattern they knew and could be short-circuited through the head. But when it reached the next doorway, it hesitated. Carter tensed. This might be worse than he had thought. The thing had some sense perception. He was sure that it suspected his presence. No spy beam flashed. Instead, it stood there, unmoving, as if it were puzzled, making up its mind. Was it relaying back to some dust-covered headquarters an alarm? But its arms were moving. "Carter!" Night sight or no night sight, Carter had not needed that shout from Rolf to warn him. He had already seen what the patroller held ready. He hurled himself backward, falling flat on the floor of the hall, letting momentum carry him in a slide some distance along it. Behind him was a burst of eye-searing flame, filling the whole entrance with an inferno. Only his trained muscles and sixth sense of preservation had saved him from cooking in the midst of that. Shakily, he crawled on his belly away from the fury. Was the robot going to follow him in and complete its mission? Hollow sounds of feet pounding. "Carter! Carter!" He had levered himself to a sitting position when Rolf plunged around an angle in the hallway and almost fell over him. "Are you hurt? Did he get you?" Carter grinned lopsidedly. To just be alive. He winced as Rolf's examining hands touched skin, scraped raw. "What about the bag of bolts? I scragged him all right. A blast hole right through his head casing, and he went down. He didn't reach you?" "No. And at least he's told us something about the civilization they had here." The sergeant surveyed the blaze behind him with critical distaste. "Blow a hole in a city block to get someone. Wonder what they would have thought of a stun gun." With Rolf's hand under his arm, Carter got to his feet. He hoped that he had not re-broken his wrist, and that the red agony in it was only from the jar of his fall. "I have a feeling," he began, and then was glad that Rolf had retained a grip on him, because the hallway appeared to sway under his feet, "that we'd better get away from here. Fast." The thought which plagued him was the memory of that momentary pause before the robot had attacked. Carter was sure that then a message had been flashed from the patroller. Where? If the timeless machine had only been performing rounds, set him generations before the city had been deserted by its builder, then such a report would be no menace, unless it activated other machines in turn. On the other hand, if the mysterious Agaritan controlled the robots, then the Rangers might have successfully met a first attack, only to face other and perhaps worse ones. Rolf agreed with this when he suggested it aloud. "We can't go back that way anyway." The Faltharian pointed to the blazing pit of radiation which had once been the door. "And they may just be combing the streets for us, too. Listen, this city reminds me in some ways of Stiltu." Carter shook his head. "Heard of it, but have never been there." "Capital of Lydius." Rolf identified it impatiently. "They're old-fashioned there, still live in big cities. Well, they have an underground system of links, ways of traveling under the surface." Carter's mind jumped to the next point easily. "Then we might try going down and see what we can find? All right. And if that patroller did rouse out the guard before you burned him, it will be some time before they can even get in here to see if their tame hunter bagged us. Let's look for a way down." But to their bafflement, there seemed to be no way down at all. They threaded rooms and halls, pushing past the remains of furnishings and strange machinery, which at other times would have set them speculating for hours, hunting some means of descent. None appeared to exist, only 2 stairways leading up. In the end, they discovered what they wanted in the center of a room. It was a dark well, a black hole in which the beam of Carter's flash found no end. Although the light did not reveal much, it helped them in another way because its owner dropped it. He gave an exclamation and made a futile grab. Much too late. Rolf supplied an excited comment, reverting in this stress to his native dialect, and only making sense when Carter demanded harshly that he translate. "It did not fall. It is floating down. Floating." The sergeant sat back on his heels. Inverse descent. Still working. He could hardly believe that. Small articles might possibly be upborne by the gravity-dispelling rays, but something heavier, a man, say... Before he could protest, Rolf edged over the rim to dangle by his hands. "It's working all right. I'm treading air. Here goes." His hands disappeared and he was gone, but his voice came up the shaft. "Still walking on air. Come on in. The swimming's fine." Fine for Rolf, maybe, who could see where he was going. To lower oneself into that black maw and hope that the anti-gravity was not going to fail. Not for the first time in his career with the Rangers, Carter silently cursed his over-vivid imagination as he allowed his boots to drop into the thin air of the well. He involuntarily closed his eyes and muttered a half-plea to the spirit of space as he let go. But he was floating. The air closed about his body with almost tangible support. He was descending, of course, but at the rate of a feather on a light breeze. Far below he saw the blue light of Rolf's torch. The other had reached bottom. Carter drew his feet together and tried to aim his body toward the pinprick of light. "Happy planeting!" Rolf greeted the sergeant as he landed lightly, his knees slightly bent, and with no shock at all. "Come and see what I have found." What Rolf had found was a platform edging on a tunnel. Anchored to this stand by a slender chain was a small car, pointed at both ends, a single padded seat in its center. It had no drive Carter could discern, and it did not touch the floor of the tunnel, hovering about a foot above that. A keyboard was just before the seat. Controls, Carter deduced. But how could they aim it to any place? And to go shooting off blindly into the dark, liable to crash against some cave-in. The sergeant began to reconsider that. Too risky by far. To face a battalion of robot patrollers was less dangerous than to be trapped underground in the dark. "Here." Carter jumped at Rolf's call. The other ranger had gone to the back of the platform and was holding his dim torch on the wall there. The sergeant could just barely see by the blue light. Rolf had found something all right. A map of black lines crossing and recrossing. It could only be of the tunnel system. Having solved much more complicated puzzles in the past, they set to work to discover that this was apparently a way leading directly into the heart of the city. 10 minutes later, they crowded together on the narrow seat. Rolf pressed 2 buttons as Carter threw off the restraining chain. There was a faint puff of sound. They swept forward, and the dank air of the tunnel filled their nostrils. 6. The city people. "This should be it," Rolf half-whispered. The car was slowing down, drawing to the right side of the tunnel. Ahead, a dim light glowed. They must be approaching another platform. Carter glanced at the dial on his wristband. It had taken them exactly 5 minutes planet time to reach this place. Whether or not it was the one they wanted, that was another question. They had aimed at a point they thought would be directly under what seemed to be a large public building in the very center of the city. If any human or Bammy force had taken over here, that would be the logical place to find them. "Anyone ahead?" asked Rolf, trusting as usual to Carter's perception. The sergeant sent a mind probe on and then shook his head. "Not a trace. Either they don't know about these ways, or they have no interest in them." "I'm inclined to believe that they don't know." The Faltharian grabbed at a mooring ring as the car came along the platform. Carter climbed out and stood looking about him. This place was at least 3 times the size of the one from which they had embarked, and other tunnels ran from it in several directions. It was lighted after a fashion, but not brightly enough to make Rolf don his goggles again. "Now," the Faltharian stood with his hands resting on his hips, surveying their port. "How do we get out, or rather up, from here?" There were those other tunnels, but on their first inspection no other sign of an exit. Yet Carter was sure that this platform must have one. It was air which betrayed it, a puff of warmer, less dank breeze which touched him. Rolf must have felt it too, for he turned in the direction from which it had come. They followed that tenuous guide to a flat, round plate at the foot of another well. Carter crooked his neck until his throat strained. Far above, he was sure he could see a faint haze of light, but they certainly couldn't climb. He turned to Rolf, bitterly disappointed. "That's that. We might as well go back." But the Faltharian was engrossed by a panel of buttons on the wall. "I don't think we need to do that. Let's just see if this works." He pressed the top button in the row. Then he jumped back to clutch his companion in a tight hold as the plate came to life under them and they zoomed up. Both rangers instinctively dropped and huddled together. Carter swallowed to clear the pressure in his buzzing ears. At least, he thought thankfully, the shaft was not closed at the top. They were not being borne upward to be crushed against an unyielding surface overhead. Twice they flashed by other landing places abutting the shaft. After they passed the second, Carter squeezed his eyes shut. The sensation of being on a sideless elevator moving at some speed was one he believed he would never choose to experience again. It was infinitely worse, though akin to, the one attack of space fear he had had when he lost his mooring rope and had floated away from the ship while making repairs on the hull during flight. "We're here." Carter opened his eyes, very glad to hear a quaver in Rolf's voice. So the Faltharian had not enjoyed the voyage any more than he had. Where was here? The sergeant scrambled off the plate, almost on all fours, and looked around him. The room in which they appeared was well lighted. Above him, rising to a dizzy height, reached floor after floor, all with galleries ringing upon the center. But he did not have long to examine that, for a cry from Rolf brought him around. It's gone." The Faltharian was staring with wide eyes at the floor. And he was entirely right. The plate elevator on which they had just made that too swift ascent had vanished, and the floor where it had entered was, as far as Carter could see, now a smooth, unbroken stretch of pavement. It sank back. Rolf's voice was under better control now. And then a block came out from one side and sealed it. "Which may account for the underways not being discovered," suggested Carter. "Suppose this shaft only opened when our car pulled up at the platform in the tunnel, or because we started some other automatic control. It may be said to operate in that fashion." "Aye," Rolf stated firmly, I'm going to stay away from the middle of rooms in here until we leave this blasted place. What if you were on the trapdoor and somebody stepped on the proper spot below? Regular trap. He scowled at the floor and walked carefully, testing each step, to the nearest of the doorways. Carter was almost inclined to follow his example. As the Faltharian had pointed out, there was no way of knowing what other machinery their mere presence in the ancient buildings might activate. And then he wondered if it had been their sled's landing which had set the patroller to its work and so brought the robot upon them. But a potential menace greater than machines, which might or might not exist, alerted him a few seconds later. There was an unknown and living creature ahead. The Agaritan? No. The strange mind he touched was not that strong. Whoever was before them now lacked the perception sense. Carter need not fear betrayal until they were actually seen. Rolfe caught the signal he made, and while the Faltharian did not draw his blaster, his hand hovered just above its grip. But the hall beyond the first door was empty. It was square and furnished with benches of an opaline substance. Under the subdued lighting which came out of the walls themselves, sparks of rich color caught fire in the milky surface of the simply wrought pieces. This must be an anteroom of some sort, for on the opposite wall were set a pair of doors, twice Carter's height, bearing the first relief sculpture he had seen in the city, conventionalized and symbolic representation of leaves. It was behind those doors that the other awaited them. The sergeant began the tedious task of blocking out his own impressions, of concentrating only on that spark of life force hidden ahead. He was lucky in that the unknown was not as sensitive, that he could insert the mind touch without betraying his own identity. Human, yes. A .3, no more. A 4 would have been dimly aware of his spying, uneasy under it. A .5 would have sensed him at once. But all this stranger knew was a discouragement, a mental fatigue. And he was no pirate, or a prisoner of pirates. All feeling of violence, past or present, was lacking. But Carter had already set his hand on the wide fastening of the door. Someone else had just joined the man in there. And from a first tentative contact, the sergeant recoiled instantly. The Agaritan. In the same second he identified that mind, he knew that all hope of concealment was now over, that the Agaritan knew where they were as well as if his eyes could pierce stone and metal to see them. It was, Carter's lip caught between his teeth, almost as if the Agaritan had dropped his own mind shield to bait them into showing themselves. And if that were so, the ranger's green eyes were centered with a spark of dangerous yellow fire. He made a sign to Rolfe. Reluctantly, the other's hand moved away from his blaster. Carter studied him almost critically and then glanced down along the length of his own body. Their Vliss hide boots and belts had survived without a scratch in spite of the rough life in the bush, and those blazing comet badges were still gleaming on breast and helmet. Even if that comet was modified by the crossed dart and leaf of a ranger, it was the insignia of the patrol, and he who wore it had authority to appear anywhere in the galaxy without question. In fact, by rights, the questions were his to ask. Carter bore down on the fastening of the doors. They parted in the center, withdrawing in halves into the walls, leaving an opening wide enough for 6 men instead of just the 2 standing in it. Here the light, radiating from the walls, was brighter, and much of it was focused on an oval table in the exact center of the room, a table so long that the entire crew of a cruiser might have been accommodated around it. It was of the opaline stone, and there were benches curved to follow its line. 2 men sat there, quietly enough, though Carter noted a blaster lay close to the hand of the taller one, the Agaritan. But when he saw the badge of the patrol, his face was a mirror of amazement, and he was on his feet in one swift movement. His slighter companion stared, licked his lips, and Carter knew when his utter surprise turned into incredulous joy. The patrol! That was the Agaritan, and there was certainly no pleasure to be read in his identifying exclamation. But his mind block was tightly in place, and Carter could not know what lay behind those black, hooded eyes. They were not pirates, those 2. Both were dressed in the fantastically cut and colored tunics favored by the civilians of the decadent inner systems, and the blaster on the table was apparently their only weapon. Carter strode forward. "You are?" he demanded crisply, molding his stance and voice on Jack's hands. He had never before assumed the duties of a patrolman, but as long as he wore the comet, no civilian would be allowed to guess that. "Joyd Kumi, Vice Sector Lord of Agarit," the tall man answered almost sneeringly. He had the usual overbearing arrogance of his race. "This is my secretary, Fortis Khan. We were passengers on the Nyori X-451. She was attacked by pirates and went into overdrive when in a damaged condition. When we came out, we discovered that her computer had failed, and we were in a totally unfamiliar section of the galaxy. We had fuel enough to cruise for 2 weeks, and then it gave out, and we were forced to land near here. We have been trying to communicate with some point of civilization, but we had no idea that we were so successful. You are from?" "A Vice Sector Lord, eh? And an Agaritan into the bargain." Carter was treading on dangerous ground now. But he decided he was not going to let this Joyd Kumi know that the patrol had not arrived to rescue castaways, but as fellow refugees. There was a suggestion of something wrong here. His perception was alert, trying to measure words where he could not tap minds. "We are Ranger Rolfe and Ranger Sergeant Carter, attached to the Starfire. We shall report your presence here to our commander." "Then you did not come in answer to our signals?" burst out Fortis Khan. His round boyish face sagged with disappointment. "We are engaged in a routine scouting mission," returned Carter as coldly as he dared. The uneasiness in the atmosphere was growing stronger every moment. The Agaritan's shield might be strong, but he could not altogether control all emotions, and he might not be trying to. An Agaritan was a 5.9 on the sensitive scale, yes, but unless Kumi had met one of Carter's little-known race before, which was hardly likely since so few of them had ever volunteered for off-planet duty, he could not guess he was now facing a 6.6. "Then," Fortis Khan's voice became close to a wail, "you can't get us away from here. But at least you can bring help." Carter shook his head. "I will report your presence to my commanding officer. How many of you are here?" 150 passengers and 25 crew members," Joyd Kumi returned crisply. "May I ask how you reached this building without our notice? We activated for our protection the patrol robots we found here." He was interrupted, much to his evident annoyance, by Fortis Khan. "Did you destroy that patroller?" he demanded eagerly. "The one on Kumi Way?" Kumi Way. Carter caught the significance of that. So the Vice Sector Lord ruled here, enough to give his name arbitrarily to the main thoroughfare of the city. "We deactivated a robot in what we thought a deserted city," he returned. "Since your being here is of importance, we shall end our exploration and return immediately to our camp." "Of course." Kumi was now the efficient executive. "We have been able to restore to running order several of the ground transportation vehicles we discovered here. Let one of them drive you back." "We flew in," Carter countered swiftly, "and we shall return the same way. Long life, Vice Sector Lord." He raised his hand in the conventional salute. But he wasn't to escape so easily. "At least you can be driven to where you left your flyer, Ranger Sergeant. There are other robot patrollers in use, and it will be safer if one who knows their code accompanies you. We cannot afford to risk you of the patrol." Carter dared not refuse what so smoothly appeared to be a sensible suggestion. Yet he knew that there was trouble here. He felt along his spine the cold prickle of fear which had warned him so many times in his life before. If he could only probe Fortis Khan, but he dared not try it when the Agaritan was there. "I think it is best not to overexcite the people with the report of your arrival at just this moment," the Lord continued, as he escorted the Rangers back across the anteroom. "It will, of course, be encouraging for them to know that we have been contacted by the patrol, especially when, after 5 months of broadcasting from here on a feeble comm, we had begun to believe that we were exiled for life. But I would prefer to discuss matters with your commander before allowing their hopes to arise. You probably noted Khan's response to your appearance. He saw in it the promise of an immediate return to the comforts of civilization, and since a patrol ship could not possibly transport all of us, we must make other arrangements." Twice during that speech the Agaritan had made assaults at Carter's mind, trying to learn or trying to win control. But the sergeant had his shield up, and he knew that Kumi would only receive carefully planted impressions of a patrol ship set down in a far district, a ship under the command of an alert and forceful officer, a difficult man for a civilian administrator to overawe. "I think you are wise, Vice Sector Lord," Carter inserted into the first oral pause. "You have been here for 5 months, then, within this city?" "Not at first, no. We made an emergency landing some miles from here, but the city had registered on our photo screens when we came down, and we were able to locate it without undue difficulty. Its functions are in an amazing state of preservation. We must consider that we have been unusually favored by fortune. Of course, having Trestor Vink and 2 of his assistants among our number was an additional aid. He is the mech techneer for the Niori line, and he has become quite absorbed in the mechanics here. He believes that originally its inhabitants were in some ways more advanced than we are. Yes, we have been very lucky." They crossed the room of the hidden elevator shaft and came out on a vast balcony overhanging a hall so large that Carter felt swallowed up in space. There was a stairway from the balcony to the lower floor of the hall, a flight of steps so wide that it might have been fashioned to accommodate a race of giants, and the lower hall opened through a series of tree-like pillars into the street. "Combs!" The figure lounging against one of the pillars snapped to attention. "You will take the road vehicle and drive these patrolmen to their ship. I do not say goodbye, Sergeant." The Lord turned to Carter with the graciousness of a great man addressing an admitted inferior. "We shall meet again soon. You have done a very good night's work, and we are exceedingly grateful to you. Please inform your commanding officer that we shall be eagerly waiting to hear from him." Carter saluted. At least the Agaritan was not insisting upon going with them to the sled. But he did stand there until they had taken their places in the small car, and the driver put it into motion. As they moved away from the building, Carter turned his attention to the driver. That bristling shock of black hair, with its odd brindling of brown, showed up clearly as they swept beneath one of the banners of City Light. The long jaws, too. So, that was why Kumi let them go off alone. No wonder he had not thought it necessary to accompany them himself. He would be with them in one way, if not bodily. Their driver was a can-hound, the perfect servant whose mind was only a receiving set, used for the benefit of his master. Carter's skin roughened as if something slimy trailed across him. He had the sensitive's inborn horror for the creature before him, a thing he would not dignify as either human or Bemi, and now he would have to. The very thought made him so sick that his empty stomach twisted. This was the worst, the lowest task he had ever had forced upon him. He would have to go into that mind, skillfully enough not to be detected by the distant master, and there implant some false memories. "Which way?" Even that voice rasped sickeningly along his nerves. "Along this wide street here," he ordered with stiff lips. His hand closed over Rolf's. The Faltharian did not move, but he answered with a light return pressure. Carter began, while his mouth twisted into a tortured ring of disgust, and his mind and body alike fought wildly against the will which forced him to do this thing. It was worse than he had expected. He was degraded, soiled unspeakably by that contact. But he went on. Suddenly the car pulled to the side of the street, wavered into an open space between buildings, came to a stop in a courtyard. They remained in it while Carter fought the miserable battle to the end. That came when the can-hound's head fell forward, and he slumped limply in the driver's seat. Rolf got out, but Carter had to steady himself with his hands as he followed. He reeled across the court and hung retching on a windowsill. Then Rolf reached him and steadied his shaking body. With the Faltharian's arm still around him, the sergeant wavered out on the street. "Just ahead." Carter got out the words painfully between spasms of sickness. "Yes, I have seen." The faint gleam of radiation was undoubtedly clearer to Rolf's light-sensitive eyes than it was to his own. They were about 4 blocks now from the point where the robot had fired at the doorway, and from there they could easily find their marked trail back to the sled. Rolf asked no questions. He was there, a hand ready to support, a vast, comforting glow of clean friendship. Clean. Carter wondered if he would ever feel clean again. How could a sensitive, even an Agaritan, deal with and through a creature such as that? But he mustn't think of the can-hound now. He was walking steadily again by the time they detoured around the nuclear fire in the doorway, and he turned the walk into a ground-covering lope as the Faltharian retraced the trail he had earlier marked. When they got to the sled, Carter made a single suggestion. "Lay a crossed course out of here. They may have some sort of scanner on us." Rolfe grunted an assent. The sled took to the air. A cold wind, heralding the dawn, cut into them. Carter wanted to wash in it, wash away the filth of the encounter with the can-hound. "You do not want them to know about us?" That was half question, half statement. "It isn't up to me. That's Jackson's problem," returned Carter, out of a vast and overwhelming weariness. The drain of that mind battle had almost meant a drain of life force, too. He wanted to lie down and sleep, just sleep, but he couldn't, and he forced himself to give Rolfe an explanation of what they had been pitted against, what they might have to fear in the future. That driver was a can-hound, and there was something very wrong, completely wrong back there. Rolfe might not be as sensitive, but as a ranger, he knew a lot. He snapped out a biting word or two in his own tongue. "I had to get into his mind, to make him a set of false memories. He will report back that he took us to the sled, certain things we were supposed to have said during the trip, the direction in which we departed." "So that was what you were doing." Rolfe's dark eyes lifted from the course indicator long enough to favor his companion with a look in which respect and awe were mingled. Carter relaxed. His head drooped to rest on the back of the seat. Now that they were out of the glare of the city, the stars shone palely overhead. How was Jackson going to handle this? Would he order them in to unite with the castaways in the city? If so, what about Kumi? What was he doing, planning right now? "You distrust the Agaritan?" Rolfe demanded as they streaked north on the evasive path Carter had suggested. "He is an Agaritan. You know them. He is a vice-sector lord. There is no doubt he is in complete command in the city, and he would not take kindly to having his rule disputed." "So he might not be in favor of the patrol?" "Maybe. Sector lords are uneasy enough nowadays. There is a pull and tug of power. I would like very much to know why he was making a trip on an ordinary passenger ship anyway. If he were getting away from some local hotspot, he would be only too glad to found a new kingdom here." "Yes, that I can well understand," said Rolfe. "Now we go home." The sled made a long curve to the right. Rolfe shut off the propulsion rockets, kept on only the hover screens. They drifted slowly on the new course. It would take time, add an extra hour or so to their return journey. But unless the city had something new in scanners, they were now off every spy screen. They did very little talking for the rest of the trip. Carter dozed off once and awoke with a start from a black dream. The need for complete rest drugged his mind when he tried to flog his weary brain into making plans. He would report the situation to Jackson. The arms officer was hostile to the impressions of a sensitive. He might not welcome Carter's description of the unease in the city. And the sergeant had no proof to back his belief that the farther they stayed away from Kumi, the better. Why did he fear Kumi? Was it because he was an Agaritan, another sensitive? Or was it because of the can-hound? Why was he so sure that the vice-sector lord was a dangerous enemy? 7. The Rangers stand together. "You must admit that his account was plausible enough." Carter faced Jackson across the flat rock which served the camp as a table. "And the city," persisted the arms officer mercilessly, "is in an excellent state of preservation. Not only that, but this party from the X-451 includes mech-techneers who have been able to start it functioning again." The sergeant nodded wearily. He should have brought to this contest of will a clear mind and a rested body. Instead, he ached with both mental and physical fatigue. It was an effort to hold his stand against the hammering disapproval of the other. "If all this is true," Jackson reached what he certainly believed to be a logical and sensible conclusion, for the third time, "I cannot understand this reluctance of yours, Carter, unless—" He was radiating hostility again, but the sergeant was almost too tired to care. "Unless you have taken a dislike to this Agaritan for personal reasons." Then he paused, and his hostility was broken for an instant by an emotion close to sympathy. "Wasn't it an Agaritan who gave the order to burn off Yaleen?" "It might have been, for all I know, but that is not the reason why I distrust this Joyd Kumi," began Carter with such remnants of patience as he could muster. There was no use in making an issue of Kumi's use of the can-hound. Only another sensitive could understand the true horror of that. Jackson had settled on an explanation for Carter's attitude, which was reasonable to him, and he would hold to it. The sergeant had learned long ago that those who were not sensitives had a deep distrust of perception and the mind touch, and some refused to even admit its existence as a fact. Jackson was almost of that group. He would believe in Carter's ability to meet and deal with animals and strange non-humans, but he inwardly repudiated the sergeant's being able to contact or read his fellow men. There was no arguing with him on that point. Carter sighed. He had done what he could to prevent what he knew would be Jackson's next move. Now he could only wait for the menace he believed was in the city to show itself. So they made the journey to join the X-451's survivors, and they admitted, against all Carter's pleas, their own shipwrecked condition. Joyd Kumi greeted them with urbane and welcoming ease. There was a ship's medico to attend to Vibor. There were luxurious quarters in, as Carter noted with suspicion, corridors adjacent to the Vice Sector Lord's own for the crewmen and the officers. The welcome granted the Rangers, however, was somewhat cooler. Carter and Roth were accepted, given subtly to understand that, as humans, they would stand equal with the commoners of Kumi's kingdom. But the Agaritan had given Zynga and File no more than a nod, and made no suggestions for their lodging. Carter gathered his small command together in the center of a large bare room where no eavesdropper could possibly listen in. "If," Zynga said as they settled themselves cross-legged on the floor, "you still maintain that the odor issuing through these halls is far from flower-like, I shall agree with you. How long," he turned to Carter, "are you going to let some ragged tales of loyalty pull you into situations such as this?" File's claws rasped along the hard scales on the other's forearm. "Rangers should only speak when spoken to, and Bemi Rangers must let their superiors decide what is best for them. Such must be dutiful and humble and keep their places." The close guard which Carter had kept upon his temper ever since his warning had been so quickly disregarded vanished at Zynga's remark. "I've heard enough of that." "Zynga has a point." Rolf paid no attention to Carter's outbreak. "We either accept the prevailing conditions here, or we leave, if we can. And maybe we can't wait too long or be halfway about it." "If we can," repeated Zynga, with a grin displaying no humor but many sharp teeth. "That is a most interesting suggestion, Rolf. I wonder if there were or are any Bemis numbered in the crew or among the passengers of the X-451. You notice that I am inclined to use the past tense when I refer to them. Indications would make that seem proper." Carter studied his two brown hands, one protruding from the dirty sling, the other resting on his knee. They were scratched and calloused, the nails worn down. But though he was examining each one of those scratches with minute attention, he was really absorbed in the nasty implications of Zynga's words. No, he didn't have to accept matters as they were. He should make a few preparations of his own. "Where are our packs?" he asked Zynga. Both eyelids closed in a slow wink. "Those creatures are under our eye. If we have to leave in a hurry, we'll be able to do so with full tramping equipment. I shall suggest to Jackson that the Rangers take quarters on their own. Together," Carter said slowly. "There is a 3-story tower on the west corner of this building," cut in File. "Should we withdraw to that lofty perch, well, it may be that they will be so glad to be rid of us that they will permit it." "Let ourselves be bottled up?" asked Zynga with some sting in his hissing voice. File clicked his claws with an irritated snap. "No one is going to be bottled up. Please remember we are dealing with highly civilized city dwellers, not explorers. To them all possible passages in and out of a building are accounted for by windows and doors only." "Then this tower of yours boasts some feature not included in that catalogue which would serve us in a pinch?" There was a little smile curving Rolf's pale lips. "Naturally, or I would not have seen its possibilities as our stronghold. There are a series of bands projecting in a pattern down the outer walls, as good as a staircase to someone who knows how to use fingers and toes." "And keep his eyes closed while he does it," groaned Zynga. "Sometimes I wish I were civilized and could lead a sane and peaceful life." "We could allow," File had talked himself back into his best humor again, "these people to believe that we are safely out of mischief. They can put a guard at the single stairway leading up in that tower if they wish. Carter nodded. "I'll see Jackson. After all, we may be rangers, but we are also patrol. And if we want to stick together, no civilian has any right to question us, Vice Sector Lord or not. Stay out of trouble now." He got up, and the three nodded. They might not be sensitives, though he suspected that Zynga had some power akin to his, but they knew that they were only four in a potentially dangerous environment, if they could just get themselves exiled into File's tower. But he had to wait a long time to see Jackson. The arms officer had accompanied Vibor to the medico, and when he at last returned to his quarters and found Carter waiting for him, he was anything but cordial. "What do you want now? The Vice Sector Lord has been asking for you. He had some orders." "Since when," Carter interrupted, "has even a Vice Sector Lord had orders for one of the patrol? He may advise and request. He does not order anywhere of the Comet, patrolman or ranger." Jackson had crossed to the window, and now he stood there, tapping his nails against the casing, his shoulders and back stubbornly presented to the sergeant. He did not turn when he answered. "I do not believe that you take our position now into proper consideration, Sergeant. We do not have a ship. And since when has a ship been necessary?" But maybe that was the exact truth right there. Maybe to Jackson and the crew the ship was necessary. Without it, they were naked, at a loss. "It is because I feared this very thing," he continued more quietly, "that I was against our coming here." Whether it was politic or not, he had to say that. "Under the circumstances, we had very little choice in the matter." Jackson showed some of his old fire in that burst. "Great space, man. Would you have us fight the wilderness for food and shelter when there was this to come to? What of the commander? He had to have medical attention. Only a—" He stopped in mid-sentence. "Why not finish that, sir? Only a barbarian ranger would argue against it. Is that what you want to say? Well, I maintain, barbarian that I am, that it is better to be free in the wilderness than to come here. But let me have this clear. Am I to understand that you have surrendered the authority of the patrol to Joyd Kumi?" "Divided authority is bad." But Jackson refused to turn and face him. "It is necessary that each man contribute his skills to help the community. Joyd Kumi has discovered evidence that there is a severe cold season coming. It is our duty to help prepare for that. I think he wishes to send out hunting parties, as food may be a problem. There are women and children to provide for." "I see. And the rangers are to take over the hunting?" "Well, we shall make a few plans. In the meantime, we will take quarters for ourselves. And it might be well to arrange those with an eye to the future, unless there is also a butcher to be found among these city men." "You and Rolth were assigned rooms here. The rangers prefer to remain as a unit. As you know, that is only patrol policy. Or has the patrol totally ceased to exist?" If Carter had not been needled by increasing uneasiness, he might not have added that. "See here, Carter." Jackson turned away from the window. "Isn't it about time that you looked straight at some hard facts? We're going to be here for the rest of our lives. We are 7 men against almost 200, and they have a well-organized community going." "7 men?" queried Carter. "We number 9 if you count the commander." "Men." Jackson stressed the word. There it was, out in the open. Carter had feared to hear it for a long time now. "There are 4 qualified patrol rangers and 5 of you," he returned stubbornly. "And the rangers stick together." "Don't be a fool." "Why shouldn't I have that privilege?" Carter's rage was ice-cold now. "All the rest of you seem to enjoy it. You're a human being. You belong with your kind. These aliens, they—" "Jackson." Carter repudiated once and for all the leadership of the arms officer. "I know all those threadbare stock arguments. There is no need to run through them again. I've had them denned into me by your kind ever since I joined the service and asked for ranger detail." "You young idiot. Since you joined the service, eh? And how long ago was that? 8 years? 10? You're no more than a cub now. Since you joined the service. You don't know anything at all about it, this Bemi problem. Only a barbarian—" "We'll admit that I'm a barbarian and that I have odd tastes in friends, shall we? Admit it and leave it out of this conversation." Carter was gaining control of his temper. It was plain that Jackson was attempting to justify some stand he had taken or been forced into agreement with, not only to Carter but to himself. "Suppose you allow me to go to perdition my own way. Is this—" All humans stand together, a rule of Kumi's? Jackson refused to meet the sergeant's demanding gaze. He is very prejudiced. Don't forget he is an Agaritan. They had an internal problem in that system when they had to deal with a race of alien non-humans. And they solved that problem neatly and expediently by the cold-blooded massacre of the aliens. I forgot your feeling against Agaritans. My feeling for Agaritans, which I might say is different from the one you deem it to be, has nothing to do with this case. I simply refuse now or ever to hold any such views against any stranger, human or Bemi. If the Vice Sector Lord wants the Rangers to do his hunting, all right. But we shall stick together as a unit. And if to continue to do so means trouble, then we might oblige in that direction also. Look here. Jackson kicked moodily at the bedroll which lay on the floor. Don't stop thinking about it, Carter. We'll have to live the rest of our lives here. We're really lucky beyond our dreams. Kumi believes that this city can be almost entirely restored. We can start all over. I know that you don't care for Kumi, but he is able enough to organize a shipload of hysterical passengers into a going settlement. 7 men can't fight him. All I ask of you for the present is don't repeat to Kumi what you just said to me. Think it over first. I shall. In the meantime, the Rangers will take quarters together. Oh, all right, Jackson shrugged. Do it, wherever you please. Maybe he should have said, where Kumi pleases, thought Carter as he left the room. He found the Rangers waiting for him and gave his own orders. Rolf, you and File get up to that tower. If anyone tries to stop you, pull patrol rank on him. It may still carry some weight with the underlings here. Zinga, where did you leave our packs? 5 minutes later, Carter and the Zakathan gathered the 4 Pioneer packs. Slip an anti-gravity disc under them, said Carter, and come on. With the packs floating just off the floor and easy to tow, they made their way toward the rear of the building. But as they approached the narrow flight of stairs Zinga said led to the roof, they were met by Fortis Khan. He edged back against the wall to let them pass, since Carter did not halt. But he asked, as they went by, "Where are you going?" "Settling in ranger quarters," the sergeant returned briefly. "That one is still watching us," Zinga whispered as they mounted. "He is none too stout of heart. A good loud shout of wrath aimed at him would send him scuttling." "But don't try it," Carter returned. "There's enough trouble before us now without stirring up any more." "Oh, so you learned that, did you? Well, a short life and a merry one, as my egg brother often said while we were still shipmates. I wonder where Zip is now, rolling in silk and eating broffids 3 times a day, if I know that black-hearted despoiler. Not that it wouldn't be good to see his ugly face awaiting us above when we have finished this climb. His infighting is excellent, a very handy man with a force blade. Zip! And there's an enemy down with half his insides gone." They could do, thought Carter bitterly, with about 50 good infighters right now, or even with only 10. "Welcome home, travelers." That was Rolf, his goggled eyes lending his face an insect-like outline as he looked down at them. "For once the old pepperbird has found us a real perch. Come in and relax, my brave boys." "Flame bats and octopods!" Even Zinga seemed truly amazed as he stared about the room they entered. The walls were a murky, translucent green, and behind them came and went shapes of vivid color, water creatures swimming. Then Carter saw that it was an illusion born of light and some sort of automatic picture projection. Zinga sat down on the packs, bearing them under his weight to the floor. "Luscious, luscious, enough to tempt the most fastidious palate. The being who planned this room was a gourmand. I would be proud to shake his hand, fen, or tentacle. Magnificent! That red one. Does it not resemble almost to the last scale the succulent broffid? What a wonderful, wonderful room!" "What about rations?" Carter inquired of Rolf, over Zinga's head. The Faltharian's eyebrows raised until they could be seen over the rim of his goggles. "Are you contemplating our sitting out a siege? We have a few basic supply tents still unopened, about 5 days of full meals, twice that if we have to draw in our belts." "Do you mean to tell me," Zinga broke out, "that you have brought me into this place of culinary promise and now propose to feed me extract of nourishing—" Bah, what a word, nourishing. As if nourishment and food are ever the same. To feed me extract of fungus and the rest of that unexciting goo we have to absorb when we are climbing over bare rock with no chance of hunting? This is a torture which cannot be refined upon. I insist upon my rights as a free-born citizen." "A free-born citizen?" queried File. "Second class, third class, twice removed would be much more apt, and you have no rights at all." But Rolfe had been watching Carter's expression, and now he broke in. "Is that the way of it, honestly?" "Just about, I'm afraid." Carter sat down on the room's single piece of furniture, an opaline bench. "I went to Jackson. He said Kumi had orders for me." "Orders?" Again the Faltharian's eyebrows betrayed his surprise. "A civilian giving orders to the patrol? We may be rangers, but we are also still patrol." "Are we?" File wondered. "A patrolman has ships, forced to back him up. We're just survivors now, and we can't ring in the fleet if we get in a tight place." "Jackson agrees with that. I gather that he has more or less abdicated in Kumi's favor. The idea is that the Vice Sector Lord has a running concern here." "And that we are more or less lucky to be included in?" demanded Rolfe. "Yes, I can see that argument being advanced. But Jackson, he's veteran patrol to the core. Somehow his standing aside this way, it doesn't fit." File made a gesture of brushing aside non-essentials. "Jackson's psychological response need not concern us as much as something else. Do I gather that here Bemis are second-class citizens?" "Yes." That answer was bald, but Carter saw no need to temper it. "I take it that you were urged to, withdraw from contagion," Zynga drawled, leaning back and hooking his taloned fingers over his knees. "That was part of it." "How stupid can they get?" Rolfe wanted to know. "If they want us to do their hunting, they must need food, and a bunch of these soft, inner-system men are not going to get much game by running out and beating the bushes. Instead of antagonizing us, they ought to be making concessions." "When did you ever know prejudice to act logically? And Jackson seems to have agreed to this down-with-the-Bemis plan, hasn't he?" File's red eyes had gleams in them, not very pleasant to see. "I don't know what's happened to Jackson," Carter exploded, "and I don't care. It's what is going to happen to us which is more important right now." "You and Rolfe," File pointed out, "need not worry." Carter jumped to his feet and took 2 strides across the room, so that his green eyes were on a level and boring into those round red ones. "That is the last time I ever want to hear anything like that. I told Jack Sand, and I shall tell Kumi, if it becomes necessary, that the Rangers stand together." File's thin lips shut. Then the hard points of fire in his eyes softened. He made a small, soothing gesture with his claws, and when he spoke, his voice was even again. "What was Jackson's reaction to your speech?" "Just a lot of words, but it gave me an excellent chance of putting through our coming here together." Zynga had arisen and was prowling around the room. "Done any more exploring, you two?" he asked Rolfe. "What's the layout?" "One more room beyond that archway, on this floor. It has 2 windows, both of which overhang File's outside stairway. There is one large room immediately above this one, and a third over that with the bathroom off. Believe it or not, the water is running in that." Carter disregarded Zynga's exclamation of approval. "Only the one way in, unless someone climbs up the wall? Sure of that?" "Yes. Of course, they might descend upon us from the sky, but I hardly think we need fear that. And this door can be locked. Watch." Rolfe trod on a dull red block set in the floor. A door moved silently out of the right wall and sealed the entrance. On it was a metal plate, and the Faltharian set his hand on it for an instant. "Now, try to get that open," he urged the sergeant. But even when Zynga and File added their strength to his, Carter was unable to force the door. Then Rolfe stepped again on the stone, and it opened easily. "File locked me out when we were exploring, and we had a time finding out how to open it again. Tricky, the fellows who built that. It would take a full-size disruptor to breach that." "Which leads me to wonder if they do have one of those." Zynga put Carter's thought into words. But then that worry was blocked out, for he sensed someone coming up the stairs. At the sergeant's signal, the Rangers melted away. Zynga was now flat against the wall beside the door, where he could be at the back of anyone who entered before the stranger would know of his presence. File lay belly down behind the pile of packs, and Rolfe had drawn his blaster, standing a little behind the sergeant, who waited, his good hand empty. "Carter." They knew the voice, but they did not relax. "Come in." Smith obeyed. He gave a start as Zynga materialized behind him, but there was a worried frown on his face, and Carter knew that he was no danger to them. For the second time, the com-techneer had come to them because he was in trouble, and not because he was an enemy. "What is it?" asked the sergeant, with very little welcome. After all, Smith was to be normally reckoned with Jackson's forces. "They're talking, a lot. They've said you Rangers are too alien to be trusted." "Well," Carter's lips curled back in what was not even a shadow of a smile, "I've heard that a good many times before, and I can't see that we're any the worse for it." "Maybe you weren't, before, but this Agaritan, the man must be mad," Smith exploded. "I tell you—" His voice slid up the scale a little. "He must be raving mad." "Suppose," hissed Zynga, "you just sit down, over there, where we can keep an eye on you, and tell us all about it." 8. Palace Revolution. That's it. I've practically nothing concrete to tell. It's just a kind of feeling, the way he persists in keeping us away from all but his own men. He has a guard, that can-hound, a couple of jetmen from the X-451, one of the officers, 2 Intal planters, and 3 professional mercenaries. They're all armed, control-issue blasters and force blades. But I haven't heard of or seen any of the other officers from the X-451. And Kumi's taken over, gives commands to us. Dalgry and Snin were sent to join his techneers and help run the city. Ordered to do so, mind you. And they patrolmen, and Jackson didn't make any objection. "And what about you? Has he drafted you yet?" asked Rolfe. "Luckily I wasn't there when they came hunting techneer recruits. Look here, how does he dare give orders to the patrol?" There was honest bewilderment in Smith's voice. For the second time, Carter explained. "Better get it into your head, Smith, that as far as you and Kumi and the rest of us are concerned, the patrol has ceased to exist. We've nothing to back up any show of authority. He has. That is just why—" "You argued against our coming here?" Smith's lips thinned. Carter felt the other's rage. "Well, you were right. I know you Rangers don't feel the same about the service as we crewmen do. You've always been independent cusses. But my father died on the barricades at the Altra airlocks, one of the rear guard who held their posts long enough for the survivors' ships to leave. And my grandfather was second officer of the Promixa dreadnought when she tried to reach Andromeda. We've served 5 generations in the patrol. And may I be space-burned if I ever take orders from a Kumi while I still wear this." His hand went to his comet badge. "A very fine sentiment, which will not help you any if Kumi's private police force comes a-hunting," Zynga remarked. "But was it just this disinclination to take orders from a mere civilian which drove you to us?" "You," Smith snapped at the Zakathan, "needn't be so cocky. I overheard enough to learn that Kumi is death on fraternization with Bemis, and that goes for Rangers, too." He aimed in Carter's direction. "There's a rumor, it came in the form of a second-hand warning from one of the Intal planters, that Kumi's had a couple burned already." "A couple of what?" That was File, and his crest was rising. "Bemis? Of what species?" Smith shook his head. "I don't know. The planter was vague. Only you're not going to get a fair deal from Kumi, that's plain. And I'm not going to take his orders. Maybe we haven't always run the same course before, but we have a common problem before us now." "So?" File's claws preened his crest. "But the best of the bargain seems to be yours under the circumstances. What do you have to offer us in return?" "He has something we might need," Carter broke in. The appeal of the com-techneer was an honest one. He did want to throw in with them. "It will depend upon you, Smith. Can you swallow your pride enough to cooperate with Kumi's party? Cooperate until you can learn something of their setup, how much power Kumi really has, whether there are any rebels among the passengers, what are some of his future plans. We're not," he spoke now to the Rangers, "going to strike out blindly. You two, File and Zynga, will have to lie low until we do know how we stand. No use attracting any attention. As for me, since my talk with Jackson, I am doubtless down in their black books with a double star. Rolfe is handicapped for daytime work. So, Smith, if you are really willing to join up with us, keep that wish under mind block. And I mean under block. The Agaritan is a sensitive, and what he can't scrape out of an unsuspecting mind, the can-hound may be able to get for him. It'll be a tough assignment, Smith. You've got to join the anti-Bemi, pro-Kumi crowd, at least with lukewarm attachment. A little initial rebellion is all right. They would expect that from a patrolman with your background. But can you play a double game, Smith? And do you want to? The com-techneer had listened quietly, and now he raised his head and nodded. I can try. I don't know about this mind block business. He hesitated. I'm no sensitive. How much can Kumi do with me? He's a 5.9. He can't take you over if that's what you're afraid of. You're from Luga, or your family was Lugan stock originally, weren't they? My father was Lugan. My mother came from Desart. Lugan? Desart. Carter looked to Zynga. High Resistance Corps, the Zakathan informed him promptly. Imaginative, but excellent control. Resistance is above 8. No Agaratan could take him over. And you do have a mind block, Smith, whether you've ever tried to use it or not. Just think about some comm machine when you're around a sensitive. Concentrate on some phase of your old job. Like this? Demanded Smith eagerly. It was as if he had snapped off some switch. Where Smith sat, there was now a mental blank. Carter bit off an exclamation and then said, Keep that up, Smith. Zynga. His own power went out toward the com-techneer, and then he felt a second stream of energy unite with it, driving into that blankness with him like the tip of a blaster beam. So he had been right. Zynga was a sensitive too, and to a degree he could not even measure. Together their wills smashed at Smith, smashed on a barrier which held as staunchly as the hull of a spaceship. There were beads of moisture on Carter's forehead, gathering under the edge of his helmet to trickle down his cheeks and chin. Then his free hand moved in a gesture of defeat, and he relaxed. You need not worry about mind invasion, Smith, unless you get careless. The com-techneer was on his feet. Then we are allied? He asked that almost shyly, as if he had come there expecting to be turned away. We are. Just stir around some and see what you can find out. But don't, if possible, get sent off from here where we can't reach you. We may have to move fast if trouble comes. I won't let you down. Smith crossed to the door. Now he hesitated and turned. And before he went out, his hand moved in a gesture which included all of them, human and Bemi alike, the full salute of a patrolman to his equals. Now, just in case. File flitted across the room and stamped on the door-controlling block, locking the portal with the heat of his claws. Yes, Zynga agreed. One does feel more relaxed when it isn't necessary to think about guarding one's back. Shall we settle in? Carter slipped his left wrist out of the sling and rubbed it thoughtfully. They have a medico here. I wonder... Rolf moved up beside him. Are you thinking of venturing into the Slith's cave alone? A well-equipped ship's hospital should include a renewer ray, and I'd like to go into battle, if I have to, with 2 good hands instead of 1. Also, it gives me a legitimate excuse for wandering around below. I can ask questions. All right, but you don't go alone, Rolf agreed. Somehow I don't fancy any of us prancing about alone in this building. 2's pretty good company, and 2 blasters can clear a wider path than 1. None of that. I'm a sufferer in search of a medico, remember? But Carter's lips stretched in what had come during these past days to be an unfamiliar curve, a genuine smile. Have you 2 enough to amuse yourselves with while we are gone? Don't worry about us. Zynga grinned, and his inch fangs shone in the greenish light to ghoulish advantage. We shall set up housekeeping. We do, I take it, lock the door behind you. Yes, and you open it only when you pick up our mind patterns. Zynga didn't even blink at that. Of course, he had revealed the extent of his power when he had aided Carter in attacking Smith's block. But with his usual disregard for human emotions, he apparently saw no reason for discussing his long concealment now. File opened the door, and they started down the stairs. It was quiet below, and they were almost into the corridor before Carter's perception warned him of a stranger's approach. It was a young man in the rather ornate uniform of a passenger ship's officer, who strode confidently toward them. You are Sergeant Carter? I am. The Vice Sector Lord wishes to see you. Carter stopped and gazed with mild interest at the newcomer. Perhaps the sergeant was even a year or so younger than this assured flight spacer, allowing for planetary and racial difference. But suddenly he felt almost grandfatherly. I have not received any orders from my superior officer delegating me to be attached to the service of the Central Control Civil Section. And for a wonder, that pomposity actually disconcerted the other. Maybe the old magic of the patrol still held a small power. Carter and Rolfe started on, past the officer, and were several feet down the hall before he caught up with them again. "See here." He tried to project the sting of an order into his voice, but it faded when both rangers wheeled to give him grave and courteous attention. "The Lord Kumi, he is in charge here, you know," he ended lamely. "Section 6, paragraph 8, general orders," answered Rolfe. "The patrol is the guardian of the law under central control. It may assist the civil branch if and when requested to do so, but at no time and in no manner does it surrender its authority to any planetary or sectional advisor or ruler, except under the direct seal and order of central control." The youngster stood with his mouth slightly open. The last thing he had expected, thought Carter, with a relieving chuckle of real humor, which he was able to suppress, was to have general orders spouted in his face. Zynga would have loved to hear this. Carter hoped that the Zakathan had followed them mentally and was enjoying it. But whatever protest the spacer was about to make died away as the ranger's expressions of polite but impatient attention did not alter. "Now," Carter said, when the officer added nothing to that forlorn "but," "perhaps you can direct me to your medico's quarters. I require attention for this." He indicated his wrist. The officer was eager to oblige. "Down 2 flights of stairs at the end of this corridor and turn to your right. Medico Trey has the first 4 rooms in that hall." He remained where he was, still staring after them as they moved on. "What do you suppose he is going to report to the great Kumi?" Rolfe wondered as they followed directions. "I don't think that I would care to be in his boots. Do you believe that I was wise to stand up and resist at this point? Maybe I wasn't, but they must have discovered from Jackson that I am hostile. And—" Carter's face was entirely expressionless. "That was something I had to do. He set the can-hound on us." And Rolfe, having seen that fighting face before and knowing what its mask covered, decided to say no more. They met no one else on those 2 flights of stairs. Apparently this portion of Kumi's stronghold was more or less deserted, and they were approaching the first door along the medico's corridor when a thin whisper of sound caught their attention. Here the tall windows were set in deep recesses, and it was from one of those that the summons came. A woman! But Carter already knew that, having met the block which always prevented a sensitive from interpreting the emotions of one of the opposite sex. She was leaning forward, daring to beckon with one hand. Rolfe edged toward that side of the hall, and Carter nodded. The Faltharian would contact the woman while the sergeant kept on to their destination. If anyone except Zynga had a mind watch on them at present, such a move might be confusing. Rolfe stepped into the embrasure and drew back against the window, taking the woman with him. To anyone not directly before the recess, they were not visible. Carter went on a yard and glanced back. Rolfe had made the right move. From where he was now, they could not be seen. The sergeant turned into the next open door. Medico's quarters, all right, from the equipment in sight. Almost at the same instant, a tall man came from an inner room. Carter tried mind contact and then lost some of his tension. This was no Agaritan, and no enemy either. He could scan nothing but goodwill in the other's mind. "You have a renewer ray?" he asked, drawing his arm out of the sling. "We have. How long it will continue to function, locked to these city currents, is another question. We cannot be sure of anything. I'm Medico Laszlo Trey. A break?" His fingers were already busy about Carter's wrist, unfastening the bandages Zynga had put on that morning. "I don't know. Carter sucked in his breath as Trey began probing the bruised and purple flesh. Then the ranger was pushed down on a stool at the edge of the renewer beam, his throbbing arm stretched out under the concentrated ray, feeling again the draw of those invisible healing motes. Twice Trey snapped off the current and came to examine the hurt with delicate fingertips, only to turn it on again after shaking his head. The 3rd time he was satisfied. Carter lifted his arm gingerly and flexed first his fingers and then his wrist. Although he had once before been under the ray, to renew a leg almost chewed to pieces, the wonder of the restoration was as great as ever. He pulled off his sling and grinned happily at the medico. "Better than new," Trey commented. "Only wish that your officer could be as easily put to rights. Sergeant Vibor." Carter had almost forgotten the commander. "How is he?" Trey frowned. "The physical wounds, those we were able to heal, but the other, I'm no psychosensitive. He needs the type of care and treatment he'll never be able to get now, unless a miracle occurs and we are rescued." "Which you do not believe will ever happen," suggested Carter. "How can any sensible man believe that we will?" countered the medico. But there was something else, another emotion hidden beneath that answer. This planet, this solar system, does not even exist on any map the X451 carried. "But those who built this city were at a high level of civilization," Carter pointed out. "Where did they go?" "They were, and they weren't. Mechanically, they were far advanced, yes, but there are odd gaps. I understand you Rangers are trained to assess strange civilizations. I shall be eager to have your reaction to the ruins of this one after you have had the time to study it. The one thing I have noticed is that there is no spaceport here, and there never was. Maybe the men of this world never knew space flight." "But what happened to them?" Trey shrugged. "At least this is no second Tantor. We made sure of that before we entered the city. And we have found no human remains here. It seems almost as if they all walked away one day, leaving their city ready and waiting, all geared to go again when they wished to return. There are signs of time, some erosion. The machinery, though, had all been left protected, oiled, laid up in such a way as to set our mech techneers running around begging people to come and look at an excellent preservation job." "They must have planned on returning then." Carter digested that. "Was there on some other land mass of this unknown world a remnant of civilization? If they did, they were prevented. It has been a long time since they left. Wrist okay, Sergeant?" Carter did not start at the abrupt change in the other's speech. He knew that Rolfe was at the door behind him. "Medico Trey, Ranger Rolfe." He was careful to glance around before making the introductions. No need to tip off Trey that he was a sensitive. The medico acknowledged the Faltharian's salute. "Pleased to see you, Ranger. Any aches or pains to report? Goggles holding up? Need any skin burn cream? You are a Faltharian." The lips below Rolfe's goggle mask curved into a smile which expanded under the medico's friendliness. "You know all about my problems, then, medico?" "Had a Faltharian patient once. Bad skin burn. That's what started me messing around with creams. Found one which did help a lot. Wait a minute." He hurried to a medicine case in the corner and began checking over the assortment of plasotubes it held. "Try this." He brought one out. "Spread it on before you go into direct daylight. I think you'll find it will stop irritation." "Thanks, medico." Rolfe put the tube into his belt pouch. "So far I've been okay. Only the sergeant here had work for you." Carter flipped his left hand up and down from the restored wrist. "And this is as good as new. What's your fee?" Trey laughed. "Credit slips wouldn't have much value here, would they? If you come across anything interesting in my line when you go exploring, just let me know. That will be good enough for me. Glad to be of service to the patrol at any time, anyway. You boys deserve the best we civilians can give you. I hear that you may be hunting. Any chance of going along sometime on one of your trips?" Carter was surprised. There was an urgency in that question, and the medico's eyes locked with his, as if Trey were trying desperately to tell him something, a message vitally important to both of them. "I don't see why not," the sergeant returned. "If we do go. I've had no orders as yet. Thanks again, medico." "Not at all. Only too glad to be able to help. See you around." But still underneath that urgent appeal. Then Carter's eyes widened. The fingers of the medico's right hand, they had moved, were moving again, to shape a figure he knew well. But how? How and when had Trey learned that? Automatically he made the prescribed answer with his forefinger, even as he said loudly, "If and when we go out, we'll let you know. Clear skies." "Clear skies?" The other returned the spaceman's goodbye. Outside the door, Carter's hand closed for a moment only on Rolfe's. The Faltharian at once began talking about hunting. "Those horned beasts we saw in the clearing," he said as they mounted the stairs again. "They should make excellent eating. There may be some way of salting down the flesh, if we could locate salt deposits. And the same for those river creatures Zinga is always talking about. We needn't send him to bring in those." The Faltharian laughed as light-heartedly as if he had not caught the message and was speaking now for other ears. "He'd eat more than he'd bring back." End of Side 7. Side 8, Star Soldiers, by Andre Norton. Continuing on page 352. "We'd better not use the blasters," Carter cut in, as if he were giving some serious thought to the questions. "Spoils too much of the meat. Force blades—" "Have to get in close to use them, wouldn't you?" asked Roth dubiously. Both of them were climbing faster. There was someone behind them now. Carter's mind touched and then recoiled, sickened. The can-hound was trailing them. But they did not run, though they were breathing hard when they reached the top of the last flight and saw the door to the tower open just enough for them to squeeze through. Zynga slammed it shut on their heels with an open-jawed snarl of rage. "So that's after you. As a trailer only, I think. Let him stew around outside. Now, Rolf, what about that woman? What did she want?" "She thought we were brave heroes come to the rescue. Kumi's kept it dark, our arrival. But word got around. Our uniforms are too well known. She came to ask for help. The situation here is just about what you thought it was. Kumi's set himself up as a pocket-sized central control. You do just as he says or you don't eat, and if you protest too loudly, you disappear." "How many have disappeared?" File wanted to know. "The captain of the X-451 and 3 or 4 others. Then there were 4 Bemi passengers. They disappeared too, but not in the same way. I gather that they saw which way the stars were showing right after the landing, and went off into the blue by themselves." "Bemis? What species?" Zynga's frill made a fan behind his head. He still stood by the door as if listening to something on the other side of the portal. "I couldn't get that out of her. She didn't see them until after the ship came down. It was a 2-class liner. Anyway, there is now a Kumi party, small but armed and dangerous, and an anti-Kumi party, badly organized and just milling around, taking it out in talk where they can't be overheard by the Lord and Master. Kumi himself keeps holed up here and has his men patrolling. Those who know anything, the Techneers, the Medico, he keeps right under his eyes. That can-hound is one of his big threats." "Are we invited to join the anti-Kumi party?" File asked. "I don't think it has gone that far yet. They had an idea that the patrol had moved in to take over. And do you know, I think that is just what we might have done if we had handled this the way you wanted to, Carter. Allowed them to think we had an undamaged ship and were on duty. I had to tell the woman that we were not in charge, but I also informed her that the Rangers were sticking together." "They may plan a palace revolution," Carter mused. "Very well. I say we stick tight here until we know more." "Where did that Medico learn Ranger hand-talk?" Rolf wondered. "A question I'll ask him if I ever get the chance. He's another who suggested the waiting game and to keep our eyes open and our mouths shut." "Our eyes and other things open." Zynga's head was pressed against the surface of the door. "The can-hound is about to do a little prying. Think sweet thoughts for him. Quick." 9. Showdown. "Then you press this little knob and... Neat, isn't it?" Carter had to agree with the Zakathan that the results of pressing the little knob were neat. Water, clear, honest, fresh water, splashed out of a spout disguised as a monster's head and fell into a basin set in the floor, a basin large enough to accommodate with ease even Carter's inches. "Go on, try it," urged Zynga. "I did, twice, and you don't see me any the worse for it, do you?" He turned slowly around, flexing his muscles and grinning toothily. Rolf leaned back against the edge of the doorway and watched the flood suspiciously. What about the water supply? Could our friends down below shut it off if they wanted to? Carter had unbuckled and thrown aside belt and tunic. Now he paused uncertainly. It might be wiser to conserve water instead of wasting it on baths, but the Zakathan shook his head. "The pipes carrying this run up through the walls. If they shut us off, they will probably have to shut off their own supply also. Anyway, if a siege is included in their future plans, we'd be fools to allow ourselves to get bottled up here any longer than it would take us to climb down that outer wall. Don't be a spoil sport," he ended. "Or do you like to go dirty?" Carter peeled off the rest of his clothing and kicked it across the floor. He had one clean outfit in his bag, and he reveled in the thought of using it. "I wonder what they looked like." He tried the temperature of the pool with his toes and found it to be pleasantly warm, much more comfortable than the mountain stream. "Who? Oh, you mean the builders of this delightful spot? Well," Zynga indicated the mirrored walls, they were not ashamed to look themselves in the face. Wonder if those ever before reflected any bathers as ugly as you two. Carter laughed and splashed water at the Zakathan. Speak for yourself, Zynga. I'll have you know that my face is not considered suitable for frightening children. Or did that still hold true, he wondered suddenly, and for the first time surveyed his reflection critically as it appeared in the mirror which ran the full length of the wall behind the basin. The deep brown skin which proclaimed his space-borne occupation had only a few lines as yet. Of course, above that dark expanse, the color of his hair did look rather odd, but its soft cream and red-brown in waving strips was perfectly natural for a son of Yelene. He had 2 eyes, green, set slightly aslant, a straight nose, a mouth centrally placed, all proper for a human. Teeth too small. Carter flushed and watched the dark crimson creep up along his sharply defined cheekbones. Freeze and blast you, Zynga. Can't you leave a man's thoughts alone? Admiring himself, was he? But I don't agree about the teeth. Large ones aren't marks of beauty among our kind, you know. Zynga was standing open-jawed just before his own section of mirror. And why not? Useful and beautiful both. I'd like to see either of you 2 puny humans take part in one of our warrior duels. No talons, no proper teeth. You wouldn't last a minute. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder and conditioned by upbringing, announced the Faltharian. Now, Carter's people have 2 shaded hair. So does their ideal of beauty. My race, he had been shedding helmet and tunic as he talked, have white hair, white skin, pale eyes. So, for us, those attributes are necessary to be considered handsome. Oh, you are all answers to the sighs of maidens. File's voice deflated from the doorway. Why not finish up that absurd splashing about in liquid and come and eat? Such a stupid waste of time. But Carter refused to be hurried, and Rolf was as leisurely in enjoying Zynga's discovery. When they were again clad and followed File into the outer room, they found the Christian curled up on the ledge of an open window, exchanging trills with several large birds. Gossiping again, commented Zynga. And where is this food that it was so important that we eat? I'll wager 2 credits that he's passed it out to those feathered friends of his. Serve you right if I had, but you'll find it just beyond your noses. The concentrated rations were twice as tasteless to anyone who had recently dined on roasted meat and the fresh fruits of the wilderness. Carter chewed and swallowed conscientiously and longed to return to the past. I'll take it back, Zynga gagged realistically after he downed the last cube. File wouldn't pass this offal on. It would kill the birds, and he likes birds. What are we doing here anyway? There was the whir of wings as the birds went and File dropped to the floor, closing the window. We should have stayed out there. This is a dead place, and there is no sense in trying to bring it to life. Don't worry. We'll probably be outside again sooner than we bargained for. Let's go down and agree to go hunting like good little rangers, and then go, and never come back. Carter looked up. He could understand that plea of Zynga's, and part of him wanted to do just what the Zakathan suggested. And he could participate in File's feeling that this was a dead place returned to an unnatural life. But there were women and children below in the city, and there was a cold season approaching, unless Kumi had lied about that also. Maybe the Intal planters and some of the other passengers had hunted, but could their efforts supply all the needs of the community? And that woman today, she had appealed to Rolf, believed in their help, just because they wore the comets. It is like this, the sergeant began slowly, trying to put all these tangled feelings into the right words, to spread out before the others both sides of the question. Do we have any right to walk out when we may be needed? On the other hand, if Kumi's anti-Bemi talk puts you two in danger, you must go. Why? Zynga interrupted File. We don't go yet, but I see your point. Only let me warn you, Carter. There are times when a man, or a Bemi, has to harden his heart. We needn't make any decisions tonight. A good rest... Locked door or not, I'm suggesting a watch, File stated. They won't try to reach us that way. Carter shook his head. You mean mind touch? Rolf whistled. Then File and I won't be much help. True. So Zynga and I will divide the night. There followed uneasy hours. 3 rolled in bedrolls, 1 on guard, slipping on unbooted feet from room to room, up and down, listening with both ears and mind. They did it in 2-hour watches, and Carter had taken to his bed for the second time when Zynga hailed him with a low hiss. The sergeant pulled out with a sigh to join the Zacathan at an open window. "Smith is coming across that other roof." The Zacathan was right. The mind pattern of the com-techneer identified him, and only a trained ranger could have sighted him. His dodging from shadow to shadow, his use of every bit of cover, was patrol work at its best. "I'll go down to meet him." Before Zynga could protest, Carter was through the window and on that ladder of block design. Fortunately, it was a cloudy night, and he thought that unless someone were watching him through vision lenses, he could not be seen, his uniform being almost the same shade as the stone. As the sergeant came within a foot or two of the roof over which Smith was advancing, he gave a soft whistle of patrol recognition. There was a moment of silence, and then he was answered, and the com-techneer came running to join him. "Carter here." "Thank the spirit of space. I've been trying to reach you for hours." "What's up?" "The men, those against Kumi. They've taken our appearance here as a signal to fight him. The idiotic fools. He has a disruptor mounted in every main corridor. They can't get anywhere near him. And that can-hound has knocked out 2 of the leaders, put them to sleep, the same way you did Snin back in the ship. It'll be nothing but raw murder if they try to storm Kumi's quarters. He had Jacksand locked up with the medico, and the techneers are under guard. He'll wipe out all opposition. He's planted a force bomb at the foot of your tower stairs. If you try to come down, finish. And he and the can-hound are cooking up something special to smoke you out." Something special. If the Agaritan believed that he was only dealing with a sensitive of equal powers, there were many things he could try. But against a 6.6 and Zynga, such attacks might backfire. "I've got to get back." Smith nursed his blaster in one hand. "I've got to keep those fools from attacking head-on. Is there anything you can do?" "I don't know, but we'll try. Hold off your men as long as you can. Maybe we can turn the tables." Smith melted away into the night. If he kept his mental guard, he was going to be a formidable addition to the rebel forces. Neither the Agaritan nor the can-hound could get to him that way. Carter climbed back up to the tower window to discover all the rangers waiting for him. That was Smith. As usual, darkness had not confused Rolfe. What did he want? "There's a rebellion against Kumi. The other side took our arrival for the signal to break loose. And Kumi, of course, has not been slumbering peacefully meanwhile. What have his merry men prepared for us?" "Yes." Rolfe added his question to Files. "What is ready and waiting for us?" "Smith set a force bomb at the foot of the stairs, ready to go off as we go down." "Play rough, don't they? Do you know, I think that somebody should put the old healthy fear of the patrol into these gentlemen." "Where's Zynga?" Carter interrupted the Faltharian. "Gone below to do what he calls listening." File laid a torch on the floor, pulled the edge of his bedroll partially over it, and by the shielded light began to count out the extra clips for their blasters. It did not, unfortunately, take him very long to finish the task. "That all we have?" Carter asked grimly. "You have the charges now in your weapons and the extras in your belt loops. If you followed regulations, these are the rest." "All right. It comes to 3 apiece, and the 1 over for Rolfe. If this is to be a night fight, we might as well give the advantage to the one who can make the best use of it." The Faltharian was busy at a task of his own, securing their packs. If they did not have to make a run for it, they might be able to bring off their equipment, too. "They've moved our sled into the hallway down there, and it is probably under guard now. If we win through—" "If we win," File broke in, "we can march right in and take it. We might just do that anyway. What's keeping the old lizard?" Carter had wondered about that, too, enough to send a questing thought, which was answered instantly with a strong impression of danger. The sergeant scooped up his share of the blaster clips and tucked them into his belt before he crossed the room and went down to the green fish chamber. Zynga stood pressed against the door as if he wished to melt into its surface. Carter joined him to listen. There were movements, not too far away, maybe just beyond the foot of the staircase. 2 living things withdrew. A third remained. That was the can-hound. But why did they leave that one on guard? Unless, Zynga's thought answered him in a second's flash, they suspect that you or I are not what we seem. But they cannot know the full truth, or they would not leave the can-hound. Not after the way you handled him before. They must have discovered that. Or is he bait? Carter thought back to Zynga, reveling in the freedom of this exchange, which he had always longed to experience, but had never found before. That we shall see. This time the task is mine. Brother. Carter withdrew mind touch and concentrated only on trying to sense the approach of any other who might break Zynga's control. He felt the Zakathan's body grow tense and guessed the agony Zynga was feeling. It was as if they had stepped out of time, planet time. Carter never knew how long they fought their soundless battle before he had to give a warning. One comes. He said that aloud, not daring to break in by thought. Zynga hissed a long sigh. He was bait of a sort, he answered in words, as if his thought power was almost exhausted. But not as we had feared. He has been under observation all the time. If he withdrew against orders, then they could assume that we were powerful enough to control him. So they suspect, but they do not know. You say, they. We face more than the Kumi and the Can-Hound? Kumi has learned to tap the mind energy of some others. How many I do not know. If a 5.9 can do that, what will he be able to raise himself to? A great deal of Carter's confidence was wiped out by the thought of that. Even with Zynga, could he face down a Kumi so reinforced? I suggest, Zynga said, a little dryly, as if he were shaken also, that we continue to stick to blasters as offensive weapons for a while. That way the odds are easier to assess. And we'll have to get out of here to be able to use those. If we leave that thing below, we'll know it at once. Which leaves us only one answer. We'll have to split up for now. You and Rolf take the outside route down and see what you can do in the general melee. File and I shall hold the fort and try to make two think as four. Carter could see the wisdom in that. As humans, Rolf and he would have a better chance of getting cooperation from the rebels. At the same time, the Bemi scouts would be safe from ruthless shooting. The climb down to the rooftop across which Smith had come was ridiculously easy. They paused there long enough to pull on their boots, and then snaked over it from shadow to shadow. When they reached the parapet, Rolf looked over. Then he dropped back and put his lips close to Carter's ear. 1 floor below there is a ledge. It leads to a lighted window. The drop is sheer. I do not think that anyone who may be in that room would expect company to arrive through the window. And how do you reach the ledge? Our belts hooked together and passed around this, here. The Faltharian put his hand on a tooth-shaped projection ornamenting the parapet. If Carter had an instant picture of what it meant to dangle so precariously over the edge of a sheer drop, he did not betray himself. It is good that we are both tall. Rolf buckled his belt to the one the sergeant reluctantly passed over. A short man could not make it. The Faltharian slipped the loop in one end of his improvised rope over the projection and climbed over the parapet. Holding his body at an angle, he half slid, half walked down the stone. Carter huddled against the edge and forced himself to watch. Then Rolf stopped, and the belt swung loosely in the sergeant's fingers. Not so skillfully as Rolf, Carter made the same trip, keeping his eyes fast on the stone before him, trying not to think of the darkness below. He inched downward for an eternity, and then Rolf's hand pulled him straight, and his boots touched the path of the ledge. He found that it was wider than it appeared from above. He could get all but a small scrap of heel onto it. "Anyone in the room?" Rolf demanded as they crept toward the window. Carter sent out the probe. "Not in the room. Near, though." The Faltharian answered that with a ghost of laughter. "We're almost as good as some of File's feathered friends. Here goes." He caught at the window frame and pulled himself against it, jamming open the casement with his knee. It gave a faint squeak of protest, and Rolf landed lightly on his feet within, where Carter joined him a second later. They were in a chamber where someone was at home. A pile of bedding lay on a bunk bed, which had been obviously torn out of ship's fittings. 2 expensive Valkenite luggage bags stood against the wall, and a table, also ship use, was piled almost to the sagging point with personal belongings. Rolf's nostrils wrinkled. "What a stink," he commented under his breath. Carter tried to remember where he had smelled that too-sweet curra blossom fragrance before. Fortis Kahn. When they had run against the secretary in the corridor that morning, he had certainly carried Cura Lily with him. And as if that identification had been either a summons or an entrance cue, the Vice-Sector Lord's man was coming toward them now. Carter had warning enough to plaster himself back against the wall by the door, and Rolfe, seeing his move, did the same on the other side of the portal. There was apprehension to be read in the mind of the man who was fumbling with the intricate ancient fastening. Fortis Kahn was afraid. The fastening was defying him, too, so that exasperation began to drown out the fear. He lost command enough to kick the panel as it gave. With such a medley of emotions uncovered, it would be easy for Carter to... The sergeant allowed him 4 steps into the room before he put the flat of his hand against the door and sent it shut again. Fortis Kahn spun around to face the small and deadly mouths of 2 patrol blasters, and at the sight all of his resistance crumbled at once. "Please!" His hands went up to his working mouth. He retreated backward without looking where he was going, until the cot caught him below the knees, and he plumped down upon it, as if he were as boneless as a Lydian Gelisar. As Carter walked toward him, the little man cringed, as if he wanted to burrow into the tangle of bedding. "One would begin to think, Carter, that this gentleman has a guilty conscience." Rolfe's words might have been the lash of a Tullen slaver's whip, the way Fortis Kahn reacted. He stopped trying to pull himself under the covers and sat stone still, his mouth trembling, his eyes glassy with, Carter recognized, pure fear. "Please!" The secretary had to work to get that one word out, but it was a stopper which had held up the flood. "Please, I had nothing to do with it, nothing. I advised him not to antagonize the patrol. I know the law. Why, I have a second cousin who is the clerk in your administration office on 60. I wouldn't go against the patrol, never. I had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with it." His fear was so rank that it was almost an odor in the room. But what was he afraid of? The planting of the force bomb? That trick with the can-hound? There was only one way to get at the full truth. And for the second time in his life, Carter ruthlessly invaded a fellow human's mind, breaking down the feeble block, exploring, learning what he wanted. In part. Fortis Kahn whimpered, was quiet. He would be quiet for a while now. Carter turned away. There was a lot to do. A pity that Kumi had not trusted the little man more, that there were such big gaps in his information. Gaps which might be fatal if the Rangers were not careful. The sergeant came back to Rolfe. "There's a force bomb under the tower stairs, all right, and the can-hound is set to trick us out and blow it up. Everyone is being moved out of the top floors here before it goes off. Kahn came back for some precious personal possessions. The stairs are under guard." "We could blast through. Rather noisy, though." "Yes. One thing I'm wondering about. Why all these staircases when they had gravity wells, too? Odd. Maybe important." "This was a state building," Rolfe reminded him. "Might use stairs for reasons of ceremony, like those Opolti, who fly everywhere except in the Aphids' quarter. No evidence of any other way down from here. What about the boys? If that can-hound gets tired of waiting for them to come out, he may just set the bomb off anyway and trust to luck to bag the game." "Yes." Carter stood stiffly. He was blacking out. First the corridors, then this room. Here's awareness of Rolfe, of Fortis Kahn, of his own person. He did it. His mind touched Zynga's. He gave the warning. Then he was back in the frowsy room, shaking his head dazedly, to see Rolfe crouched by the door, listening. Men, 2, 3 of them, were coming along the hall outside, straight for this room. 10. Battle. A sharp rap on the door froze both Rangers. "Kahn, we're moving out now. Come along." But Fortis Kahn was deep in a world of his own. "Kahn, you fool, come on." Carter made mind contact. Out there was the young ship's officer he had met early in the day. 2 others, human, non-sensitive. They were impatient because of fear, and the fear won out. After some garbled conversation which came through the door only as a murmur, they went on. Rolfe glided to the window and studied what lay below. "I take it that we have to move fast?" he asked without turning around. They were afraid, too afraid to linger very long. "What's below?" "Another roof outcrop, but so far down we couldn't hope to make it without a climber's sucker pads." We have a substitute for sucker pads." Carter rolled Fortis Kahn off the bed and set to work tearing its covering into strips, which Rolf caught up and knotted together. Working against time, but testing each knot, they produced a rough rope. "You first," ordered the sergeant. "Then this." He touched Kahn with the toe of his boot. "I'll come last. Over now. Time must be running out fast, or they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to clear out." Rolf was gone almost before he finished speaking. Carter hung over the windowsill to watch, but the Faltharian was so quickly hidden in the dark that only the movements of the rope told when he stopped climbing down and signaled a safe landing. Carter pulled the clumsy line back into the room, his palms wet against the torn cloth. There was a terrible urgency goading him. He tied the cloth loop under Kahn's arms and manhandled the secretary's limp body over the sill, lowering it as slowly as he could until a sharp jerk told him Rolf was in charge. Carter did not even wait until Kahn was untied before he was descending hand over hand. And as his feet hit the surface of the roof below, it happened. There was no sound at first, but the support under him danced. He fell flat and buried his head in his arms, not daring to watch what was happening above. Force bomb, all right. He had once before been caught in the backwash of one. Had Zinga and File escaped in time? Resolutely he shut that fear out of his mind. There was a faint moan from Kahn. "Rolf?" But on the edge of that thought came the Faltharian's voice. "Quite a display. Kumi likes to play rough, doesn't he?" The sergeant sat up. He was trembling, perhaps with reaction from that frenzied descent, but he decided mostly from the black rage which possessed him now whenever he thought of the Agaritan. A rage he must best, or that other sensitive could turn it into a weapon against him. "How do we get away from here?" He must depend on Rolf's ability to pierce the gloom, for it was real gloom which walled them in now. The dancing lights of the city were gone. They were crouched in the middle of a black blot. "Window over there, not too high to reach. What about this prize package? Do we have to lug him along?" "He'll wake by morning. Get him inside a room and leave him. I don't think they'll try another bomb." "Not unless they want to bring the whole place down around their heads. Let's go. If you'll take Kahn's legs, I'll heave his head." Carter stumbled along, trusting to Rolf to guide them. They reached a window, beat open the casement, and crawled through with their unconscious burden. "Aren't we in the wrong building now?" the sergeant wanted to know. "I thought we climbed down over there." "You're right. We're in a different one. But this was the easiest and quickest route out. Did the boys get away?" For the second time, Carter tried to reach Zinga, sent out those shafts of thought. Once, for a single joyful second, he thought he had made contact. Then it was gone. He dared not try too long. The can-hound, if that creature still lived, or even Kumi, might be able to pick up his signal. "No use," he told Rolf. "I can't make contact. But that doesn't mean we have to worry. They may be too far away. We've never been able to discover what governs mental reception, or how far we can beam a call. And they may be lying low because the Agaritan is too near. But I did reach Zinga before the blast, and they had several minutes more than we did to escape." That was not much to pin any hope to, Carter knew that. But with such veterans as File and Zinga, it was almost enough. "Do we try to locate Smith?" "I think so. Or at least we can make contact with his rebels." Carter hooked his fingers in Rolf's belt and allowed the Faltharian to tow him through dark rooms and darker hallways, while he tried to keep some sense of direction. "Street level," came the welcome whisper at last. "I believe that we are facing the street which runs along the front of Kumi's headquarters." But before Rolf could affirm or deny that, a brilliant bolt of fire snapped across the dark, and both of them involuntarily ducked. A blaster's shot, and that was another, from down the street. A third beam brought a choked, horrible scream in answer. "The war's on," Rolf pointed out unnecessarily. "And which is our side?" "Neither, just yet. I don't want to guess wrong and be fried," returned Carter grimly. "There's one to our left, about 5 feet away. He's crawling past us at an angle. I'll try to contact as he goes by and see who he is." The lashes of fire continued to light up the sod-grown street at intervals. There were no more cries, so either the aim continued to be poor or very, very good. The sniper crawled across their vantage point. "No uniform," Rolf reported. "Looks like a civilian to me, but he knows blasters. maybe the veteran of a sector war. He's not a Kumi man, but... Carter had no time for a warning. No, the man out there was not one of Kumi's followers, but he had caught that tentative mind touch in an instant, something which had never happened to Carter before, and his blaster swung around at the Rangers. "Patrol!" Rolf yelled. The blaster aim wavered and then held steady at them. "Come out with your hands up," ordered a harsh voice. "I've set this on spray, and I'll use it that way, too." Carter and Rolf obeyed, hunking forward at a half-stoop, for there were other blasters busy farther down. "Who in space are you?" demanded their captor. "Patrol Rangers. We're trying to contact Smith, our com-techneer." "Yeah?" There was deep suspicion in that voice. "Well, you're going to contact him now. Get going down in that direction, and I'm right behind you if you try to run." They followed orders which brought them to a dark doorway some distance away. "Stairs here," Rolf informed his companion. "Sure," agreed the man behind them. "Go down them and shut up." But 5 steps down brought them to a barrier. "Knock on that 4 times quick. Wait a second and knock again," came the order of their guard. Rolf obeyed, and the portal moved aside. They blundered through a thick curtain and found themselves in a dimly lighted hall, where 2 men eyed them with no pretense of friendship, and blasters were pointed at their middles. But when the light touched their comets, there came recognition and relaxation. One of the guardians stepped closer. "Take off your helmets," he commanded. The Rangers obeyed and then blinked as a torch beam centered on them. "It's okay. They're not Kumis. They must be patrol. Take them into Crowley. How's it going topside?" "We lie on our bellies and shoot. They do the same. At least we knocked out the robots' signal cables, so they can't turn those against us again. Far as I can see, it's stalemate," their late captor replied. "Okay. Let the old man out, boys. Back to the firing line." "Get one of them for me, Paul." "I'll do that little thing. Fry him on a platter. Good landing. And clear skies." One of the guards closed the door and rearranged the folds of the improvised blackout curtain. The other jerked a thumb at the Rangers. "Down this way." They went down the length of the hallway into a large room, which was the scene of some activity. Several men squatted around some boxes, digging machinery parts out of packing. 2 others sat at a box table, and 3 more were making a scratch meal at the far end of the room. The newcomers were waved toward the 2 at the table. One of them raised his head and then jumped to his feet. It was Smith. "It is stalemate, all right." The com-techneer ran his fingers through his hair. Carter and Rolf studied the crude map which lay on the tabletop. "We have them bottled up in the headquarters building. By the way, did they blow the tower? We felt some sort of a shock." The sergeant nodded without replying aloud. "If Kumi has disruptors," he said, "I don't see why he lets a handful of snipers pen him in. He could blow himself a path out any time he wants to." "Well," the slim, middle-aged man who shared Smith's table when the Rangers had been brought in stretched and grinned. "Kumi doesn't want to blow big holes in his nice city, not if he can help it, and snipers are hard to locate." "Not for a sensitive," Carter pointed out. "Give me 5 minutes out there and I can tag every one of your men. Kumi need only send out the canhound and—" Crowley's grin vanished as if wiped off by a brutal hand. "You have a point there, Sergeant," he admitted in a voice of mild tone, but the emotions seething below it were anything but mild. "Could it be," Rolf struck in, "that disruptor shells are not too many in Lord Kumi's armory?" "That thought has also occurred to us," Crowley answered. "Only it is a little difficult to prove. Kumi has had all the arms under his control since the second day we landed. We have only personal sidearms, which he could not logically take from us. This whole rotten mess came about just because he was able to think faster than the rest of us, and be sure that he didn't overlook the point of holding all the guns he could. We might storm Kumi's headquarters, sure, but if the disruptors do work, that would be the end of the stormers. And he has 2 sensitives. We have 2 also, if I can contact Zynga. Any more among your people?" Crowley shook his head. Were about as ordinary a crowd of average citizens as you could find anywhere in controlled territory. Kumi grabbed all those of use to him, along with the arms." Rolf had been studying the map, and now he dug a fingernail into the center of the square representing Kumi's hold. I notice you don't have the tube tunnel marked. What tube tunnel? Crowley wanted to know. Smith smashed his fist down on the box and swore at the pain. I'm 3 kinds of a Domanti idiot, he shouted, and then Carter's explanations interrupted him. It depends now upon whether Kumi has discovered those underground routes, the sergeant concluded. He doesn't know of them. I'm almost certain of that. None of us heard of them before, unless the Techneers have discovered them and kept the secret. Rolfe looked up. If they did just that, we may be leading a forlorn hope right into a stinger's nest. And if they don't know, Smith was almost exultant, we'll be in their midst before they are aware of it. You've got to pick the right men for this, Carter warned, without any of Smith's enthusiasm. You're the right type, Smith. They can't crack your mind shield, but the rest, we'll have to have men with whom the Canhound and Kumi can't tamper. Now take that fellow who brought us in. He isn't a sensitive, at least he doesn't seem to be, yet he caught my thought beam and jumped us at once. That must have been Norgott. He has had good reason to learn how to protect himself against mind invasion. He was one of the Sat-Sati hostages. So, Rolfe paid tribute. No wonder he was edgy when you tried to probe him, Carter. He ought to be a perfect choice for the boarding party. Boarding party, thought Carter fleetingly. Odd how the space terms stuck in their speech, even now when they were permanently earthed. Yes, he said aloud. Any more of his caliber around? Crowley beckoned to one of the men who had just finished eating. You're a sensitive, Sergeant. We'll leave the selection up to you. In the end, they assembled 8 men with mind shields tight enough to make them possibilities. Carter longed for Zinga and File, but so far nothing had been heard from the Bemi Rangers, although the rebel patrols had been alerted to keep watch for them. Together, the party of 10 descended one by one in the gravity well the Rangers had first discovered. There was a single car at the platform, and 3 was a very tight fit for the voyage. But they made it that way, with Rolfe at the controls, each trip forward and back. And at last they stood near the plate elevator under Kumi's headquarters. Carter could see no indication that there had been any visitors there since the time he and the Faltharian had passed that way before. It was those 2 other stops along the way, the ones they had sped by then, which interested him now. If there was any welcoming party waiting for them at the top of the shaft, it might be well to make an earlier stop. So he pushed the lowest button on the wall. The 5 of them who had managed to crowd on the plate clung together as they were whisked up. Their support came to a stop in darkness, and Carter marshaled his 4 companions off to let the elevator sink back. Then he dared to flash his beam about. They were on a ledge from which a ramp ran up into the darkness. Underfoot was a coating of fine, gritty dust, which Carter believed had not been disturbed for centuries, and there was no indication of life other than their own. His perception assured him of that. Kumi must be ignorant of this breach in his defenses. The swish of displaced air heralded the arrival of the plate again, and then Smith, Rolfe, and the other 3 rebels joined them. Rolfe hung out over the well and surveyed the space overhead. Okay. It closed up when the plate hit bottom. Unless someone was up there watching at just this moment, they'll never know. Carter switched off his torch, and Rolfe took the lead, each man grasping hold of the belt of the one before him, forming a chain to negotiate the dark through which only Rolfe could pass freely. At first, the angle of the ramp was a steep one, but it began to level off until they found themselves in a large room, coming around the base of a partition into a lighted space, filled with the buzz of running machinery. The partition from this side seemed solid wall, and Carter did not wonder that the ramp and the shaft it led to had not been discovered. At the same instant, he not only became aware of a man ahead, but was able to identify him. Dalgry. The sergeant beckoned to Smith. Dalgry's ahead, with another. Maybe a guard, unless he has joined Kumi. You might have better luck contacting him than I would, and I can cover you. The com-techneer replied with a short nod and signaled to his rebel followers to stay where they were. Then, together with Carter, he ran from the shadow of one giant machine to another, until they were able to see into a pool of brighter light where Dalgry sat before their board of controls, and a man in the rumpled uniform of a jetman lounged several feet away, a force-beam projector cradled in his arm. Carter touched Smith's shoulder and pointed to himself, and then to the left, a path which would, with continued luck, bring him near the guard. He took it, moving like a gray wisp of fog around machines whose purpose he could not guess, until he came up behind the jetman. From where he crouched, he could see the tip of Smith's helmet ridge crest. Then the com-techneer stepped boldly out, and in that same instant Carter sprang, bringing the butt of his blaster down on the guard's right arm. The man screamed and doubled up against the side of the control board, dropping the projector, which flew across the floor. In a second, Dalgry had scooped it up and was in a half-crouch, ready to fire. But Smith's familiar grays were in his sights, and he did not squeeze the trigger. "Very neat," commented the com-techneer. "One would think you had practiced it. I take it that you are not a convert to Kumi, Dalgry?" The patrolman showed his teeth. "Is that likely? They needed me, so I'm still alive. But they blasted Snin and the commander. Maybe Jackson, for all I know." "What?" All three of the patrol demanded almost with a single voice. "Did it an hour ago. Last I heard, Jackson and the medico were barricaded in the west wing. This is a madhouse. About time we put some fear for the Comet back into these space-blasted fools. If it weren't for the Canhound being able to find out where everyone is and what he's doing, I'd have tried to make a break before this." The jetman guard was tied with his own belt to the legs of the bench before the control board. Carter looked over the array of dials there. "Anything you can do to this that might put the odds in our favor?" Dalgry grinned ruefully. "I'm afraid to chance it. I'm no real mech-techneer, and they gave me only a half-hour's briefing before they put me here. If I pull the wrong lever, I might blow us up. Too bad, because we might be able to shake them right out of the building if we only knew what all those gadgets mean." "How do you get out of here?" one of the rebels wanted to know. "Anti-gravity lift." Dalgry guided them to an alcove beyond the control board. "Only trouble is that they may have a guard on the upper level who will become suspicious if we rise before my shift is up." "And how long will that be?" Dalgry consulted his wrist dial. "A full half-hour, planet time." "Can't wait that long," Carter decided. "Any other stops on this rise beside the one you are supposed to use?" "No. But there is something else." Rolf had been examining the walls of the shaft. "Here are holes for hands and feet, perhaps to be used in times of emergency. We can climb out." And climb they did. Carter caught the message of a stranger ahead, the guard Dalgry had predicted. It was also Dalgry who had the answer. "Let me hail him." The sergeant pulled back against the side of the well and kept only a single handhold on the climbing bars as the other patrolman squeezed by him. A moment later they heard Dalgry hail whoever was at the top. "Give us a hand." "What's the matter?" "I'm no mech-techneer. Send for one of your fellows. One of these blasted machines down here is running wild. It may blow us up or something." Dalgry climbed the last few feet out of the shaft and moved away from its mouth. "Where's Stilling? Why didn't he come up with the message?" The guard was openly suspicious. "Because—" Carter heard Dalgry start to answer, and then came sounds of a struggle. The sergeant swarmed up the last rungs and out of the hole. Dalgry was fighting with the guard for the possession of a hand force beam. Carter did not try to reach his feet, but sent his body plunging forward to bring down both men. They fell on him with force enough to drive the air out of his lungs in an agonized grunt. Minutes later, the foggy scene began to clear again. The guard lay bound and gagged close to the wall, and Rolf kneeled beside the sergeant, kneading Carter's ribs to force the air back into him again. Smith, Dalgry, and the rebels had vanished. Rolf replied to the question the sergeant did not yet have breath enough to ask. "I couldn't hold them back." "But—" Carter's words came between painful gasps. "Kumi, the Canhound." "They don't honestly believe very much in danger from a sensitive's power," Rolf reminded him. "Even if they have seen a demonstration, they simply refuse to believe the evidence presented by their eyes. It's the way most humans are made." "How very true. Luckily for us—" Carter froze and did not finish his sentence. Instead, he turned on Rolf and sent the Faltharian sprawling forward into a doorway beyond. "Get out there quick and see if you can stop those fools making targets of themselves. I know that there's trouble waiting for them ahead." He watched Rolf pick himself up and go. Because the trouble wasn't ahead, he hoped that the Faltharian would not stop to ask questions. There was trouble, right enough, but it lay behind, coming closer every second. Kumi was coming, and this time Carter knew that it was to be battle between them, an all-out battle without quarter on either side, a battle fought on no visible field and for an untellable victory. 11. Outcast. Carter was lying on his back, staring up into a leaden sky, and fine needles of rain stung eyes and skin. The cold was numbing, and from somewhere nearby came a whimpering. After long minutes he knew that he was the whimperer, but he could not stop the sound any more than he could control the shudders which shook his whole aching body. He willed his hands to move, and they dragged heavily across torn clothing and patches of raw flesh. Then he tried to sit up. His head swam sickeningly, and the gray world whirled around. But he could see rocks, scrubby bushes ringing him in. His mind sorted the evidence of his eyes as he watched blood ooze sluggishly from a cut along his ribs. He accepted the reality of the pain in his body, the stone ledge on which he lay, and the bushes. All were part of this world. This world? What world? That question brought to life a white-hot fire in his mind. He cringed and tried not to think as the rain washed the blood away from his chest. He was almost content as long as he did not think. There was a second thrust of agony through his head as he became aware of other life near. A tawny muzzle broke through the bushes. Round, yellow animal eyes regarded him unwaveringly. A cold curiosity touched his mind. He sent a silent appeal to it for aid, and the head vanished. Then he moaned, and his clumsy hands caught his spinning head. For he knew now that for him there was no help. Behind him lay a barrier which cut him off from the past. He sank from the torture that edge of memory brought him. But deeper than memory lay some hard core of resistance. It flogged him into effort. Panting, whimpering, he dragged his feet under him, and, clawing at the stone, got to his knees, and then to his feet. He lost his balance and fell down a steep slope into a stream. Pulling himself out of the flood, he huddled beside a tall rock and fought for memory. It came clear and sharp as a video print, too clear, too vivid. He was in a strange building, surrounded by high walls, and he was waiting for a danger beyond all dangers. It came toward him, unhurried, purposeful. He could feel the beat of power which enveloped it. He must fight, and yet he already knew every move of the coming battle, knew that it was a lost one. There was a clash of wills, the pouring out of mind force against mind force. There was a sudden leap of confidence at his own strength. Another mind snaked in to aid his enemy, a devious evil one, which left in its wake an unclean trail. But the two together were not able to force his barrier. He held to the defensive for a while and then struck. Under that blow the evil mind quivered, shrank, but he dared not follow its slight retreat, for its partner fought. And now that first mind began to plead, to promise. "Come in with us. We are of your own kind. Let us unite to rule these stupid cattle. Nothing can withstand us then." He seemed to listen, but under cover he planned. There was one very dangerous move he had not yet tried, but it was all that was left him. So he dropped his barrier, only for an instant. With a purr of triumph the evil fighter surged in, and he allowed it. Once it had come too far to retreat, he turned on it, surrounded and utterly crushed it. There was a scream which was only mental, and the evil was snuffed out, as if it had never existed. But the other, the one who had beckoned and promised, was still waiting, and at the very moment of his victory it struck, not only with its own force, but with added power it had kept cunningly in reserve, and he had known that this would happen. He fought desperately, vainly, knowing that the end was already decided, and he broke, so that the other, exultant, wild with victory, swept in. That which was his will was imprisoned, held in bonds, while his body obeyed the enemy. Down that blank-walled corridor he marched stiffly, purposefully, a blaster in his hand, his finger on the firing button. But within he was shrieking silently, because he knew what he would be compelled to do. Stabbing flashes of blaster fire cut back and forth across a wide-open space, and at the opposite edge of that area was what he had been sent to find, the ranger's sled. Against his will he crouched and crept from protection to protection. He saw men fall, and the one who shared this weird journey with him snarled in rage as they went down. The opposition was being overcome, and those who brought them down were his own friends. One more short rush would take him to the sled, and even as he was wondering why the other who commanded him wanted that so terribly, he made the spring. But two who crouched behind its shadow stared up at him in stunned surprise. He knew them, but still his arm and hand were forced down, and he fired. The startled croak from the fanged jaws of the nearer rang in his ears as he scrambled into the seat and grabbed at the controls. With his mind sick and cowering, he only half relaxed under the takeoff, which slammed him breathless against the padding of the seat. And that other inside his mind set the course, one which sent the slight aircraft spiraling up into the dusky dome, up and up, until it touched a balcony high above the heads of the fighters, and another leaped into the sled. And that other's will goaded them away, speeding out of the hall and away at top speed over the city, heading toward a horizon where a faint rim of gray proclaimed daybreak. Although he was obeying that order, he still struggled. It was a noiseless, motionless duel, carried on high above the ancient city, will against will, power against power. And it seemed to Carter that now the other was not quite so confident, that he was on the defensive, content to hold what he had rather than to attempt to strengthen his control. How did it end, that fight in the sky? Carter pillowed his aching head on the stone beside the stream and tried vainly to remember. But that was gone. He could only recall that he had blasted Zynga, that he had brought Kumi safely out of the city, that he had betrayed in his overconfidence and recklessness those who had most reason to depend upon him. And realizing all that, he closed his eyes and tried to blank out everything. Everything. Exhausted, he must have slept again, for he opened his eyes to be dazed by sun reflected from the water. He was hungry, and that hunger triggered the same instinct of self-preservation which had brought him earlier to the water. His hands were still slow and clumsy, but he managed to catch a creature which came out from under an overturned stone, and there were others like it. Toward evening he got to his feet again and stumbled along beside the water. He fell at last and did not try to struggle up. Maybe he dreamed, but he snapped to full wakefulness from a haze in which Zynga had called him. Awake, desolation closed in. Zynga was gone. Almost viciously he dug his hands into his eyes, but he could not wipe from memory the sight of the Zacathan's face as he had gone down under the beam from Carter's blaster. It would be best not to try to go on, to just stay here until he went into a world where memory could not follow. He was so tired. But his body refused to accept that. It was getting up to stagger on, and in time the stream led him out on a wide plain where tall yellow grass tangled about his legs and small nameless things ran squeaking from his path. In time the stream joined a river, broad and shallow, so that rocks in some parts of its bed showed dry tops under the sun. Bluffs began to rise beside the water. He climbed and slipped and slid painfully over obstructions, and he lost all count of time. But he dared not leave the water. It was too good a source of food and drink. He was lying full length on a rock by a pool, trying to scoop out one of the water creatures, when he started and cried out. Something had touched his mind, had made contact for an instant. His hands went to his head as if to protect himself from a second calling. But that came, and he was unable to shut out the alien presence which flooded into him, asking questions, demanding. Kumi. It was Kumi trying to get at him again, to use him. Carter threw himself off his perch, skinning his arm raw, and began to run without taking thought. Get away. Away from Kumi. Away. But the mind followed him, and there was no escaping its contact. He found a narrow crevice leading away from the water, half choked with briars and the water-worn drift of storm floods. Unheeding scratches, he plunged into the tangle. It was a very small pocket ending in a hollow under the overhang of the bluff, and into this he crawled blindly, a child taking refuge from a monster of the dark. He curled up, his hands still pressed to his head, trying to blank out his mind, to erect a barrier through which the hunter could not pierce. At first he was aware only of the desperate pounding of his own heart, and then there was another sound, the swish of an airborne craft. The contacting mind was closing in. What frightened him so much he could not have explained, unless it was the memory of how the other's dominion had made him kill his own men. What Kumi had done once, he might well do again. And that fear of his was the other's strongest ally. Fear weakened control. Fear. With his face buried between his arms, his mouth resting on the gritty soil under the overhang, Carter stopped fighting the pursuer and tried to subdue his own fear. Faintly, he heard the sound of a shout, the crackling of brush. Kumi was coming down the notch. The ranger's lips set in a snarl, and he inched out of the pocket of earth. His hands chose, almost without help from eye or brain, a jagged rock. He had been tracked like a beast, but this beast would fight, and the Agaritan might not be expecting physical attack. He might well believe his prey to be cowering helplessly, waiting for the master's coming. Cautiously, Carter pulled himself up so that his back was against the welcome solidity of the gully rocks. His stone weapon was a good one, he thought, balancing it in one hand. Just the right size and weight, and it had several promising projections. Carter. The sound he made in answer to that call was the growl of a baited animal. His name, Kumi daring to use his name, and the Agaritan had even disguised his voice. Clever, clever devil. Illusions. How well that warped brain could create them. Two figures burst through the brush to face him. The stone dropped from nerveless fingers. Was Kumi controlling his sight, too? Could the Agaritan make him see this? Carter! He shrank back against the stone. Run away. But there was no escape. Kumi? He almost wanted to believe that this was a trick of the Agaritan's, that he was not honestly seeing the two coming toward him, the smiling two in ranger gray. Carter, we found you at last. They had found him right enough. Why didn't they just draw and blast him where he stood? What were they waiting for? Shoot! He thought he screamed that. But their faces did not change as they came in to get him, and he believed that if they touched him he would not be able to bear it. Carter? Another voice questioned from down the gully. He jerked at the sound as if a force blade had ripped his flesh. A third figure in ranger uniform beat through the brush, and at the sight of his face the sergeant gave a wild cry. Something burst in Carter's skull. He was falling down into the dark, a welcoming, sheltering dark where dead men did not walk or greet one smilingly. He hid in that darkness, thankfully. Carter? The dead called him, but he was safe in the dark, and if he did not answer, no one could drag him out again to face madness. What is the matter with him? Demanded someone. He lay very quiet in the dark, safe and quiet. Have to find out. We must get him back to camp. Look out, Smith. Use binders on him before you put him aboard. He could twist right over the edge. Carter! He was being shaken, prodded, but with infinite effort he locked his lips, made his body limp and heavy, and his stubbornness gave him a defense at last. He was left alone in his dark safety. Then slowly he became aware of a warmth, a soothing warmth, and as he had at his first awaking in the wilderness, he lay still and felt his body come back to life. There were hands moving over him, passing over half-healed wounds and leaving behind them a refreshing coolness and ease. You mean he is insane? Those were words spoken through his dark. He had no desire to see who spoke them. No, this is something else. What that devil did to him we can only guess. Planted a false memory, perhaps. You saw how he acted when we caught up with him. There are all sorts of tricks you can play, or rather someone without scruples can play, with the mind, your own and others, when you are a sensitive. In some ways we are far more vulnerable than you who do not try to go beyond human limits. Where's Kumi? I'd like to... There was a cold and deadly promise in that, and something in Carter leaped to agree with it, and that act of emotion pushed him away from the safety of the dark. Wouldn't we all? But we shall, sooner or later. A hard edge was pushed against his lips. Liquid trickled into his mouth, and he was forced to swallow. It burned in his throat and settled into a pleasant fire in his stomach. Well, so you have found him? A new speaker broke through the mists about him. Greetings, Hagazikti. We have been waiting for you, sir. Maybe you can suggest treatment. So, and what is the matter with the rescued? I see no wounds of importance. The trouble is here. Fingers touched Carter's forehead, and he shrank away from that touch. It threatened him in some odd fashion. That is the way of it, eh? Well, we might have deduced as much. A false memory, or... He was running away, running through the dark, but that other was behind him, trying to compel him, and, with a moan of desolate pain, Carter found himself again in the hallway, facing Kumi and the can-hound, made to relive for the third time that shameful and degrading defeat and murderous attack upon his own comrades. So Kumi took him over. He must have used other minds to build up such power. Kumi. There was a hot rage deep inside Carter, burning through the shame and despair. Kumi. The Agaritan must be faced and conquered. If he did not do that, he would never feel clean again. But would he, even if he vanquished Kumi? There would remain that moment of horror when he had fired straight into Zynga's astonished face. He took over. Was he actually saying those words, or were they only ringing in his head? I killed Zynga. Carter, great space, what is he talking about? You killed... Describe the killing. And he could not disobey that sharp command. He began to talk slowly, painfully, and then with a spate of words which seemed to release some healing in their flow. The fight for the sled, the escape, his awakening in the wilderness. He told it all. But that's perfectly crazy. He didn't do that at all, someone protested. I saw him. So did you, and you. He walked right through the whole fight as if he didn't see any of us, took the sled and went. Maybe he did pick up Kumi, as he said, but the rest, it's crazy. False memories, stated the authoritative voice. Kumi supplied them, guilty ones, so that he would want to keep away from us even if Kumi couldn't control him fully. Simple. But Carter's a sensitive. He does that sort of thing himself. How could he be taken in? Just because he is a sensitive, he could be that much more vulnerable. Anyway, now that we know what is wrong, you can cure him? We shall try. It may leave some scars, and it will depend upon how adept Kumi has been. Kumi. That was spat out as if the name were an obscene oath. Yes, Kumi. If we can turn Carter's will to meeting, well, we shall see. Again a hand was laid on his forehead soothingly. Sleep. You are asleep. Sleep. And he was, drowsily content now. It was as if some weight had been shrugged away. He slept. Waking was as sudden. He was staring up at a sloping roof of entwined branches and leaves. He must be lying in a lean-to, such as the rangers built when in temporary camp. There was a cover over his body, one of the blankets of Uzakian spider silk from their packs. He turned his head to see a fire. There was a dankness in the air. A mist or fog dulled the outlines of the trees that ringed in the clearing. Someone came out of the mist and flung down an armload of wood. Zynga. In the flesh and snapping, returned the Zakathan genially, bringing his jaws together smartly to prove it. Then it was a false memory. Carter drew a deep breath of wonder and infinite relief. That was the biggest lie you ever dreamed, my friend. And how do you feel now? Carter stretched luxuriously. Wonderful. But I have a lot of questions to ask, which can all be answered later. Zynga went back to the fire and picked up a cup which had been resting on a stone close to the flames. Suppose you get this inside you first. Carter drank. It was hot broth and well-flavored. He glanced up with a smile which seemed to stretch muscles that had not been used for a long, long time. Good. I think I detect File's delicate talent in cooking. Oh, he stirred it up now and then right enough and added some of his messy leaves. Down every drop of it now. But Carter was still holding the cup and sipping at intervals when another stepped out into the firelight, and the sergeant stopped in mid-gulp to stare. But Zynga was right here, beside him. Then who in the name of Tarnusian devils was that? Zynga followed Carter's eyes and then grinned. No, I haven't twinned, he assured the sergeant. This is Zikti, of Zakan to be sure, but a Hist Teknir, not a ranger. The other reptile man strolled up to the lean-to. You are awake, then, my young friend? Awake, and... Carter smiled at them both. In my right mind again, I think. But it may take some time for me to sort them out. The real and fake memories, I mean. They are rather mixed. Zynga shook his head. Do not work too hard at that sorting until you are stronger. Weak as you are, it might set you twirling about like a Tlat dust demon. But where? Oh, I was a passenger on the X-451, along with my family. We joined your force yesterday, or rather the Rangers found us in the early morning. What happened in the city after I... Left. Zynga's taloned finger moved with a faint scraping sound along his jaw. We decided to come away after the fight was over. Hunting for me? Hunting for you, yes, and for a couple of other reasons. Smith and Dalgry came across a ship the city people built. It brought us this far before it gave out. They are still working on it, under the delusion that they may be able to put it back together again if they can just solve a few of its internal mysteries. Smith and Dalgry? Yes. The patrol withdrew as a unit. It seemed best at the time. Carter considered all that statement might imply. There had been changes. He was suddenly eager to know how many. 12. Carter takes the trail. 3 in the uniform of the patrol squatted on their heels by the fire. Carter sat up, his back braced against bedrolls, watching them. You never said, he broke the silence at last, why you left the city. None of the 3 seemed to wish to meet his gaze. Finally, it was Smith who answered, an almost defiant ring in his tired voice. They were grateful to have Kumi and his men removed. Carter continued to wait, but that appeared to be all the answer the com-techneer was going to give. Big of them, Dalgry added after a long pause, a dry rasp underrunning his words. They decided, Zynga took up the explanation, that they did not want to exchange one official ruler out of the past for another. At least the impression they conveyed was that the patrol had better not plan to take over in Kumi's place. So we weren't welcome, especially the Rangers. Yes, they made it clear. Smith was bleakly cold. Now that the war is over, let the troops depart. The usual civilian attitude. We tended to be a disturbing element as far as they were concerned. So we took one of the city aircraft and left. Jackson? He went after the jetman who had burned down the commander. When we found them later, they were both dead. We're the last of the patrol, except for Rolth and File. They're out scouting. The 3 did not enlarge on that story, and Carter accepted their reticence. Perhaps to the city castaways who had tasted Kumi's grab for power, the patrol had become too much a symbol of the old way of things, and so the patrol had to go after the ruler had been deposed. But one thing had come of that. There were no longer crewmen or rangers. There was only patrol. Their second exile had cemented tight the bonds of the survivors. Ah, our fishing party returns. Zichty, who had been napping in the warmth of the flames, rolled over and got to his feet to greet the 3 coming through the screen of the trees. And what luck did you have, my dears? We put Rolf's blue torch down at the water's edge, and the creatures were attracted by its light, so we return heavily laden. The thinner voice of a Zakathan female answered. This is indeed a very rich world. Zor, show your father the armored creature you found under the rock. The shortest of the 3 ran into the firelight, holding in one hand a kicking thing of many legs and thick claws. Zichty accepted the captive, being careful not to encounter the claws, and examined it critically. But how strange! This might almost be a distant cousin of a Poltorian, but it is not intelligent. None of the water-dwellers appear to be, agreed his wife. However, we should be glad of that, for they are excellent eating. Carter had seen few Zakathan women, but his long companionship with Zynga had accustomed him to the difference between human and Zakathan features, and he could understand that both Zakita and her young daughter Zora would be considered attractive by others of their race. As for young Zor, like an impish young male of any species, he was enjoying every minute of this wilderness life. Zakita made a graceful gesture to suggest that the company seat themselves again. Carter noted that Smith and Dalgry had been as quick to rise to greet the Zakathan ladies as the others. Their feelings concerning Bemis had certainly undergone a change. Cotter awoke early the next morning and lay still for a long moment, frowning up at the slant roof of the lean-to. There was something... Then his mouth straightened into a thin, hard line. He knew now what it was he had to do, and soon. Meanwhile, he crawled out of his bedroll. Above the drowsy quiet of the sleeping camp, he could hear the murmur of the river not too far away. A little unsteadily at first, and then firmly as he gained balance, he made his way down to its edge. The water was chill enough to bring a gasp out of him as he waded in. Then he lost touch with the sands of its bed and began to swim. Ah, the supreme energy and recuperative powers of the young. The booming voice was drowned out by a splash. Carter raised his head just in time to receive a face full of water as Zor passed him at full swimming speed, and Zikti was sliding cautiously down over a flat rock, allowing the stream to engulf him by inches. The dignified Zakathan blinked in mild benevolence over the wavelets at the ranger sergeant. With 2 lazy strokes, Carter joined him. Pretty primitive, I'm afraid, sir. The former Hist Techneer of the Galactic University of Zovanta gave a realistic shudder, but answered calmly, "It does one good at times to be shaken out of the comfortable round of civilized life, and we Zakathans are not so physically breakable as you humans. The general idea now held by my family is that this is a most delightful holiday, showing much more imagination on my part than they had believed possible. Zor, for one, has never been so happy." He grinned as he watched that small-scaled body shoot across the current of the stream in pursuit of a water creature. "But this is not a holiday, sir." Zikti's large grave eyes met Carter's. "Yes, there is that to take into consideration. Permanent exile." He looked away, over the tumbled rocks, the bluffs beyond the river, the massed greenery of the wilderness. "Well, this is a rich world, and a wide, empty one. Plenty of room." "There is the city, partly in working order," Carter reminded him. And in that instant he felt a warmth of reassurance close about him, a mental security he had not known for a long, long time. Zikti was not replying with actual mind speech, but answering the ranger in his own way. "I believe that those in the city must be left to work out their own destiny," the Hist Techneer said at last. "In a manner of thinking, that choice is now a retreat. They wish life to remain as it always has been, but that is just what life never does. It goes up, one advances, or it goes down, one retreats. And if one tried to stand still, that is retreat. We are now following the path our whole empire is taking. We have been slowly slipping back for the past century." "Decadence?" "Just so. For example, this spread of dislike for those who are not human, that is increasing. Luckily, we Zakathans are sensitives. We are ready to meet situations, such as that which ensued after the X-451 set down." "What did you do then?" asked Carter, momentarily distracted. Zikti chuckled. "We landed, too, on a lifeboat. There was a promising tract of wilderness not too far away. Before they got over the surprise of seeing us pop out of the escape port, we were safely beyond their reach. But had we not been able to sense Kumi's attitude, it might have ended differently. We came in this direction and established a camp, and I must tell you, Sergeant, I was the most amazed being in the solar system when I accidentally contacted Zynga, another Zakathan here. It was as if I had met a Sutekal face-to-face when I was not wearing a wrist blaster. After we joined forces with your party, everything was, of course, satisfactorily explained. They were hunting you. You are very well regarded by your men, Carter." Again, that warmth of security and reassurance flooded the sergeant's mind. He colored. "Then, when they found me—" "Yes, when they found you. Well, they loaded you on the lifeboat and brought you here. And your adventure has taught all of us an important lesson. Not to underrate an opponent. I would never have believed Kumi capable of such an attack. But in turn, he was not as strong as he thought himself to be, or you would not have been able to escape from his control after you left the city." "But did I?" Carter's frown was black. "In spite of your therapy, I can't remember what happened between leaving the city and waking up alone in the wilderness." "I believe that you did break free from him," Zikti said soberly, "which is why I have laid the compulsion on you. But let us examine the facts. You men of Yelin are 6.6 on the sensitive scale, are you not?" "Yes." "But Agaritans are supposed to be only 5.9. "True, but there is always the chance lately that one may be dealing with a chance mutant, and this is the proper time in the wave of history for mutants to appear. A pity we do not know more of Kumi's background. If he is a mutant, that would explain a great deal." "Would you mind," Carter asked humbly, "telling me just where on the sensitive scale Zakathans place themselves?" The big eyes twinkled at him. "We have purposely never submitted to classification, young man. It is always best and wisest to keep some secrets, especially when dealing with non-sensitives. But I would rate us somewhere between 8 and 9. We have produced several persons who are combination telepaths and teleports, and more only a step or two below them during the past 3 generations. So I am sure that while such mutation is on the increase among my people, it must be working in other races also. Mutants, Carter repeated, and he shivered. I was on Kabla when Pertivar started the mutant rebellion. Then you know what can come of such an upcurve in mutant births. There are good and bad results from all changes. Tell me, when you were a small child, were you aware of being a sensitive? Carter shook his head. No. In fact, I was never aware of my powers until I entered the Ranger Cadet School. Then an instructor discovered my gift, and I was given special training. You were a latent sensitive. Yelene was a frontier planet, its people too close to barbarism to know their full strength. Ah, to have such a vigorous world thrown away, the foul sins of war. It is just because things such as the destruction of Yelene are happening too often now that I am convinced our civilization is nearing its end. Now in this camp we are a strange mixture. He pulled himself out of the water and applied a towel with vigor. Zor, it is time to come, he called after his son. Yes, we are a strange mixture, a collection of odds and ends of the Empire. You and Rolf, Smith and Dalgry are human, but you are all of different races and widely separated stock. File, Zynga, and my family are non-human. Those back in the city are human and highly civilized. And, who knows yet, there may also be natives in this world. One might almost believe that someone or something was about to conduct an experiment here. He chuckled and sniffed the air. Ah, food, and I am indeed empty. Shall we go to see what lies in the cooking pots? But before they came up to the fire, Zikti touched Carter's arm. There is only one thought I wish to leave with you, my boy. I know little of your race. You may not be a mystic, although most sensitives tend to look beyond the flesh and seek the spirit, and you may have no religious beliefs. But if we have been chosen to work out some purpose here, it is up to us to prove worthy of being so selected. I agree, Carter returned shortly, but he knew that the other recognized his sincerity. The Zakathan nodded. Fine, fine. I'm going to enjoy my declining years, and to think I have been given this just when I thought that life was totally devoid of excitement. My dear, he raised his voice to address Sakita, the aroma of that stew is delightful. My hunger increases with every step I draw nearer to the fire. But Carter spooned up the soup mechanically. It was very well for Zikti to paint the future in such bold strokes. A Hist techneer by his training was always taught to look at the whole situation, not to study details. Now Ranger instruction worked in just the opposite fashion. It was the small details which mattered most, the careful study of a new planet, the long hours of patient spying upon strange peoples or animals, the rebuilding by speculation from a few bricks of a whole vanished civilization. And here and now they were faced with a detail which he and he alone must handle. He must render Kumi harmless. That was the thought which had held over from sleep that morning, had been part of his dreams, and was now crystallized into a driving urge. Living or dead, he must and would find the Agaritan. If Joyd Kumi were still alive, he was a menace to all of them. Odd. Carter shook his head as if to clear it. He was so haunted by that thought. Kumi was a danger, and Kumi was his business. Luckily, the Agaritan was no trained explorer woodsman. He must leave a trail so plain it would be child's play for a ranger to follow. They had been together when they left the city. Somewhere that night they had parted company. Had Kumi pushed him off the sled in the dark, intending the fall to kill him? If that were so, it would be a much more difficult task to locate the Agaritan. He would leave no footprints on clouds. The thing for Carter to do was to return to that ledge where he had first gained consciousness. That's 10, maybe 15 miles north. The sergeant started to hear the words come from Zynga's thin lips, picked out of his own thoughts. And, Carter, you do not go alone, not on that trail. He stiffened, but Zynga must know his protest without his putting it into words. That job is mine, the sergeant returned, his teeth set hard. Granted. But still I say you do not take such a trail alone. We have the lifeboat. It will cover ground with time-saving speed, and with it we can better prospect for any traces of Kumi's passing. That was good common sense, but it was no sweeter to swallow because it was logical. Carter would rather have left camp alone and on his 2 feet. It burned inside him that Kumi was his alone, and that he would not feel whole and well again until he had fronted the Agaritan and won. "Take 1 more day of rest," Zynga advised, "and then I promise we shall go. This matter of Kumi, it is one of importance. Others might not think so. He is alone in the wilderness. He can know very little about. The wilds may already have done our job for us. But he is Kumi, and so will continue to linger as a threat until we are sure of him. Did Zikti tell you that he believes him a mutant? Remember Pertivar and what that one was able to do, and Kumi is not going to win next time you face him." Carter smiled at the Zakathan, a smile which was hardly more than 10% humor. "Do you know, my friend, there I think you are right, and this time I do not believe that I am being too confident, the mistake I made before. He has no can-hound, and surely no other brains to tap." "Very well." Zynga arose. "Now let me go and pick Dalgry's store of mechanical knowledge. It might be wise to know just how much ranging power the lifeboat unit has left." They took off the next morning, and no one asked questions, although Carter was sure they all knew his mission. The lifeboat did not have the springy lift of the sled, and its pace was slower. Zynga, at the controls, held it steady over the winding reaches of the river until they found the stream which had served to guide Carter's wanderings. From time to time the Zakathan glanced anxiously at the heavy clouds bulging over the horizon. Storm was indicated, and they had best take shelter when the wind which was driving those clouds struck. To be tossed about the sky in a lightweight lifeboat was no experience to be desired. "Anything below look familiar?" "Yes. I'm sure I crossed this open field. I remember pushing through the tall grass, and those trees ahead are promising. Think we'd better land in their shelter?" Zynga measured the cloud spread again. "I'd like more to reach that ledge where you came to. Flame bats. It's getting dark. Wish I had Rolf's night eyes." End of Side 8. Side 9, Star Soldiers, by Andre Norton. Continuing on page 404. It was darkening fast, and the rising wind swept under the boat so that it lurched as it might on pounding sea waves. Carter clung to the edge of his seat, his nails biting into its cover. "Wait!" He got the word out at the risk of a bitten tongue as the lifeboat bucked. Through the dusk he had caught a glimpse of a recent rock slide down the side of a hill beside the stream. "This looks like where I fell." They were already past the point, but Zynga circled back as Carter squinted through the storm dusk and tried to imagine how that same section would look to a man lying flat on the ledge near the top of the rise. The aircraft snapped out of the circle and veered suddenly to the right, across the crest of the hill. Carter's protest was forgotten as he sighted what had drawn Zynga's attention. The top of a tree had been shorn off, the newly splintered wood of the trunk gleaming whitely. With the pressure of expert fingers on the controls, the Zakathan set the lifeboat down on the slope of the rise, a piece of maneuvering which might have at another time brought honest praise from the sergeant. But now Carter was too intent upon what might lie just beyond the broken tree. He found a mass of crushed branches and the remains of the sled. No one, not even a master mech tech near, could ever reassemble what lay there now. The wreckage was jammed almost bow down in tight wrappings of withered leaves and broken wood, and it was empty. Zynga sniffed deeply as his torch revealed the bareness of that crumpled seat. "No blood, even. The question is, were either or both of you aboard when she hit?" Carter shook his head, a little awed by the completeness of the crack-up. "I don't think either of us could have been. Maybe he threw me out and—" "Yes, and if you fought back, that could have made him lose control, so this would happen. But then where is Kumi, or his remains? No mess at all." "Something would remain if he had been collected by a wandering meat-eater." "He could have jumped just before she hit," suggested the sergeant. "If he had an anti-grav on his belt, he could have made it on such a short fall without smashing himself." "So, we look for a few tracks now?" Zynga's long jaw jutted out as he glanced up at the sky. Rain is going to spoil that. For the clouds were emptying their weight of water at last. Together the Rangers stumbled through a beating downpour to the lee of a rock outcrop which gave a faint hint of shelter. The trees might have kept off more of that smothering blast, but Carter decided as he saw branches whiplash under the wind that might be more dangerous an asylum than the corner where they huddled gasping, the rain stinging their skin and finding its way through every crevice of their tunics and breeches. "It can't keep on like this forever. There isn't that much water," Carter said, and then realized that the drum of rain drowned out any but a parade ground pitch of voice. He sneezed and shivered and thought bitterly that Zynga was going to be proved right. This deluge would mask any trail Kumi might have left hereabouts. Then, in an instant, he snapped erect and felt Zynga's answering jerk. The Zacathon was as startled as he had been. They had caught a faint, very faint plea for help. From Kumi? Somehow he believed not. But it had come from a human, or rather from an intelligent mind. Someone or something which was alive, and reasoning was in trouble. The sergeant turned slowly, trying to center the source. The pain and terror in that plea must be answered. 13. Kumi's Kingdom. Due north. Zynga's gutturals reached him, and the Zacathon's keener perception was right. Can the lifeboat ride this? Carter's own experience with small aircraft had been limited to those of the patrol, and the stability of their exploring sleds was proved. They had been designed for rough going under strange weather conditions, but the machine they had to use now did not arouse any confidence in him. Zynga shrugged. Well, it isn't the sled, but the force of the wind is lessening, and we certainly can't start out on foot. They sprinted through the wall of falling water, and a moment later gained the cramped cabin of the lifeboat. It was a relief to be out of the pounding rain, but even as they settled into their seats, the light craft rocked under them. Get this up into the full force of the wind, they would be riding a leaf whirled around in a vortex. But with that thought in both their minds, neither hesitated. Zynga started the propeller beams, and Carter sent out a mind probe, trying to touch the one who had asked for their help. They were lucky in some things. The dusk of the storm clouds was clearing, and Zynga had been correct. The wind was dying. The light craft bucked, swerved, dipped, and soared as the Zacathon fought at the controls to hold her on course. But they were airborne and high enough above the treetops to escape the fate of the wrecked sled. "Should we circle?" Zynga thought instead of spoke. "Enough fuel?" Carter asked in answer to that as he leaned forward to read the gauge on the instrument board. "You're right. Can't afford that," Zynga agreed. "A quarter of a tal of bucking these winds, and we'll be walking anyway." Carter did not try to translate tal into his own terms of measurement. He had a suggestion to make. "Pick out some good landmarks ahead and set us down." "Then we take to our feet. It might work. It will, if this deluge slackens. And there is your landmark. Agreed? Put us in the middle of that." That lay about a mile before them, a wide circle of bare and blackened ground, covered with the charred stumps of trees, among which the thin green heads of saplings were beginning to show. Sometime not too far in the past, this section had been burnt over. Zynga brought them down where the stumps were fewer. And just as they left the lifeboat, that plea for help reached them again, the terror in it plainer. Carter caught something else. They were not the only living things to answer that call. There was a hunter on the trail ahead, a 4-footed hunter, hungry, one who had not fed that day or the night before. The slot of an old game trail led across the burnt land. Years of pressing hooves and pads had worn it so deep that it could be followed by touch as well as by sight. Carter's boots slipped into it easily, and he trotted on through the slackening rain toward a sharp rise of bare rock. The rock wall, which had once kept the fire from advancing, was broken in one place by a narrow gap through which the game trail led, and then it went down slope into the heart of a real forest. Not too far ahead was the hunter, very close to its prey. Carter caught the mind of the one who was trapped. It was human, but not Kumi. A stranger, hurt, alone, and very much afraid. A different mind. Now the hunter knew it was being followed. It hesitated, and Carter heard a cry which was hardly more than a moan. There was a screen of bushes through which he beat his way, and then he stood looking down at broken tree limbs and at a small, pitifully thin body pinned to the ground by one shattered branch. A distorted face was turned up to him, and he saw that the captive was no straggler from the city. Carter threw himself down in the soft muck and tried to lift the weight of the limb, but he could not shift it far enough for the other to escape, and now the hunter waited, just beyond a neighboring clump of bushes. "Yah!" That rising, horrible bellow was the battle cry of a Zacathan warrior. A blaster cracked above Carter's head. The tawny-furred body had been met in mid-spring by a searing shaft of flame, and the power of the beam bore it back, already terribly dead, into the very nest of leaves from which it had just sprung. A thick stench of singed hair and flesh curled about them. Carter went back to work. He was scooping the soft earth from under the branch when a shriek of pure, unreasoning terror whipped him around. The captive's face was a mask of naked fear, distorted out of human shape, but there was nothing there to fear. The giant cat was dead. Only Zynga stood there, slipping his blaster back into its holster. Only Zynga. But it was the Zacathan who aroused that fear. Carter did not need to give warning. The other ranger had sensed what was happening and disappeared, melting back into the bushes instantly. Carter saw the captive was limp now, eyes closed, unconscious. Well, if he would stay that way for a while, it would simplify the task. As silently as he had vanished, Zynga came back, and together they worked until they had that slim body free and straightened out between them on the ground. Carter's hands made quick and skilled examination. No bones broken. The worst damage is this. There was a deep and ugly gash across the ribs where a fold of the stranger's flesh had been pinned by a sharp stub. The body was thin. Outlines of ribs showed beneath the sun-browned skin. And the stranger was small and slight, very small to be full-grown or close to that, as Carter judged the boy to be. His head was covered with a tangled, mud and briar-filled mass of yellow hair, and there were downy sproutings along the lines of his jaw and across his upper lip. His torn garments consisted of a sleeveless open jerkin made of the hide of some animal and a pair of leggings of the same material, while there were strange bag-like coverings on his feet. Very primitive. A native? Zynga wondered. Or a survivor of another wreck. The Zacathan bit at one talon. Might be. But then, yes, if the stranger was the survivor of another galactic shipwreck, why his terror at the sight of you? The Zacathans were widely known, and they did not arouse fear. They had never been raiders. But Carter studied his companion objectively for the first time. Suppose one had never seen a Zacathan before. Suppose one's world was only inhabited by beings more or less like one's self. Then the first glimpse of those pointed fanged jaws, of that scaled skin, of the frill depending about a hairless head and neck, yes, it would be enough to frighten a primitive mind. Zynga nodded. He had followed that reasoning. Now he had an answer ready. I'll go back to the lifeboat and keep out of sight. You can try to discover where he came from and all the rest. If you move him, I'll follow. Natives here. What if Kumi finds them? But Carter did not need that implied warning. Get going now. I think he's coming around. Eyelids flickered. The eyes they had shielded were light blue, almost faded. First there was terror mirrored in them, but when they saw only Carter's human features, the fear went, and a sort of wary curiosity took its place. The sergeant probed lightly and found what he had suspicioned. This was no survivor of a space shipwreck, or if the lad was descended from galactic rovers, their landing on this forsaken world was many generations back. To make entirely sure of that, Carter asked his first question in the speech so common to all travelers of the stellar routes. Who are you? The boy was puzzled, and his surprise deepened into fear once more. He was not accustomed to hearing a strange tongue, apparently, and galactic speech meant nothing to him. Carter sighed and returned to the easiest methods of communication. He jabbed a thumb at himself. Carter, he said slowly and distinctly. The wariness remained, but the curiosity was stronger, and after a moment of hesitation the boy repeated the ranger's gesture and said, Ord. Ord. That might be the native term for man, but Carter thought it more likely a personal designation. Again, and with infinite caution, the sergeant tried mind contact. He expected some shrinking fear, but to his surprise and interest, the boy appeared familiar with such an exchange. Yet, surely, he was not a sensitive. Carter went deeper and knew that the stranger was not. Which meant only one thing. He had had in the past some dealings with a sensitive, enough not to fear the mind touch. Kumi. The sergeant's own signal went out to Zynga. The Zakathan was in the lifeboat, ready and waiting. Carter turned to Ord. Making the boy comfortable on a bed of boughs under the drooping branches of a neighboring tree, where the rain could not drench him so completely, he went to work. Some time later, with mind touch and a fast-growing vocabulary, he learned that Ord was one of a tribe who lived a roving life in the wilderness. Any mention of the city sent him into shivering evasion. It was, in some manner, taboo. Those shining places had once been the homes of the sky gods. But now the gods return, Ord was continuing. Carter's attention snapped to alert. The gods return? Even so, one has come to us, seeking out our clan, that we may serve him as is right. What is the appearance of this sky god? Asked the sergeant, keeping his voice carefully casual, as if it mattered very little. He is like unto you, but... Ord's eyes widened. But then, are you also of the sky gods? And he made a gesture with crossed fingers pointed at the ranger. Carter took the plunge. After your way of speaking, yes, I come out of the sky, and I am trying to find the god who is now among your people, Ord. The boy moved uncomfortably, inching away from the sergeant. His hand fell on his bandaged side, and he looked up with the old wary suspicion. He said that there were those who might come hunting him, night demons and doers of evil, and terror colored his voice again. When first you came upon me, I thought I saw with you such a one, a demon. His voice slid upscale until it was almost a scream. Do you see him now, Ord? I alone am here with you, and you say that I look like the sky god who is with your people. You must be truly a god, or a demon. You killed the silent hunter with fire. But if the god who came to us is your friend, why did he say that those who came after him were his enemies? The ways of the gods, Carter answered loftily, are not always the ways of man. Had I been a demon, Ord, would I have brought you out from under that tree, bandaged your hurt, and treated you well? I think that a doer of evil would not have done that for you. The other responded to this simple logic almost eagerly. That is right. And when you come with me to the clan, we shall have a great feast. And later we shall go together to the meeting place of the gods, where you can be as you were in the very ancient days. I want very much to go with you to your clan, Ord. How may we reach them? The boy's hand pressed his injured side, and he frowned. It lies 1 day's travel away, does the camp. I will not be able to walk swiftly. We shall manage, Ord. Now this meeting place of the gods, that is where your people live? No, it is much farther away. 10 days of travel from here, maybe more. We go once a year, all the clans together, and there is trading, and warriors are raised up at the man-fire, and maidens make their choices of mates. There is fine singing, and the dance of spears. His words trailed off. Carter smoothed the matted hair back from the boy's eyes. Now you will sleep, he ordered. The pale blue eyes closed, and the boy's breathing came even and unhurried. Carter waited for a few minutes, and then slipped into the fringe of trees where, seconds later, Zynga joined him. This sky god he speaks of must be Kumi, the sergeant began. Kumi, yes, and with him at large, time is of importance. This Ord is a member of a primitive, superstitious culture, just the type Kumi could wish for. He can start a fire in such tinder which would spread with ease, Carter agreed. We've got to get to him. His fingernails drummed on his belt. We'll have to take the boy, he continued, and he says that the camp is at least a day's journey away. I can't carry him that distance. No, we'll take the lifeboat. But, Zynga, he thinks you are a demon. He couldn't be dragged aboard that with you in it. No, but there is going to be no trouble. Use your wits, Carter. You are a sensitive, but you have no idea even yet of how much power you have to draw on at will. Ord will see and hear just what I want him to when we go, and he will guide us to just the right spot, too. But we shall not land at his camp. I cannot control any number of mines, especially where Kumi has been tampering. So you will carry him in to his people, and he will have no memory of the flight, or of there being a second ranger." It went just as Zynga had promised. Ord seemed but half awake, lying between them in dreamy content. He answered the Zacathans' questions readily. The visibility was better than it had been all day, and they were flying out of the rain. "Smoke." Carter pointed to the right. "That must be their campsite. Now for a landing place. Not too far away. You take him in." 10 minutes later, Carter grunted as he paused, the boy's limp body in his arms. He was on the edge of an open park-like expanse, in which were set up, in no particular order, a cluster of skin tents. He could sense some 20 individuals within range of mine touch, but not Kumi. "Ord!" A girl was running toward the ranger, long braids of the same yellow hair as the boy's, swinging over her shoulders. "Ord?" She stopped short, staring with a hint of terror at the sergeant. To his relief, the boy roused at her cry and turned his head. "Quetta!" There were others coming from the tents now. 3 men, hardly taller than the boy, moved warily along, their hands not far from the hafts of the long knives at their belts. Their cheeks and chins were covered with thick mats of hair. They were furred almost like animals. "What you do?" The demand came from the tallest of the 3. "Your boy, hurt. I bring him." Carter shaped the unfamiliar words slowly and as clearly as he could. "Father, this is a sky god. He seeks his brother," Ord added. "The sky god is away. He hunts." Carter gave silent thanks for the chance to learn the ground before Kumi's return. "I will wait." They did not dispute that. Ord was taken from him and established on a pile of furs in the largest of the tents, and the ranger was given a mat by the fire and offered a steaming bowl of stew. He ate hungrily, but it was not appetizing stuff. "How long ago did the sky god leave?" he asked at last. Wolf, the hairy chieftain, and Ord's father squinted and sucked upon a tightly rolled stick of dried leaves, which he hit lit with a blazing splinter, and moved contentedly between his bearded lips, puffing out a gray, acrid smoke. "With the first light. He is very clever. With his magic he holds fast the beasts until the young men can spear them. We feast in plenty since he came to us. He will go to the meeting place of the gods, and there call upon his people, and they shall come to us. Our maidens shall marry with them, and we shall be great and rule this land." "Your people have lived here always?" "Yes, this land is ours. There was a time of burning fire, and the gods departed into the sky. Then we were left behind. But we knew that they would come again and bring a good life with them, and so it has come to pass. First came Kumi. He had trouble with the name. Now you are here. There will be others, as the old ones promised." He puffed silently for a moment or two, and then added, "Kumi has enemies. He said that the demons fear that he may make us great again." Carter nodded. He gave every appearance of listening closely to what the chieftain was saying, but he was listening with more than ears alone. They were expert woodsmen, these natives. For the past 5 minutes they had been creeping into position in the dark behind him. They planned a sudden rush, a neat enough idea. It might have worked with a non-sensitive caught in the trap. As it was, he could turn and put hand on every one of them, and he must make some move before that rush came. "You are a great and clever chieftain, Wolf, and you have many strong warriors. But why do they lurk in the dark like frightened children? Why does he with a split lip crouch there?" The sergeant pointed to his left. "And the one with the 2 knives there." His hand moved from side pocket to the fire as Wolf's head jerked around. A tongue of greenish flame shot up to bring light to the faces of the men who had believed themselves completely hidden. There was a wild animal howl of fear as they threw themselves back out of that betraying light. They scattered, but to give full credit to the chieftain's courage, he did not move. Only the roll of leaves dropped from his mouth to singe the hide legging on his right knee. If I were a demon, Carter continued in his ordinary voice, those would now be dead men, for I could have slain them as they hid. But I have no hatred for you or your people in my heart, Wolf. You are Kumi's enemy, returned the other flatly. Has Kumi said so, or do you only guess that? Let us wait until he returns. He has returned. The chieftain did not turn his head, but there was a subtle alteration in his voice, a quickening of intelligence in his eyes, as if another personality now inhabited the squat body. Carter got to his feet, but he did not draw his blaster. He could only use that weapon for a last defense. Surely the Agaritan wouldn't hurl these poor fools at him. That I shall believe when I face him. Gods do not fight from behind others. So say the noble patrol, the fearless rangers. Wolf's lips twisted as he shaped words entirely alien to his own tongue. You are still bound by those outmoded codes? The worse for you. But I am glad you have come back to me, Sergeant Carter. You are a better tool than these brainless woods runners. And before Wolf had half finished that speech, a bolt of mental force struck Carter. If Kumi had not betrayed himself by words, he might have had a better chance. But the ranger was armed and prepared, and into him flowed Zynga's support, so that he stood smiling faintly in the firelight as he parried and thrust in the silent, motionless duel. Kumi did not try heavy assaults. Instead, he used quick rapier stings of attack, which one must guard against constantly. But Carter's confidence grew, and he was doing all the work, he realized with mounting exultation. Zynga was only in watchful support. Let Kumi be a mutant of unknown powers. He was going to meet his match now in a frontier barbarian from a vanquished planet. The ranger had a second's flicker of new knowledge. Yelene had been burnt off because an Agaritan had realized the threat of that world. His confidence grew. Perhaps Yelene had been the check upon the growing Agaritan ambition. Very well. A man from Yelene was about to avenge both his people and his world. 14. Plague. But that confidence was to be suddenly shaken. The pressure exerted by Kumi stopped as quickly as if some force blade had cut it. And in place of that darting attack, there was a confused boiling of unrelated thoughts and impressions. Was that to lure him from behind his block, to set him up for some more subtle attack? But Carter remained wary, ready to meet what came. And it came with a wild blast of desperation, as if the Agaritan must win at once. That ebbed, and still the sergeant was on guard, believing that the other had withdrawn to gather his forces for another assault. And by thinking that, he almost died. For the attack which came was not mental but physical, a lance of blaster fire. With a choked cry of pain, Carter dropped. He lay flaccid in the glow of the flames. The chieftain shook his head and stared almost stupidly at the limp body of the ranger. He was still in the process of getting to his feet when another came out of the shadows and approached the fire, a gleaming blaster in his hand. Got him! There was an odd hesitation in those words of triumph, and before he reached the body, the newcomer stopped and half raised his hand to his head. Then his face twisted, and he cried out. The blaster fell to the ground, bounced, and landed close to the body of his victim, and a second later he too had crumpled up. Carter raised himself. His hand went to his left shoulder. The Bliss hide jerkin had taken some of the force of the blast, and it had not been well aimed. He had a nasty burn, but he was still alive, scooping up Kumi's blaster as he got to his feet. That blaster. Why had Kumi tried to burn him down? The sergeant was sure that the Agaritan relied on mental power. The weapon was entirely out of character. Kumi was too civilized, too self-confident. And how in the world had he been able to knock the Agaritan out so easily just a minute ago? Why, Kumi had reacted to his bolt as if he had had no mind blocks up at all. As the ranger bent over him, Kumi stirred and moaned faintly. The Agaritan's breath came in painful gasps, his chest laboring as if he were fighting hard for every lungful of air. But that was not natural. What was wrong with the man? Kumi? What does? Wolf hovered timidly by the two. Carter shook his head. Turn him over, he ordered briefly. The chieftain obeyed gingerly, as if he dreaded touching the man on the ground. Carter went down on one knee, setting his teeth against the sharp twinge of pain that motion cost him. In the firelight, the Agaritan's sharp features were plain to see. His mouth was open and he was gasping. There was a faint, dark shadow pinching in above his beaked nose and about his lips. Carter stiffened. "Empire fever," he broke out, though Wolf could not understand. It was a common enough disease. He had had a bout with it once himself. The remedy was Galdine. But before the medicos had discovered that drug, Empire had been serious all right. A man who caught it strangled to death because muscles locked against breathing. Galdine. But where could one find Galdine here? Did they carry it in their packs of ranger equipment? He tried to remember if it were included. It might not be. Their immunity shots were supposed to leave them free from the necessity of carrying such supplies. In the meantime, Kumi was going to die unless he could get air, and he, Carter, couldn't apply artificial respiration with a blast-burned shoulder. "You," he turned to Wolf, "put your hands here, then push hard and let go, like this. 1, 2, 1, 2. With visible reluctance, the chieftain obeyed orders. Carter contacted Zynga. "Okay," came the calm response. "We'll try for Galdine in camp if you can hold on. Give me 2 hours, maybe 3. Carter bit hard on his lower lip. Little hot waves of pain spread from the burn. "Get going," he flashed back. Wolf glowered at him from under the tangle of his thick hair. "Why must I do this to Kumi? If you fail to do it, he will die." For a moment the rhythm ceased as the chieftain looked at the ranger in open surprise. "But there is no wound upon him, and he is a sky god, one of those of all knowledge. Have you laid a spell upon him, being his enemy?" "There is no spell." Hurriedly Carter discarded 2 possible explanations, and gave a third which this clansman might not only understand but accept. "Kumi has swallowed certain demons which cannot be seen. They do not wish to come forth, but they must be forced to do so, or they will slay him as surely as if your knife had torn him open." Wolf considered this and went back to his task. The manpower and woman power of the camp ringed them in. And as Wolf began to tire, Carter arbitrarily chose the nearest and strongest of the men and set him to work in the chieftain's place. The sergeant watched Kumi's face narrowly. He could not be sure, but he was almost certain that some of the strain was passing. It might be that the first attack would be over before Zynga returned. Empire came in cycles, he recalled. If the first disastrous paralysis of the disease did not kill, there was a period of relief before the second attack began. For that second crisis, only Galdine was the answer. If not treated with it, the patient generally succumbed. The fever, which had faded in 4 generations to light attacks of mild discomfort, had once been a plague which had devastated whole planets. Yes, Kumi was definitely breathing easier. At a sign from the ranger, the man now working over the Agaritan stopped, but the vice-lord continued to draw shallow breaths. Carter touched the dank skin of the sick man's face. The characteristic cold sweat was beading on forehead and upper lip. "Bring robes to cover him," he told them. Wolf pulled at his sleeve. "Are the demons out?" "They have withdrawn. They may yet return." A woman squirmed by the line of men and tossed a tanned skin in the general direction of Kumi, but she came no closer to draw it over the unconscious man. Carter pulled it awkwardly into place himself. The natives were edging away. Wolf had retreated to the other side of the fire, where he hovered nervously, as if in 2 minds about whether to follow his people into the tight group of whisperers by the tents. 2 hours, Zynga had said, maybe 3, and perhaps no Galdine after all. Carter didn't like to see the natives gathering that way, to hear the whispers hissing in the dark. They couldn't start any trouble without his knowledge, but he was 1 man against 20 or more of them. He had 2 blasters, which he could only use as a very last resort. The years-long conditioning of the rangers would not permit him to fire until it was absolutely necessary in order to save his life. "You—" That weak thread of voice came from beside him. Kumi was awake. "What?" the Agaritan began with a question. Carter answered with 1 word. "Empire." "Beaten by a virus." There was self-contempt in that. "Galdine?" "Maybe. I have sent someone to see if it is among our supplies." "So, then there were 2 of you." Kumi's voice was gaining strength. "But you are alone now." "I am alone." The Agaritan's eyes closed wearily. He was holding a complete mind block. Perhaps behind it he was planning. But M-fire affected the mental powers as well as the muscles. He could do little to start trouble now. "You are going to have difficulties with the clan, you know." He was continuing in a conversational tone, a sort of malicious amusement just below the surface. "I've had time to indoctrinate them pretty thoroughly. They are not going to take kindly to my collapse. They'll believe that you've tried to murder me." Carter did not answer, and his silence appeared to sting Kumi to another effort. "You won't win this bout, Ranger, any more than you won the last. If I die, you'll go down under their knives and spears. A fitting end for a barbarian." The sergeant shrugged, although that motion almost wrung a cry of pain from him. Kumi's half-open eyes narrowed, and a grin drew back his lips in an animal snarl. "So I did mark you. Well, that will make you easier meat for Wolf and his men when the time comes. You have it arranged? Very neatly, I suppose." Carter dared to yawn. He might not be able to read what was going on behind the Agaritan's block, but he could guess how he himself would answer such an impasse, and he gave Kumi credit for devising something as easy. "I will be taken care of, and then you will lay an ambush for whoever comes with the Galdine. It will be simpler to get it from a dead man." But Kumi's eyes were closed again, and he gave no sign that the other might have scored. Carter looked to Wolf. The chieftain was sitting cross-legged again, staring into the fire. Was Kumi busy now, making mind contact with that hunched figure? The sergeant sighed. During the past few days he had discovered that there were vast unexplored possibilities tied up with this gift of his. Why, the adept who had schooled him had known practically nothing. He knew that after meeting with Zikti, discovering communication with Zynga. If he had their ability now, he might well be able to intercept any orders or suggestions the Agaritan was trying to plant in Wolf's mind. He had no idea of the extent of Kumi's power. If he were a mutant, anything was possible. The rest of the clan were still bunched in the dark by the tents, but they were squatting down. There was no immediate danger of attack. He had only to be alert and ready. Time passed leadenly. Now and again someone crept up to feed the fire. Wolf drowsed and awakened with a jerk of the head. To all appearances, Kumi either slept or was unconscious. But Carter stayed on guard. Fortunately, the pain in his shoulder would not let him rest. At last, the sound he had been straining to hear came, the faint swish of the lifeboat's air passage. He drew a deep breath of relief and straightened. Then he glanced down. Kumi's eyes were open, dark holes of evil malevolence. What was the Agaritan going to try? Wolf stirred, and Carter's hand reached for the blaster Kumi had dropped. The chieftain arose stiffly to his feet. 3 more men came out of the shadows to join him. "Carter!" That mental call was imperative, and it came from Zikti, not Zynga. "There is no Galdine." Even as the message reached the ranger, Kumi uncoiled, his legs flailing out in a move which might have brought Carter down had he not sprung backward at the same instant. The Agaritan was crazy if he thought he could ever surprise a sensitive. But by his maneuver the Vice-Lord had been able to get to his hands and knees. This was it. Carter lurched to the left, keeping the fire between him and the clansmen who were moving to come up to him. They had their knives out, and he couldn't turn his blaster on the poor fools. He couldn't. He lashed a kick at Kumi, who, reflexes weakened by the fever, could not dodge the blow. As the Agaritan sprawled flat on his face, the ranger hurtled his body and began to back toward the woods in the general direction of the hidden aircraft. Seconds later, he heard a welcome voice behind him. "I have them covered, Carter. Kumi controls them." "Okay, I've got him too. Fall back to the trees. Zikti is waiting for us." Rolf spoke calmly as he stepped out of the shadows to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sergeant. Kumi caught at Wolf as the chieftain passed him. Using the native as a support, he pulled himself up on his feet. "So, you don't have Galdine," he spat at them. His face was no longer malevolent. It was twisted and white with pure fear. "I may be a dead man," he went on softly, "but I still have time to finish you, too. He released Wolf suddenly and pushed him at the Rangers. "Kill!" he screamed. "We'll do what we can for you," Carter said slowly. The Agaritan was holding himself erect with an effort which was draining the last resources of his strength. "Still living by the code, fool! I shall live to see your blood, barbarian!" "Ah!" The scream was shrill, and it bit Rawley at the nerves. It could only have been torn from a woman's throat. Wolf and his men half turned just as a second scream broke. There was a frenzied gabble of words which Carter did not catch, but Zichte's thought translated for them. "One of this tribe, a maiden, has fallen ill. They believe that the demons of Kumi have entered into her." Wolf had gone to the source of the screaming. Now he came back into the firelight, walking heavily. "The demons," he spoke directly to the Agaritan, "are in Quetta. If you are truly a sky god, bring them forth." Kumi swayed, conquering the weakness of his body by sheer power of will. "It is their doing," he pointed to the Rangers. "Ask them." But Wolf's attention did not waver. "Kumi is a sky god. He has sworn it. These have not sworn it. Kumi brought the devils hither in his body. They are the devils of Kumi, not the devils of my people. Now let Kumi summon them forth out of the body of my daughter." Kumi's ravaged face, gaunt and hollowed, was a mask of pain in the flickering light. His black eyes held on the Rangers. "Galdine." Carter saw the Agaritan's lips form the word. Then slowly, as if he were fighting to the last, he lost control and toppled forward into the trampled dirt and ashes on the very edge of the fire. Wolf stooped and twisted his fingers in the Agaritan's cropped hair, fumbling for a hold, and then he jerked up the head. But Kumi had not lost consciousness, and before either of the horrified Rangers could move, the chieftain drew his knife in a quick stroke across the stretched throat of the vice-lord. "Here is an open door for the devils to enter," he remarked, "and also much blood for them to drink. May they speedily find it." He wiped the knife on Kumi's tunic. "Sometimes it takes very much blood to satisfy the thirst of a strong demon," he ended as he looked up at the Rangers. Rolf's blaster was ready, but Carter shook his head. Together they backed into the darkness under the trees. "They will follow," suggested the Faltharian. "Not yet," came Zichte's reassurance. "I think that they are still a little daunted by their chieftain's act. After all, it is not every day that one slays a god, or ex-god. Now let us make haste to the lifeboat." It was morning again, and there was a sun bright and hot across Carter's knees, but his thoughts were dull and gray. "We couldn't do anything to help them," Smith was making his report. "If we had had the Galdine, maybe, if they would let us near them. But we have tried during these last 3 days. When Dalgry and I went there 2 hours ago, one of them crawled out just to throw a knife at us. Most of them must be already dead." He spread out his hands in a gesture of defeat. "I do not think any will be alive by nightfall." 20 people, maybe more, murdered. "It was murder," Carter returned bleakly. "We don't catch it," Dalgry wondered. "Immunity shots, and the Zacathans have never come down with M-fire. But this is the way it used to hit, when it was a plague. It hasn't been like this for years. We've had Galdine, and we've known M-fire a long time, remember. It struck us just after the Siren worlds were explored. Through generations, Rolf pointed out, we may have built up some natural immunity to it also. Man does by natural selection. But how do we know how many other germs we may carry with us? Harmless to us, but devastating to this world. The best thing we can do from now on is to stay away from the natives." "And that move may not be altogether altruistic," added Zinga. "Suppose they have bred some pleasant little viruses of their own. Let us pray that our immunity shots continue to work." "It is a tragedy, but one we can do nothing to end." Zichte pulled off his traveling cloak and let the sun beat warmly on his shoulders. "From now on we shall keep away from these people. I gather that they are not a numerous race?" "I believe not," answered Carter. "From the little I was able to learn, there are only a few small family clans, but they unite once a year at the meeting place of the gods. Yes, that is a most interesting point. These gods who departed into the sky. Who were they? Some galactic colony, later withdrawn? That would account for the city left in order to wait a return. Pardon me, gentlemen, I am being swept away again by my own subject. The hissed Techneer smiled. But there was no spaceship landing field near the city, protested Dalgry. That was only one city. There may be others, File pointed out. Suppose they had only one or two spaceports on the whole planet. That could be true of a colonial outpost. The meeting place of the gods, mused Zichty. What does that suggest? We've got to go there. Dalgry sat up eagerly. The city machinery, what I saw of it, was in an amazing state of preservation. If we find a spaceport, we might even find a ship we can use. A ship to use. Carter frowned. And then he could only be surprised at the instant protest those words had sparked in him. Didn't he want to leave this world? Zakita and her daughter came out of the makeshift tent that was their own domain and joined the group by the fire. Carter noted with an inner tickle of amusement how quick Zynga was to heap up the grass intended for seating. You have news of importance? Zakita asked. There may be an ancient spaceport near here. The native boy told Carter of a meeting place of the gods, which suggests possibilities, replied her husband. So, Zakita considered that. But Carter caught a fleeting impression that she was not altogether pleased with that news. Why? A Zakathan lady of the highest rank, for the gold forehead paint she wore proclaimed her an Isiti, one of the fabulously wealthy and noble 7 families, certainly would rejoice at the chance to return to galactic civilization as quickly as possible. Techneer Dalgry believes that if we find one of the old ships, we might be able to activate it again, since the machinery in the city was in such an excellent state of preservation. They used a city form of aircraft to come here, remember? I hope that any spaceship we might discover would last longer than that did. Dalgry stuck in ruefully. It did bring us this far, but then it went to pieces. An important point to consider. Carter met Zakita's eyes, and it was almost as if he read in them some subtle encouragement. I have no desire to blast off in a ship which will go powerless after we hit deep space. I can think of many more effective and less painful ways of committing suicide. But we can visit this meeting place of the gods. Dalgry was almost pleading. I would say yes, if we can keep free of the natives. It is time for their annual pilgrimage there, and we can't mingle with them. Kumi infected and killed that clan just as truly as if he had taken a disruptor to their camp. We can't be walking death to a whole nation. Very true, Zichty agreed. Let us do this. Send out a scouting party to make mind contact with some clan bound for this assembly. But our men must keep out of sight. The natives thus discovered will serve us as unconscious guides. Once contact is established, we can follow with our supplies. Will the lifeboat be of any more service? It can go 20, maybe 25 miles. Dalgry answered that with authority. Well, walking is good for the figure, Zichty continued good-humoredly. What do you think, Sergeant Carter? You have the best solution, Carter returned. Zynga got up, crooking a taloned finger in Rolf's direction. Let us go out by night. Owl Eyes here can watch, and I can think us into contact. Should we find what we seek, you shall speedily know of it. 15. The meeting place of the gods. Before midnight they received the message they had been waiting for. Zynga and Rolf had found a clan of natives camped for the night, and had made sure that they were en route to the meeting place of the gods. In the late afternoon of the next day, the rangers abandoned their own camp and set out on the trail blazed by their unknowing guides. On the 8th morning, both Carter and the Zacathans caught the warning of a multitude gathered not far ahead. They must be approaching their goal, and picking a well-sheltered and secluded thicket, they made camp, sleeping uneasily by turns until nightfall, when Zynga, Carter, and Rolf set out to learn the general lay of the land before them. It was not the lights of a city which lit aglow in the northern sky to beckon them, but the rising flames of at least 100 campfires. The 3 rangers moved gingerly about the rim of the wide, shallow cup which held the clan rendezvous, avoiding any near contact with the few stragglers still coming in. There is a spaceport. How can you be sure? Demanded Carter, striving to see what had made Rolf declare that with such firmness. The ground, over all this depression, it has been blasted time and time again by take-off back flares, but it's old, no new scars showing. All right, so we've located an old spaceport. Zynga sounded irritated, almost disappointed. But a port isn't a ship. See any of those, Bright Eyes? No, Rolf returned calmly, but there is a building on the other side. There. See? That fire lights it just a little. Carter, now that his attention had been directed, sighted it, an expanse of massive blocks only barely perceptible in the poor light. It's large. Rolf cupped his hands around his eyes to cut some of the fire glare. Let's have the visibility lenses, Carter. And when he used those, he added with a faint trace of excitement, it's huge, bigger than anything we saw in the city. And did you ever visit Central City? Carter laughed bitterly. I saw visographs of it. Do you think we outer barbarians ever came so close to the fount of all knowledge as to see it in reality? And what has Central City got to do with this? Zynga wanted to know. Were you ever there yourself? No, but one can get a pretty good idea of the place from the visographs. And that building over there is an exact duplicate of the place of Free Planets, or I'll eat it stone by stone. What? Carter snatched the lenses out of his companion's hands. But although the fires and the figures of the natives moving about them leaped up to meet his eyes, the building beyond remained only a shadowy, blurred shape shrouded in the night. But that is impossible, Zynga cried almost triumphantly. Even the newly hatched know that the place of Free Planets is archaic, designed by architects who lived so far in the past we don't even know their names or home worlds, and it has never been copied. Except that it has. Right here, Rolf returned stubbornly. I tell you, there is something odd about this world. Those tales you heard, Carter, of the gods who took to space. That city left waiting, ready for its owners to return. This place where the natives have a tradition that they must gather at regular intervals to await such a homecoming. It all adds up. If we only knew how to add... Yes, agreed Carter. There is some mystery here, a bigger one maybe than we have ever tried to solve before, in spite of our system ranging. Mysteries, Zynga scoffed. And now, my friends, we had better withdraw in a hurry, unless you wish to be trampled by a select party from below. But Carter had received the same sense warning and was already creeping on his hands and knees back from the rim of the ancient spaceport. If we made a wide circle to the west, Rolf pointed out, we might be able to come out behind that building and see more of it. So the Faltharian wanted to see more of it. Carter shared his impatience. A solitary building which resembled the sacred place of Free Planets. He must get to the bottom of the mystery. He had to. A world not included on even the most ancient routing tapes he had seen. In a solar system so near the rim of the galaxy that it had been overlooked, or forgotten, centuries before he was born. Yet here, beside an age-old spaceport, stood a replica of the oldest and most revered public building ever built by human beings. He must find out why, and who, and what. During the next few hours they made the western circle Rolf had suggested, and when just before dawn they were joined by the other rangers and patrolmen, they were behind the building. Carter's eyes were grainy from lack of sleep, but excitement would not let him go back to their camp. He had to see what Rolf had described. They moved from cover to cover, at last crawling snake-wise to reach a point from which they could see clearly. Rolf was right. Dalgry's voice rose to a squeak in his amazement as he looked down at the white mass. My father was stationed at headquarters one year. We lived in Central City. I tell you, that's the place of Free Planets down there. Carter's hand pushed him flat. All right, we'll take your word for it, but keep your voice and your head down. Those men below are trained hunters. They could easily spot you. But how did it get here? Dalgry turned an honestly bewildered face to the sergeant. Maybe. Carter brought out the thought which had been born in him during the night. This came first. Came first? Smith wriggled up and screwed the lenses tight to his eyes. Came first, but how? You mean it could be that old? Breathed Rolf. You've the lenses, Smith. Take a good look at the edge of the roof and the steps leading up to the portico. Yes, the com-techneer agreed a moment later. Erosion. That place is very old. Older than the city, even, he added. Unless, being set out alone in the open had hastened decay, I'd like to have a closer look. Wouldn't we all? Zynga interrupted him. How long do you suppose our friends down there are going to sit around? Some days, at least. We'll just have to button up our curiosity until they do leave, Carter answered. It'll probably keep us busy to just elude parties coming in and going out. We had better stay some distance away from now on. Smith uttered a slight groan of protest, and Carter could sympathize with him. To be so near, and yet have to refrain from covering that last quarter-mile which kept them from the mystery, was enough to irritate anyone. But they did withdraw, and there was no argument over the wisdom of keeping aloof from the natives. Their account of the building intrigued Zicti, and the next morning he calmly appropriated the services of Zynga, saying, "Since I am unfortunately not acquainted with the proper methods of lurking, crawling, and dodging, I shall require the aid of an expert to teach this old one new tricks. Alas, even when removed, perhaps permanently, from my lecture halls, I cannot suppress my desire to collect knowledge. The customs of these natives are certainly of great interest, and with your permission, Sergeant, we shall lurk and crawl to watch them." Carter grinned. "With my permission or without it, sir. Who am I to interfere with the gathering of knowledge? Though, Zicti caught his thought smoothly, it may be the first time in many years that one of my rank has gathered source material personally in the field. Well, perhaps that is one of the ills of our civilization. A little personal attention can often stop leaking seams, and a fact learned from a fragment of one culture can be applied to salve the ills of another." Carter ran his hands through his hair. "They are a good people, primitive, but we could help them. I wish, if we only had the medical skill and learning, we could mingle with them in safety. Or you could. Whether they would ever accept a Bemi," Zicti stabbed a talon at his own arched breast, "is another question. Among primitives, what is the general attitude toward the unknown? They fear it." "Yes, that poor boy thought that Zynga was a demon," Carter replied reluctantly. "But in time, when they learned that we meant them no harm—" Zicti shook his head regretfully. "What a pity that we do not have a medico among us. That is one of the few limitations of our present situation which bothers me." "You are ready to march, Haga Zicti?" Zynga came up to them, bowing his head and addressing the elder Zakathan with one of the 4 titles of respect, which confirmed Carter's suspicions that the Hist Techneer was a noble on his own world. "Coming, my boy, coming. There is one thing which I and my household may thank the First Mother for," he added, "and that is that we have such companions in misfortune." Carter, warm with pleasure, watched the 2 Zakathans out of sight. He realized that Zicti, much as he withheld from giving any opinion until asked, or from intruding upon the ranger councils, was a leader. Even Smith and Dalgry, for all their inborn suspicion not only of unhumans but also of sensitives, had fallen under the spell of the urbane charm and serene good nature of the Hist Techneer and his family. The patrolmen fetched and carried cheerfully and readily for Zakita and Zora, and preserved a lordly big brother plagued by small tag-along attitude toward Zor. Just as the difference between ranger and crewman had vanished, so had that between human and Bemi. "And what are you thinking of when you stand there smiling at nothing at all?" File dropped a bundle of firewood and stretched. "You should come and haul in some of these logs, if you have nothing better to do." "I was thinking that there have been a lot of changes," began the sergeant. But for once he found File as intuitive as Zynga. "No more Bemis? No more crew and rangers, you mean? It just happened, somehow." He sat down on the woodpile. "It may be that when we got out of the city, he jerked his head in the direction Smith and Dalgry had taken a few minutes previously, had to make a choice, once and for all. They made it, and they aren't looking back. Now they don't think about differences, any more than you and Rolf ever did. We were almost Bemis ourselves, Rolf with his night sight and I a sensitive, and I was a barbarian into the bargain. Those 2 are both inner-system men, more conventional in their conditioning. We must give them credit for conquering some heavy prejudices. They just started to use their brains." File's crest lifted. He raised his face to the sky and poured out a liquid run of notes, so pure and heart-tearing a melody that Carter held his breath in wonder. Was this File's form of happy release from emotion? Then came the birds, wheeling and fluttering. Carter stiffened into statue stillness, afraid to break the spell. As File's carol rose, died, and rose again, More and more of the flyers gathered, with flashes of red feathers, blue, yellow, white, green. They hopped before the Christian's feet, perched on his shoulders, his arms circled about his head. Carter had seen File entice winged things to him before, but never just this way. It appeared to his bewildered eyes that the whole campsite was a maze of fluttering wings and rainbow feathers. The trills of song died away, and the birds arose, a flock of color. 3 times they circled File, hiding his head and shoulders from sight with the tapestry of tents they wove in flight. Then they were gone, up into the morning. Carter could not yet move. His eyes remained fixed on File, for the Christian was on his feet, his arms outstretched, straining upward, as if he would have followed the others up and out. And for the first time, dimly, the sergeant sensed what longings must be born in File's people since they had lost their wings. Had that loss been good? Should they have traded wings for intelligence? Did File wonder about that? Someone beside him sighed, and he glanced around. The 3 Zacathans, Zakita, Zora, and Zor, stood there. Then the boy stooped to pick up a brilliant red feather, and the spell was broken. File dropped his arms, his feather crest folded neatly down upon his head. He was again a ranger of the patrol, and not a purveyor of winged magic. So many different kinds. That was Zakita with her usual tact. I would not have dreamed that these trees give harborage to so many. Yes, Zor, that is indeed an unusual color for a sky creature, but every world has its own wonders. File joined the Zacathan boy, who was smoothing the scarlet feather delicately between 2 talons. "If you wish," he said, with a friendliness he had not often displayed before, "I can also show you those who fly by night." Zor's yellow lips stretched in a wide smile. "Tonight, please. And can you bring them here in the same way?" "If you remain quiet and do not alarm them. They are more timid than those who live by the sun. There is a giant white one who skims through the dark like a Korab mist ghost." Zor gave an exaggerated shiver. "This," he announced loudly, "is the best holiday we have ever had. I hope that it is never going to end. Never." The eyes of the 4 adults met above his head, and Carter knew they shared the same thought. This exile would probably never end for them. But did any of them care? Carter wanted to ask, but he couldn't, not just yet. The Rangers spent the day overhauling their equipment and making minor repairs. Clothing was a problem, unless they followed the example of the natives and took animal skins to cover them. Carter speculated about the coming cold season. Should they tramp south to escape its rigor? For the sake of the Zacathans, perhaps they should. He knew that exposure to extremes of cold rendered the reptile people torpid until they lapsed into complete hibernation. They spied upon the natives, going out in pairs to do so, turning in all information to Zikti, who compiled it as if he fully intended to give a documented lecture on the subject. "There are several different physical types among them," he commented one evening, when File and Smith, who had drawn that day's watch, had given their report. "Your yellow-haired, white-skinned people, Carter, are only one. Now File has seen this clan of very dark-skinned, black-haired men. By their light clothing and strange equipment they are from a warmer country," added the Christian. "Odd, such dissimilar races on the same world. But that is a humanoid characteristic, I believe," continued the hissed techneer. "I should have had more grounding in humanoid physiology." "But they are all very primitive. That is what I can't understand." Smith wore a puzzled frown as he spooned up the last of his 2. "That city was built, and left all ready to run again, by men who were at a high state of technological advancement. Yet all the natives we have discovered so far live in tents made of animal hide, wear skins on their backs, and are afraid of the city. And I'll swear that that pottery I saw them trading today was made out of rough clay by hand." "We don't understand that any better than you do, my boy," answered Zikti. "We never shall unless we can penetrate the fog of their history. Some powerful memory, or threat, has kept them out of the city. If they ever possessed any technical skill, they forgot it long ago, maybe by deliberately suppressing such knowledge, because it was sacred to the gods, perhaps because of a general drop in a certain type of intelligence. There could be many explanations." "But Could they be the remains of a slave population left behind when their masters emigrated? Ventured Rolfe. That, too, would be an answer. But slavery does not usually accompany a highly mechanized civilization. The slaves would be machine tenders, and the city people had robots which would serve them better in that capacity. It seems to me, began File, that on this world there was once a decision to be made, and some men made it one way and some another. Some went out, his claws indicated the sky, while others chose to remain, to live close to the earth and allow little to come between them and the wilds. Carter straightened. That seemed right. Men choosing between the stars and the earth. Yes, it could have happened just like that. Maybe because he himself was a barbarian, born on a frontier world where man had not long taken to space. He could see the truth in that. And perhaps because File's people had made just such a choice long ago and sometimes regretted it, the Christian had been the first to sense the answer to the riddle here. Decadence. Degeneracy, broke in Smith. But Zakita shook her head. If one lives by machines, by the quest for power, for movement, yes. But perhaps to these it was only a moving on to what they thought a better way of life. A moving on. Carter's mind fastened on that eagerly. Maybe the time had come for his own people to make a choice which would either guide them utterly away from old paths or would send them falling back. Time continued to drag for the watchers until the last of the natives departed. They even waited another 5 hours after the last small clan left, making sure that there would be no chance of being sighted by lingerers. And then, in the middle of an afternoon, they came down the slope at last, picking their way through the debris of the campsite and around still smoldering fires. At the foot of the stairs which led to the portico of the building, they left their packs and bundles. There were 12 broad steps, scored and pitted by winds of time, with the tracks of hide sandals outlined in dried mud, where the natives had wandered in and out. Up these steps they climbed and passed through lines of towering pillars into the interior. It would have been dark inside, but the builders had roofed the center section with a transparent material, so that they could almost believe they still stood in the open. Slowly, still in a compact group, they came down an aisle into the very middle of the huge hall. Around them on 3 sides were sections of seats, divided by narrow aisles, each ending at the floor level in one massive chair on the back of which was carved, in such high relief that time had not worn it away, a symbol. On the 4th side of the chamber was a dais, supporting 3 more of the high-backed chairs of state. The center one raised another step above the other 2. "Some type of legislative building, do you think?" asked Zikti. "The presiding officer would sit there." He pointed to the dais. But Carter's torch beam fastened on the sign carved on the nearest of the side chairs. As he read it, he stood incredulous. Then he flashed the light to illuminate the marking on the next seat and the next. He began to run, reading the symbols he knew so well. Deneb, Sirius, Rigel, Capella, Procyon. He did not realize it, but his voice was rising to a shout as if he were calling a roll. Calling such a roll as has not sounded in that chamber for 4,000 years or more. Betelgeuse, Aldebaran, Pollux. Regulus, Smith was answering him from the other side of the hall, the same wild excitement in his voice. Spica, Vega, Arcturus, Altair, Antares. Now Rolfe and Dalgry began to understand in turn. Fomalhaut, Alphard, Castor, Algol. They added star to star, system to system in that roll call. In the end, they met before the dais, and they fell silent while Carter, with a reverence and awe he had never known before, raised his torch to give more light to the last of those symbols. That bright one which should gleam in this place was there. Terra of Soul. He read it aloud, and the 3 words seemed to echo more loudly down the hall than any of the shouted names of the kindred stars. Terra of Soul. Man's beginning. 16. Terra calling. "I don't believe it." Smith's voice sounded thin. His attention was fixed on that high seat and the incredible sign it bore. "This can't be the Hall of Leave-Taking. That was just a legend." "Was it?" asked Carter. "But legends are not always fables." "And out there," Dalgry pointed toward the doorway without turning his head from the dais. "Is the field of flight?" "How long—" Rolf's question dwindled off into silence, but his words continued to echo down the hall. Carter wheeled to face those rows of chairs and the section of seats each one headed. There, why, right there had sat the commanders, and behind them crews and colonists. And so they must have gathered, shipful after shipful, for years, maybe centuries, gathered, spoke together for the last time, received their last orders and instructions, then went out to the field and the waiting ships and blasted off into the unknown, never to return. Some, a few, had won through to their goals. They, Smith, Dalgry, Rolf, and he, were living proof of that. Others had reached an end in the cold of outer space or on planets which could not support human life. How long had it gone on, that gathering, that leave-taking, with no return, long enough to drain Terra's veins of life, until only those were left who were temperamentally unfitted to try for the stars? Was that the answer to the riddle of this half-and-half world? No return. Rolf had picked that out of his thoughts somehow. No return. So the city's died, and even the memory of why this exists is gone. Terra. "But we remember," Carter answered softly, "for we have made the full circle. The green, that is the green of Terra's hills. It has been a legend, an ancient song, a dim folk memory, but it has always been ours, going with us from world to world across the galaxy. For we are the sons of Terra, inner system, outer system, barbarian and civilized. We are all the sons of Terra." "And now," Smith observed with wistful simplicity, "we have come home." It was a home which bore no resemblance to the dark mountains and chill valleys of Rolf's half-frozen Falthar, to his own tall forests and stone cities now forever dust, to the highly civilized planets which had been the birthplaces of Smith and Dalgry. It was a planet of wilderness and dead cities, of primitive natives and forgotten powers. But it was Terra, and as different as their races might be today, they were all originally of the stock which had walked this earth. Once more he surveyed that assembly of empty seats. Almost he could people it. But those he summoned to sit there could not be the ones who had once done so. The men of Terra had been gone too long, were scattered too far. He walked slowly down the center of the hall. The Zacathans and File had drawn apart. They must have watched with amazement the actions of the humans. Now Carter tried to explain. "This is Terra." But Zicti knew what that meant. "The ancient home of your species. But what an amazing discovery!" What else he might have added was drowned out in a shout which drew all their attention to the dais again. Dalgry stood at the left of it, beckoning to them. Rolf and Smith had disappeared. In a body, they hurried to join Dalgry. The new discovery was behind the dais, hidden by a tall partition, and it covered most of the wall. A giant screen of some dark glass on which pinpoints of light made patterns. Below it was a tabletop, of which was inlaid with a paneling of switches and buttons. Smith crouched on the bench before it, his face intent. "A communication device?" asked Carter. "Either that or some kind of a course plotter," Dalgry answered. Smith merely grunted impatiently. "Could it still be in working order?" Sakita marveled. Dalgry shook his head. "We can't tell yet. The city functioned again after they pulled the right switches, but this—" He indicated the giant star map and the intricate controls on the table. "Will have to be studied before we can push the right levers. Why, we don't understand any of their wiring methods." The techneer, any techneer, might possibly put the machine into working order again, but Carter knew such a feat was totally beyond the Rangers. He studied the star map slowly, identifying the points he could recognize. Yes, here was the galaxy as it appeared from this ancient planet close to its rim. He noted the brilliance of Sarmak, moved on to Altair and the others. Had this board once plotted the course on which man went out to those far-off suns and the worlds they nourished? It was growing darker as the evening closed down, but even as the light faded from overhead, a soft glow outlined the star map and illumined the table, although the rest of the hall remained shrouded with shadows. Carter moved. "Shall we camp outside or return to the hills?" he asked Zicti. I see no reason for returning, the Zakathan replied. If all the natives have withdrawn, as they apparently have, surely there can be no objection to our staying. Behind him, Zynga laughed and pointed a talon at Smith. If you think you can drag him away from here even by force, you are sadly in error, Sergeant. Which, of course, was true. The com-techneer, confronted by a mysterious device in his own field, refused to leave even for food, preferring to gulp down a cup of water and chew on a piece of tough meat absently, while his eyes were busy with the marvels before him. They chose to drag their bedrolls into the hall when the full night fell, putting out their cooking fire and lying closely together below the empty seats of the vanished colonists. "There are," Zichte's voice boomed through the emptiness, "no ghosts in this place. Those who gathered here once were already voyaging on in spirit, even as they sat here, eager to be gone. They have left nothing of themselves behind." In a way, Rolth agreed, that was also true of the city. It was discarded. Carter produced the right word as the Falfarian hesitated. Discarded as might be a garment grown too small for its wearer. But you are right, sir, we shall meet no ghosts here, unless Smith can awaken some with his tinkering. Is he going to stay there all night? Naturally, Zynga replied, and let us hope that he will not raise any voices out of the past, even out of your human past, friend. I have an odd desire to spend this night in slumber. Carter awakened twice during the night, and by the faint glow which crept around the edges of the partition, he saw that Smith's bedroll was still unoccupied. The com-techneer must be hypnotized by his discovery. But there was a limit to everything. So at his second awakening, Carter pulled himself out of the warmth of his bed with an impatient sigh, shivered in the chill, and padded on bare feet across the cold stone. Either Smith would come willingly, or he would be dragged to bed now. The com-techneer was still on the seat, his head thrown back, his gaze fixed on the star map. In the reflection of the light, his eyes appeared sunken, and there were dark shadows like bruises along his cheekbones. Carter followed the direction of the other's set stare. He saw what held Smith fascinated, blinked, and gave a gasp. There was a red dot on the black glass surface, a dot which moved in a steady curve. "What is it?" Smith replied without taking his eyes from the traveling dot. I'm not sure. He passed his hands across his face. "You do see it, too?" "I see a red dot moving, but what is it?" "Well, I've guessed." And Carter knew the nature of that guess. A ship, moving through space, headed in their general direction. Coming here? It's on a course, but how can we tell? Look! Another dot had sprung into being on the screen, but this moved with a purpose. It was on the track of the first, a hunter on the trail. Carter pushed down beside Smith on the bench. His heart was thumping so that he could feel the sullen beat of blood in his temples. It was very important, that flight and pursuit. Somewhere within him he knew that. So important he feared to watch. The first dot was moving in a series of zigzags now. Evasive action. Smith mouthed the words. He had served on a battle cruiser, Carter knew. What kind of ships are they? If I understood this, Smith swept his hand over the controls before him, maybe I could answer that. Wait! The first dot engaged in a complicated maneuver which had no meaning as far as the sergeant could see, but which flipped it back on a level with its pursuer. That's a patrol ship. It's offered battle. But why? They were even, those two dots, and then a third appeared on the board. It was slightly larger and moved more slowly, avoiding the two which would shortly be locked in combat. And in making the arc to avoid the flight, it headed straight toward Sol's system. Covering action, Smith translated. The patrol is covering for this other ship. A suicide mission, I think. Look, their battle screens are up now. A faint, very faint orange haze encircled the two dots near the outer verge of Sol's system. Carter had never been in space action, but he had heard enough tales, seen enough visographs, to be able to create in his mind a picture of the struggle now beginning. The larger dot had no part in the struggle. Instead, it crept at its snail's pace on and on, away from the deadlocked fighters. Pressure of screen against screen. And when one of those screens failed, flaming and instant death. That was a patrol ship out there holding the enemy at bay while a defenseless prey escaped. If I could only read this! Smith smashed his fists against the edge of the table. On the board, a tiny bubble of light blazed suddenly to light. Set off by the ship coming this way? Smith nodded. Could be. He leaned forward with quick decision and pressed his finger on the button set under that pinprick of light. There followed sound, a vast roar as of rushing winds. They stared at the map, almost deafened. And then through the roar came the chatter of something else, a sharp clicking which formed a pattern. Smith jumped to his feet. Patrol summons! Patrol summons! TARS! TARS! Carter's hand reached for a blaster he was not wearing, the old call to action for the service. He heard amazed cries behind him. The others were up, crowding around the partition to see and hear what was happening. The beat of the summons echoed hollowly through the building. It might go on until the end of that battle, or until there was some answer. But no answer came. The haze about the dots thickened until they were completely hidden in it, and each spot was a stationary fire. Top pitch! That was Dalgry, breathing the words down Carter's back. Reaching overload fast. They can't take that much longer. They can't. Tar! One spot swept from orange to yellow, to incandescent white. It was an instant of splendor, and then it was gone. They blinked blinded eyes and looked again, but there was nothing. Nothing at all of the two fiery spots. The dark glass of the screen where they had been was as bare and cold as the wastes of outer space it represented. Both. Out. Dalgry was the first to speak. Overload, and it blasted them both. One ship took the other with it. But the third, it is still intact, Zichty pointed out. That was true. The battle had wiped out two ships, but the third dot still moved, the one which the patrol ship had died to save. It was on course, toward Sol and Terra. The clicking sound changed, made another series of coded calls. Smith listened and read them aloud for his companions. Patrol, auxiliary, personnel ship, 2210, calling nearest patrol ship or station. Come in, please, come in. Survivors of patrol base CC4, calling nearest patrol ship or station. Off known courses. Need guide call. Come in, please. Survivors of patrol base CC4, Roth repeated. But that was a ranger station. What in the name of space? Pirate raid, maybe, suggested Zinga. Pirates don't tangle with the patrol, began Dalgry. You mean pirates didn't? We've been out of circulation and off the maps for some time. A coalition of pirate forces can do a lot of damage, Zinga observed. Note also, Zichty added to that, this ship now flies from the more populated sections of the galaxy. It heads out toward the unknown, which it would not do if there were not some barrier between it and more familiar routes. Personnel survivorship, families of patrolmen. Dalgry was visibly shaken. Why, the base must be utterly gone. The clicking of the code still filled the musty air of the hall, and on the map the dot moved. On the board before Smith, the tiny bulb still blazed, and as suddenly it snapped off and a second went on in turn in the block next to it. Carter glanced from that new light to the screen. Yes, the dot was appreciably closer to the system of Sol. Smith's fingers hovered over the board. He licked his lips as if his mouth was dry. Is there any chance of guiding her in here? Carter asked the question he knew was tormenting the other. I don't know, Smith snarled like a tortured animal. His finger went down and pressed the button below the second light, and then he jumped back, as did Carter, for out of the edge of the table sprang a thin black stalk ending in a round bulb. The comtechneer laughed almost wildly and clutched at the thing. Then he began to speak into it, not in code, but in the common tongue of central control. Terra calling, Terra calling, Terra calling. They were frozen, silent, listening to the chatter of the code filling the air. Carter sagged. It hadn't worked after all. And then came a break in the ship's broadcast. He had forgotten about the time lag. Terra calling. Smith was cool, calm again. To that statement he began to add a series of code words and clicks. 3 times he repeated the message, and then leaned back to await reply. Again the wait seemed too long. tearing at their ragged nerves. But at last an answer came. Smith translated it for them all. "Do not entirely understand, but think can ride in on message beam. Keep talking if you have no signal. What? Where is Terra?" So they talked. First Smith until his voice was but a husky whisper issuing from a raw throat, and then Carter using ordinary speech and the old formula, Terra calling, then Dalgry and Rolfe. End of Side 9. Side 10. Star Soldiers, by Andre Norton. Continuing on page 455. There was sunshine lighting the space around them, and then it grew dark again, and still they crouched in turn on the bench before the sky map and talked, and the red dot crept on, now on a straight course for Terra. It was when it had drawn almost even with the outermost planet of Sol's system that Zor pointed out to the half-dazed Carter on duty the newcomer, another dot, already past the point where the battle had been fought, and on a line after the personnel ship. Enemy or friend? Carter shook Zor's shoulder and pushed him toward the outer hall with the message to bring Smith. The comtechneer, rubbing sleep-heavy eyes, half reeled in. But when Carter showed him the dot, he was thoroughly awake. He shoved the sergeant away from the microphone and took over with a sharp question in code. After lagging minutes, it was answered. "Undoubtedly enemy ship. Pirate signals have been picked up during the last quarter hour." To Carter's sick eyes, the enemy ship was darting across space. It was now a race in which the patrol ship might already be the loser. And even as he thought that, there was a flash of light on the control board. The enemy was now within hailing distance. Smith turned a grim face to him. "Get one of the Zacathans and file. If they can talk in their own language, it will be better than using control speech or the code as a guide. There are few Bemmies in pirate crews. All the ship needs is a steady sound to center her finder on—" But he spoke his last words to empty air. Carter was already on his way to rout out the others. Seconds later, Zynga slipped into Smith's place, hooked his talons around the stem of the phone, and unloosed a series of hissed sounds which certainly bore no resemblance to human speech. When he tired, file was ready, and then twittering and fluting broke across space to talk the ship in. But ever relentlessly behind it came that other dot, seeming to leap across great expanses of space, as if such stretches were nothing. Zora brought in a canteen of water, and they all drank feverishly. They ate, after a fashion, too, of whatever was thrust into their hands, unknowing and untasting. The patrol ship passed more planets. Then a third light snapped on the board. Zora came running in. "There is a big light, reaching into the sky," he shouted shrilly. Carter jumped to his feet to see that for himself when a sound of ship's code stopped him. "Pulse beam picked up. We can ride it in, if we still have time." Zynga let go of the phone, and as one they hurried out into the open. Zora was right. From the end of the roof directly over the control table, a beam of light speared into the evening sky. "How did that—" Carter began. "Who knows," Dalgry replied. "They were master techneers in their day. That must pulse strongly enough to be picked up by a ship approaching this planet within a certain distance. At least we can now stop talking." In the end, they drifted back to the map to watch the ship and its pursuer. The gap between those two was narrowing, too quickly. A last light flashed on the control board. It was warning red. "Ships entered the atmosphere," Smith guessed. "Get everybody inside here. It may not land on the field, and the power wash will be brutal." So they waited inside the ancient hall of leave-taking, and they heard rather than saw a ship land on a field which had not felt the bite of spaceship's fire for at least 1,000 years. But it was a good landing. Smith remained at the board. "The other is still coming!" His warning rang out to hasten the others. Still coming. They might lose even now, Carter thought, as he watched the exit bridge swing out from the side of the rusty old tub perched in the field. All the enemy would have to do would be to hover and blast them with missiles. He wouldn't have to land, but when he pulled out again he would leave nothing behind but a blackened and lifeless waste. If they could get the refugees into the hall, they might have a chance to survive that, a very thin one. The sergeant ran to the edge of the smoking landing area and waved at the figure who had appeared on the bridge. "Get your people off and into the hall," he shouted. "The pirate's coming, and he can try for a burn-off." He saw the jerk of an assenting nod and heard orders. The passengers filed down the bridge at the double-quick. They were mostly women, some carrying or leading children. The Rangers and the Zacathans stood ready to act as guides. Carter half-hauled, half-carried the strangers to the precarious safety of the old building. Then, when the flow of refugees ceased, he hurried back to the bridge. "All out?" "All out," the officer replied. "And what course is the pirate on? Can you tell?" Zynga came running toward them. "Pirate coming in on the same course." The officer turned and went inside the ship. Carter drummed nervous fingers on the guardrail of the bridge. What in the name of space was the fellow waiting for? Then the sergeant was almost bowled over as 5 men flung themselves out of the hatchway and ran for the hall, taking both Rangers with them. They had just reached the protection of the doorway when the patrol ship took off. Blinded by the sweep of flame, Carter clung to one of the pillars to keep his footing. "What?" he gasped, and a babble of question joined and drowned out his. 17. The end is not yet. The hard surface of the partition ground into Carter's back as the pressure of the crowd jammed him against that barrier. All the refugees were there in the narrow space behind the control table, tense, expectant, with no attention for anything but the sky map on the wall. Beside the sergeant, a tall girl in the battle-stained tunic of a civilian supply assistant muttered half aloud to herself, "There's only one of them. By the grace of the 3, there is only one for him to face." Her one was that ominous red dot of the pirate ship still on course to Terra, headed without doubt for the very point on that planet where they now stood. But even as they watched that advance helplessly, a second dot appeared on the screen, the patrol ship moving out to meet the enemy. "Time to try evasive." Carter caught the urgency in that man's voice, rising from the mass of watchers. "Evade, chorus." And as if that half-order, half-plea had actually reached across space, the course of the patrol ship changed. It seemed now as if it were attempting to make a futile run for safety, trying to elude the pirate. Out there a single brave man swung before a control panel, enmeshed in a pilot's web, prepared to fight a last battle to save his fellows. One lone patrolman. He continued to evade skillfully, altering his course just enough each time to draw the enemy after him, to persuade the other ship into pursuit and away from Terra. He had his screen up, as the haze testified. That should act as a flaunting challenge to the pirate. The impulse of the pursuer would be to follow, to beat down the weak barrier, to put on a traction beam and warp in the patrol ship. Only what Captain Chorus flew was no longer a ship. It was a single deadly weapon, and the enemy who strove to overtake and capture it would only trigger his own death in the same instant that he drew it in. Carter heard sobs, subdued, and little angry mutters from those about him. "He has the warhead ready." That was the girl. She was talking as if to reassure herself, not to inform anyone else of what lay behind that silent battle out in the dark between worlds. "We were going to blow it if we were taken. He'll trigger it when they beam him in." Her voice was hoarse, almost fierce. The red dots moved as fighters sparring for an opening, making patterns on the screen. Carter, though he was ignorant of space maneuvers, guessed that he was now watching the last fight of an inspired pilot, and yet to the pirate it must appear that a weak ship was trying desperately to escape. "If only they don't suspect." The girl's tone was that of a prayer. Spirit of space, keep them from suspecting. The end came as the patrol pilot had planned it. A glow of battle screens hazed both ships, and then the one surrounding the patrol ship disappeared. The dots moved toward each other. The pirate had clamped a pincher beam on its prey, was dragging the helpless ship to where they could lock airlocks for boarding. At last the dots touched. A flower of fire burst on the screen. It glowed for only a second and then died, to leave nothing behind it. Nothing at all. The map was as blank as it had been when first they found it. Only the specks, which were stars, sparkled with aloof chill in the void. No one in the crowd moved. It was as if they did not believe in the truth of what they had just witnessed, that they did not wish to believe. Then there was a single sigh, and the tight mass broke apart. People drifted, with eyes which seemed to see nothing, out into the hall. Except for the shuffle of feet over the stone, it was very quiet. Overhead, the gray light of another dawn gave a pale radiance. Carter stepped up on the dais. He rested one hand on the back of the chair, which was Tara's, and looked closely for the first time at these new companions in misfortune. They were a mixed lot, both as to race and species, as might be expected from a patrol ranger base. There were 2 more Zacathans, a pale-faced woman, and 2 children, with the goggles of the Faltharians hanging from their belts, and he was sure he had seen a feather crest, which could only have graced the head of a Christian. "You are in command here?" Carter's attention flickered from the refugees to a girl, the same girl who had stood beside him to watch the battle, and 2 men standing together at the foot of the dais. Automatically Carter's hand arose to touch a helmet he no longer wore. "Ranger Sergeant Carter of the Starfire. We crashed here some time ago. Our party consists of 3 other rangers, a comm-techneer, and an arms-techneer." "Medico-techneer Wilson," the shorter of the 2 men responded in a low and surprisingly musical voice. "This is 3rd Officer Moxon of our base ship, and Acting Sergeant Adrana of the headquarters section. We are entirely at your service, Sergeant." "Your party?" "Our party," Wilson answered quickly, "numbers 38. 20 women and 6 children are ranger dependents, 5 crewmen under Moxon, and 6 supply corps women with Sergeant Adrana, and myself. As far as we know, we are the only survivors of base CC-4. "Zinga, File, Rolf." Carter gave the order which came naturally to him. "Firewood detail, and get some fires going." He turned back to the medico-techneer. "I take it, sir, that you haven't much in the way of supplies?" Wilson shrugged. "We have only what we could carry. It certainly isn't too much." "A hunting party out too, Zinga. Smith, take over the communication board again. We don't want to be caught napping if there is another ship on its way." "Any of your men know comm, sir?" he asked Moxon. Instead of answering directly, the 3rd officer turned on his heel and called down the length of the hall. "Havre." One of the men in crew uniform came running. "Comm work," his officer grunted, "under this techneer." "I take it that we can live off the country, since you mentioned hunting?" Wilson asked. "This is an Earth-type planet. We found it hospitable. In fact, this is Terra, you know." Carter watched the medico-techneer closely to see if that registered. It took a second or 2, but it did. "Terra." Wilson repeated the word blankly, and then his eyes widened. "The home of the Lords of Space. But that is a legend, a fable." Carter stamped on the dais. "Fairly substantial fable, don't you think? You are in the hall of leave-taking now. Look at the seats of the 1st Star Rangers, if you wish." He pointed to the chairs. "Read what is carved on the back of this one. Yes, this is Terra of Sol." "Terra?" Wilson was still shaking his head wonderingly when Carter spoke to the girl. "You have your corps women. Can you take charge of the women and children?" he asked abruptly. This sort of duty was beyond his experience. He had established field camps, led expeditions, fought his way back and forth across many weird worlds in the past, but never before had he been responsible for such a group as this. She started to nod, flushed, and raised her hand in salute. A moment later she was back circulating among the tired women and the fretful children, aided by the Zacathan family. "Any chance of there being another pirate after you? What did happen at the base?" Already forgetting the women, Carter began to question the medico-techneer. "The base was wiped out, but things had begun to go wrong before that. There has been a breakdown somewhere along the supply and communication route. Our yearly supply ship was 3 months overdue even before the attack. We'd received no messages from Central Control for 2 weeks. We sent out a cruiser, and it never returned. Then the pirate fleet came in. It was a fleet, and the whole raid had been carefully planned. We had 5 ships on the field. 2 raised and accounted for 3 of the pirates before they were blasted out. We manned the perimeter guns as long as we could and cleared the air for the survivors to take off. What caught us napping was that they came in under false colors, and we accepted them as friendly until too late. They were Central Control ships. Either some section of the fleet has mutinied or something terrible has happened to the whole empire. They acted as if the patrol had been outlawed. Their attack was vicious, and because they had come in with all the proper signals, we weren't expecting it. It was as if they were the law." "Perhaps they are now," Carter suggested grimly. "Maybe there has been a rebellion in this sector. The Winter may be systematically mopping up all patrol bases. That would leave him free to rule the space lanes as he pleases. A very practical and necessary move if there has been a change of government. That idea did occur to us. I can't say that we welcomed it. Nielsen's voice was bleak. Well, we did manage to crowd aboard a supply ship and one of the patrol scouts. After that, it was a running fight across space. They were between us and the regular routes, so we had to head out this way. We lost the scout. Carter nodded. We saw that on the screen before we were able to contact you. It rammed a flagship of the fleet, mind you. But effectively, the sergeant reminded him. There were only the 2 ships following you, are you sure? Only 2 registered on our screens. And now, if neither returns, do you think that they will send another to track us down? I don't know. They would accept the idea that the patrol would be desperate enough to go out fighting, and so they may be willing to write off their ships as a case of blasting each other. But Smith and your man can keep at their posts. They'll be able to give us warning in time if another heads this way. And if one does come? Large portions of this world are wilderness. It will be easy to take cover in plenty of time, and they could never find us. By the end of the day, the new camp was well established. The hunting party had been successful enough so that everyone was fed. Under the leadership of the Corps women, a party had spread out on the hill, hacked off branches and fashioned beds, and there had been no warning. The screen in the hall remained blank. It was night now. Carter stood at the top of the stairs, gazing down abstractedly at the landing field. A gleaning party had worked under his direction most of the afternoon, sifting the debris of the natives' encampment, and they had salvaged 2 spears and a handful of metal arrow points, treasures to be guarded against that day when the last blaster charge would be expended, when weapons which were the products of civilized skill would be useless. Tomorrow they must hunt again, and... A pleasant night, is it not, lady? There is, of course, only 1 moon instead of 3, but it is a very bright one. Carter started and turned his head. Zichty was walking toward him, accompanied by the girl, Adrana. 3 moons? Is that the number which shine down on Zakan? Now, I would consider 2 to be a more normal number. And she laughed. 2 moons. Carter tried to remember all the 2-mooned worlds he had known, and wondered which had been her native one. But there were at least 10, and probably more which he had never heard of. No man, even if he had at least 4 lifetimes, could learn all that lay within the galaxy. 2 moons was too faint a clue. Ah, the sergeant. So the night draws you also, my boy. One might believe that you were a Faltharian, this interest you show in a dark, sleeping world. Only doing some planning for the future, Carter replied. And I'm no Faltharian, only a barbarian, he added recklessly. You know what they said of us, of Yelene, that we eat raw meat and worship strange gods. And you, lady, Zichty asked the girl, upon which world did your 2 moons beam? She lifted her head with close to a defiant gesture and stared out over the launching field as she answered. I was spaceborn, a half-breed. My mother was of Krift. My father came from one of the outer system worlds, I don't know which. My 2-moon world I knew for only a short time when I was a small child, but I have seen many worlds, for I am service-bred. We have all seen many worlds, Carter observed, and now I think we are going to learn one thoroughly. Zichty inhaled the night air with gusto. But such a pleasant world, my children. I must say that I have great hopes for our future here. It is good to know that someone has, Carter said somberly. But it was Adrana who rose to the Zakathan's challenge. You are right. She laid her fingers on the Hist Techneer's scaled arm. This is a good world. When I was up on the hill today, the air was like wine in my throat. It is free, alive, and we are very lucky. For the first time in my life, she paused as if she were surprised at her own words, I feel at home. Because this is Terra. Racial memory, suggested Carter. I don't know. After so long a time, that couldn't be possible, could it? Perhaps. He added a confession of his own. The first day we landed here, when I saw the green of this vegetation, it seemed then that I, too, remembered. Well, children, I do not remember Terra, nor can any of my race, but still I say that we have landed on a good world, a pleasant one to make our own. We have only to do that. "What of the city and the clans?" inquired the sergeant. "Are they going to sit passive and allow us such usurpation?" "This is a wide world, and that problem we shall face when it arises. Now, moon-gazers, not being a Faltharian, I shall seek my bedroll. You must pardon my withdrawal." Chuckling, he padded away. "What did you mean, the city and the clans? Are there natives here?" questioned the girl. "Yes." Briefly, Carter gave her the facts. "So you see," he ended, "this world is not altogether ours for the taking, and since we cannot remain at this point on it indefinitely, we shall have decisions to make soon." She nodded. "Tell the others tomorrow. Tell them all you have told me." "You mean leave the decision up to them?" "All right." He shrugged. What if they chose the comfort of the city? Such a decision would only be natural. But he was very sure he would not go back there, nor would the others who had followed him out of that monument to a too ancient past. Because he agreed that each must decide for him or herself, he stood again the next morning in the pool of hot sunlight which crossed the dais. His throat was dry. He had been talking steadily, and now he was tired as if he had spent half the day cutting through heavy brush. Those faces all turned to him, so impassive, so controlled. Had any of them really heard what he had been saying, or having heard, did they understand? Was this indifference the result of their immediate past? Were they sure that the worst had already happened, and that nothing could shake them again? And that is the situation we now face. But there was no response from the seated refugees. Then he heard the scrape of boot soles across the pavement, sounding louder because of the silence in the hall. Wilson jumped up on the dais to join him. "We have the report of the ranger sergeant. He gives us 2 courses which may be followed. First, we may try to contact this civilian party now occupying a city not too far distant, a city with part of its functions restored. But they have the problem of limited food supply, and in addition—" The medico-techneer paused, and then he added, without any change of tone or expression, "That party is an entirely human one." Again there was no response from the listeners. Had they met with anti-Bemi feeling before? They must have. It had been growing so powerful. But if they had, it made no difference. In the wide seat marked Deneb was the Faltharian woman, and she cradled in her arms a tiny Tristian girl whose mother had not survived the base raid. And Zor sat between 2 inter-system boys of his own age. There was no drawing apart in this company. Bemi to Bemi, human to human. These were the Rangers. "So we may go to the city," Wilson repeated, "or we may choose the second solution, which could mean a much greater measure of hardship, though we of the Rangers, by training and tradition, are better able to face what it may demand of us, and that is to live on the land after the fashion of the natives." Sergeant Carter has spoken of a cold season reported to be approaching now. He has also pointed out that we cannot remain here due to lack of supplies. We can travel south, as the majority of the natives did when they left here a few days ago. Contact with the natives, while impossible now, judging by the sergeant's unfortunate experience, may be allowed later as we have some medical supplies and knowledge, but it might be years before we dare attempt such fraternization. These are the 2 choices we are now assembled to vote upon. "Medico Wilson," one of the crewmen was on his feet, "do you rule out the possibility of rescue, then? Couldn't we remain near here and try to use that communicator to summon help? Any patrol ship—" "Any patrol ship!" Again the lack of expression in the medico-techneer's voice underlined his words. "A communication attempt might just as well bring down roving pirates upon us. There is no way of identifying until too late any ship we might be able to beam in. And remember, Terra is off every known chart, so forgotten that its name is now only a legend." A murmur ran from seat to seat. "So we must accept exile?" That was a woman. "I believe that we must." Wilson's answer came clear and firm. Another silence followed. They were facing truth now, and, Carter thought proudly, they were accepting it quietly. "I believe that we wish to remain together," Wilson continued slowly. "Yes." That answer was so loud it woke a faint echo from the roof. The patrol would stand together. That creed which had been theirs for generations still held them. "We will abide by the will of the majority. Those who wish to seek shelter in the city may take their places against that wall. Those who would remain apart, on the land, Stand here." Nielsen had not even finished speaking before he himself moved with 2 distance-eating strides to the left of the dais, and Carter joined him. Only for a moment were they alone. Adrana and her 6 co-workers arose from their seats in the group and marched to stand beside the medico-techneer. But then there was a pause. The other women did not move. It was the Faltharian woman who broke the spell. Still carrying the Tristian infant and pushing her own 2 children ahead, she walked quickly to the left. But she did not reach the others before Zikti and his family. Now there was a steady shuffling of feet, and when it was quiet again there was no need to count heads. No one stood on the city side. They had made their decision, weighing the evidence and the chances of the future. And Carter knew, seeing their serene faces, they would stand by it. Suddenly he was vaguely sorry for those in the city. They would struggle there to keep up a measure of mechanical civilization. Perhaps they would live in greater ease for this generation, but in a way they had turned their backs upon the future, and they might not be allowed a second choice. But the patrol were eager to be gone, once their minds were made up, and the dawn of the second day saw them in marching order, their scanty belongings in packs, their faces set toward the unknown lands of the south. Carter watched File and Zynga lead that line of women and children, crewmen and officers, all one now under an alien sun, going into the future. He glanced back into the deserted hall. The sun caught and held on the symbols in the captain's seats along one side. Old Terra. And down there, heading into the wilderness, was the new. Shall we rise again to be the lords of space and the rangers of the star lanes, he wondered. Do we begin this day a second cycle, leading to another empire? He was a little startled when Zikti's thought answered his. It is just history, my boy, history. We fashion that whether or no. But there is a very old saying known to my people. When a man comes to the end of any road, let him remember that the end is not yet, and a new way shall open for him. Carter turned his back upon the hall of leave-taking and ran lightly down the eroded steps. The wind was chill, but the sun was warm. Dust puffed up from beneath the marching feet. Yes, the end is not yet. Let us go.